He said keep a tight ship, not ruin the ship.
Right, we're live. Should I put the live? Do you want the live chat on, or do you want my the cameras? If I put the cameras on for the live stream.
I think the cameras. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can get a grip of what I'm doing. So there's no need for you to worry about what gets posted in the chat. It won't be shown on the live stream. Just the cameras showing there, right? I'll go and jump in the car. See you in a minute.
So drama only Sunday.
Yeah. So Gio, what's your thoughts on if you have to put a solar filter on the moon? Do you think it will change angular size like it does at the moon or at the sun?
That's interesting. Well, are you saying that the sun does or does not change angular size with a solar filter?
We don't know. That's how we're trying to think. What do you think would happen?
Yeah, that's a good question. You mean just using just a basic solar filter on the moon? I haven't thought about that. Has anyone done it?
Not that I know of, but I'm planning to do it soon.
Yeah, because I mean, this is actually interesting. What do you think would happen if it doesn't change angular size? And then you have to put it into telling the globe as well. If you claim your eclipse is caused by the moon blocking the sun, if the sun is so small and the moon is so large, why is there still a ring of light around the moon? It's like taking a basketball and putting it in front of a golf ball. You're not going to see that golf ball anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Well, in terms of this idea that a solar filter, even on the sun, doesn't change angular size, has that been like rigorously tested? I know people claim that, but I've also seen, people that have used solar filters and it does change size. So is there a full conclusion on that?
I've seen it. I've seen it change size. So that's why it's really skeptic when they come and tell me it doesn't change size, because I've seen it change size with solar filters. So I guess it depends on where you're looking. I don't know. Maybe I'm in a different dimension.
I think it depends on the aperture size of the camera itself.
Yeah, and it may depend on the conditions of the atmosphere as well. Like, I mean, it in my view, like, I mean, if there's magnification, for example, that might alter things as well, or just refraction components like that. So if somebody used a solar filter and got one result on one day or one sunset, it doesn't really mean that that's what it is all the time. It just means that that's what they got that one time.
Exactly.
SE.
Yo.
Can you take a picture of your the aperture size of the P900 and see what it starts out with? Just the measurements, because it'll have a low number and then it'll go into a high number, and you can see, you should better see it on the side of the camera, on front of the camera by the lens.
I think the large f-stop numbers.
Yeah, the f-stop. Sorry.
I can't do it at this particular moment, but I can do it for you later.
Okay. 10-4. Or I'm just being lazy. I should have just went to Google and see what the specs are. Sorry.
No problem, bro. I would have done it sweatlessly. Just I can't do it right now.
Yeah. No problem.
Any particular reason you have something in mind, or?
Well, it's like so like if your f-stop is different without with the wide angle without zooming in, and I take a picture of the sun with my camera and my f-stop is different with a wide angle, then it's gonna appear different sizes. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, everything has to be equal. All your f-stops, ISOs, everything, the works. It has to be exact zoom, exact everything every time. Yeah.
The photo magnification, what you
Right.
are focused on your field of view. The, the whole.
I think you're breaking up there, Flatso.
Yeah.
Quite badly.
Yeah, your mic is really bad. It's crisping.
It's on the levels. It's
You think it's bad?
yeah. I'm muted.
I
Yeah,
can't hear what he's saying.
now we
2.8.
just got a bit of it.
It'd be interesting to set up. It'd be interesting to set up a equatorial mount and then track the sun with a solar filter for like long periods of time. Do it like every day for a week or a month. It'd be interesting to see what that result is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
is
take
it? Have the guys done it? Like Wolfie's got it. That's one of his proofs. Has he done that to track the sun?
I don't think so. I haven't heard of anybody doing that just yet.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I don't know why anyone would want to track the sun with an equatorial mount. Sounds a bit. I don't know. Sounds a little bit silly. But I don't know. It might be good for your sunspots. But I mean, who'd have a camera on an equatorial mount? I mean, that seems a little bit silly too, doesn't it? The equatorial mount is for a telescope, isn't it?
It could be used for cameras as well. I was just thinking to be a way that you could track the sun to see if it changes angular size throughout the day, but also like throughout the week or the month to see if there's any what the changes are.
What device are you using to measure the angles?
Look in the chat, Gio. Live chat.
For a mark, I focus as
Nah.
that I'll take into account.
Oh my. Wow.
Now that
From
can't be good
Origato.
viewing, that.
Oh, that sounds bad, whoever that is.
Is that flat side still, or is it me?
You're
Take a
coming
picture
through,
there.
Flatso, go on mute for a second, please.
I am on mute all the time when I'm not talking.
So then it's you, Bev, I think. Yeah, it's definitely you. If you just went on mute.
Yeah, so that one what's up you just posted, yeah, that so they're using a solar filter here and then definitely getting and changing size throughout the day.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of these before with the sun filter, and it appears that they do change size.
That's why it's strange when Globers will say this. They'll just be like, the sun doesn't change size with a solar filter, as if it's some proof of something. But in reality, when you do it, it definitely changes size. So I don't know. I guess it's one of those arguments. They just claim it, hoping that people will just accept it. It sounds like they're right, but they're not.
Yeah, the
Oh, they're
reason
hoping
they
you cannot even search Google. That's what
yeah,
they are hoping for.
the reason they make this argument is because they say the sun doesn't go with the laws of perspective, because they can't accept that the sun's moving away. It's just a straw man argument to say the sun doesn't change angular size according to them, so therefore it's not perspective, it's us moving and not the sun. But the stupid idiots are so dumb, not understanding. It doesn't matter if the sun's moving or us, it's still going to have perspective.
Yep.
Is that any better for me? Move my phone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Good. Well, the way I see it, right, is it gives them more problems, and it gives everybody more problems once you start looking at it. Because if the sun does change in angular size, as you say, I just say size. If it does, then it's perspective. It's getting further away. But if it does that, then it's just traveling on a path, like some sort of a path. Well, it's going to be a straight path, and that's the problem that you come across. It's traveling in a straight line, so how the fuck does it come back again?
Good
It just
point.
can't be a physical object. It's got to be light, and as a reaction to something. Like you say, more problems than you get. You get more problems all the way along every time you think about it. And like, I don't think you're meant to know everything. It's one of the things that you're never going to know, but people want to tell you they do know it. Like Gio says, they just say things in the hope that you're not going to look into it. But the moment you do look into it and ask them a question, they'll say you're a flirt and you should know better anyway, and you wouldn't understand it, and they know loads better anyway.
Or they come up with strawman arguments and saying you're not using the right solar filter.
Yeah.
Proper solar filter, then
Yeah.
it doesn't size.
But it's not changing
Kind of
size
user.
enough.
The
Yeah,
killer
our
is
model
that
waits for a little bit of size change.
yeah, and the killer is that they presume to know not only how far said object is, but what said object is at 93 million miles away. It's astonishing.
Yeah. At 90 miles away based on radius that they assume.
Well, they claim that they radio range the sun. That's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be a black body.
Exactly. Well said. Black body.
Well, they tell you that.
That's what they say, yeah. I just say it's too damn far away.
Just mean it's a
And too
light.
much stuff in between it.
You can't put anything to it. No dimensions, nothing. You don't know how far away it is. You can't. There's nothing you can tell about it. I've been having an argument with the guys on Twitter for God knows how long, and you can't tell how far something away it is just by looking at it.
Impossible.
Yeah.
But even that,
to reference it to. You've got nothing.
Especially trying to look through a camera or on a picture or something. Even the focal length changes what you would see. Crazy. It's optical. You can't measure something that's really optical.
look, we can get technical and talk about emission, absorption, gas, black bodies. There's a lot of things that we can use against them in their own science, you know? But the bottom line is they have no clue what it is. Zero. They don't know what it is.
Yeah. They don't have time. Oh, they do claim science, but they don't have. They have a religious.
But even within their technical jargon, you can defeat them using that. Like, they're going to tell you spectroscopy, right? Now, spectroscopy, yeah, you can do it here on Earth, but it's inside a machine. It's a closed system, right? Now, this is where the magic comes in. Then they tell you they can do the same thing with a telescope, which is an open system, right? It cannot be done. I don't want to get too technical and bore anybody, you know, but it cannot be done. There's too much stuff between us and that, whatever that is.
Yeah, I just posted something in the live chat. The cult of Pythagoras. Now tell me something. If they claim the heliocentric model is not a cult, why is it based on a cult?
Do you think the heliocentric model was based around Pythagoras?
Yep.
Yeah.
The belief system of Pythagoras cult.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't think so, bro.
they take it over.
Yep.
They reappropriate it. I mean, Pythagoras is about a triangle, the relationship of a triangle to a circle.
Yes, and that's what they try and do. That's why they try and make their own curved hyperbolic triangle.
Now they know it was. If you look into it, it supposedly it was the Pythagorean cult that realised it's the number was imperfect, and that's why Euclid came about through the logic, through mathematics. They had to base mathematics around the logic and the geometry rather than the number, because supposedly some Pythagorean gave the secret away of the square root being
they actually murdered him.
Well, the story goes, but I mean, no. Pythagoras knew what he was doing. They were much cleverer back in the day. There's no way Pythagoras or anybody in the Pythagorean thing believed that they lived on a ball. Fucking ridiculous.
Somewhere along, something was changed.
Yeah, somebody started telling stories to get you to think that it was a ball. Like, if it's always been curved, why is level horizontal?
Exactly.
Why work that out? Why has nobody changed it in the dictionaries or anything? It's pretty new.
That's why I laughed when I brought up that definition of horizontal in Merriam-Webster dictionary the other day. Every single thing shows horizontal, flat, no place. And then just in one section, all of a sudden, under a subsection, they show conforming to the curves. But the way they wrote it
Yeah.
It's so carefully.
Yeah, they sneaked it in there. They had to. Where would the ballers go? They'd just say, well, in surveying. And then, like, you go, well, go on, show us this surveying textbook. There's just one page. It's a picture on McToon's website.
Oh, really? On Mechtunes? Well,
Yeah. It's one of the most highly respected sources of level curvature.
no, I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Well, look, they have a lot of scholars on their side, you know? People recreating mass attracting mass machines.
Yeah, well, they're rewriting geometry as we speak. Have to. They will be incorporating Imaginometry very soon.
We got us some 5-sided squares just the other day.
And 3 squares also.
Having no part higher than another. In the same sentence, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Not
Yeah.
after it said having no parts higher than the other.
Yeah.
That's the magic. They're able to hold two opposing thoughts in their brain simultaneously at the same time. It's amazing. With left side saying, hey, take this slap. What's going on there on the right? No. Equal transfer.
And that's literally the only part in the whole definition everywhere that has the word curvature. Nowhere else does it have it.
Yeah. Conforming to the curvature rate of a horizontal plane.
Which would be 0.
Yeah. A grand total of 0 curvature.
That's why I laugh at them when they come and tell me about their geoid. Geoid, this spheroid is level. But I mean, what happened to the bulges? What happened to topography? What's going on?
With reference to a sphere. Can you find any reference of a vertical to a sphere? Because that's one of the things that they like to talk of, isn't it? Vertical, when they reference vertical to their globe.
I mean, the problem is you can only have a vertical to a horizontal. Your horizontal plane first has to exist before you can even try to have it.
Yeah.
Because they go under the premise you first have your plane, your vertical, their zenith, and then vertical that. Vertical comes before the horizontal. Horizontal comes before the vertical. If you're not having somewhere to stand, where are you going to play?
Looks nice. Sort of see the mountains too.
Nice and clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yay. Just so everybody knows, in the live stream, Beth has gone to Southport to try and catch Morgan. So, Johnny's coming out to do that.
Yeah, I'll just mute up. I'll get this stuff out.
So the guys in live chat, would you guys know if anybody's taken a solar filter to the moon before and seen if it's changed angular size?
I never heard of such thing till you brought it up.
Another thing that reminds me of that is the idea of doing an Eratosthenes type, sticks in the ground with the moon, the shadows of the moon. Because on a globe Earth, obviously, the way that they describe it, the moon being so much closer than the sun, you should get dramatically different angles. But I haven't heard of it being done. But if it was done and you get the same angles, then that proves that the sun and the moon would be it doesn't prove, but it at least indicates the sun and the moon would be the same distance and not the drastic difference they claim it is in the heliocentric model.
It will just show they're wrong.
Sorry,
That's all
no,
it
just
will.
from the angular size, you don't know the distance. Or how do you calculate it? Geo.
No, I wasn't saying we could acquire the distance. I was just saying that if you did the Eratosthenes type experiment with sticks in the ground with the moon's light instead of the sun's light, if you get the same angles, then it would indicate that light source of the sun and the moon are at the same distance rather than being dramatically different as it would be needed in the heliocentric model.
I think it would just show more or less that they were wrong. I don't think it would really give a distance. As you said, it would just show that, the distances of those two would have to be significantly closer than in the same place as the one that's 93 million miles away and only one at 240,000, whatever. But the nice thing about taking something at night like that, you have less atmospheric effects, though. It's probably going to be calmer. I don't know.
Well, it'd be interesting to try. Yeah, I don't think it would prove like the distance of them. It wouldn't really validate or invalidate even the claims in the heliocentric model, but it would be interesting to do just to see, because if the angles are the exact same, I don't see how that would be the case if the moon was 240,000 and if the sun was 93 million, because the whole reason that works is because they claim the sun is so far away that the light rays are coming in parallel.
Even though it still shows it divergent. I haven't seen one parallel light ray before.
Geo, have you heard that the horizon is an object?
Yeah, I've heard people make that claim.
Really? That's cool. I heard it yesterday from one guy.
How about the five-sided square? Have you heard about that one yet?
Geo, the 5-sided square?
Five-sided square, how does that work?
He hasn't heard about it.
Oh, you don't know? You don't know? Oh my.
You
Oh,
must go
you're in
talk
for
to
a treat.
You gotta wake me up to the 5-sided square.
Yeah, this is a
It's a-
doozy. Courtesy
Total
of
shit show.
Bullet Bill and Ranty the Magnificent, turncoat
And
genius,
STS, yeah,
and
the,
STSC.
the, the,
Yeah.
the band of extraordinary bigots. They're the ones that pushing far-sided squares now. We actually had a nice chat with Bullet Bill the other night. The video should come out soon. It was very funny.
Yeah, Bullet Bill, I got to give him credit. He's a gentleman, you know. It's just that, 5-sided square. I mean, come on, man.
Are they really claiming that? What is their explanation for that?
No, it comes from the
Check out
number
live
5, by
text.
the way, which is quite a big channel, by the way, because they are quite good mathematicians, and they came up with this nonsensory, which is basically a mocking of everybody who doesn't know what they are talking about. This is their little joke, It's a joke within academia, and these guys don't get it. I mean, Renty and the other guys.
Literally think because it's guys say it's far-sided square, they think it exists.
No, they think that these mathematicians, like this old guy, is actually very serious about the 5-sided square. He's not.
At last, somebody gets it.
Yep. And that's why they somehow still think that if a line curves, it's still going to have a 90 degree.
Oh, what?
Imagine fighting and try to explain a 5-sided square. Imagine where they've gone to.
No, they actually do try to explain it, by the way. That's the beauty of this. Like, we are at so low levels nowadays that I don't know if we can go further. Or, I mean, they can go further or not. It's like we are right at the 12 kilometers right now.
Can anybody draw me a 5 that has equals 90 degree angles?
Well, I mean, look at Gandalf. He is showing it to you. Number 5.
5 is the magic number.
Right, how's that?
You came in there for a bit, Bev, but
It's not showing yet though.
It keeps switching me YouTube on.
Guys in the live chat,
You wanna
Bev is
be
the first.
everywhere. You wanna be everywhere. YouTube, Discord.
it does that to me too. When I turn my phone around, somehow it brings you on YouTube.
Yeah, I just
You know,
got
when
out my phone out of my pocket. I might have ended up reporting my own stream.
Update for new people in the live stream. Bev is at Southport to try get the Fata Morgana. That's why this is happening.
We are trying to get another Fat Morgana. I mean, Fata Morgana.
Again.
And he got a spectacular one yesterday.
Are you calling Morgana fat? Shame on you.
Shame on me.
Well, this is kind of a horny sunset, so.
There's a boat
what?
just coming out of
Horny?
Liverpool as well.
Awesome. If you can get that boat in the shot as well, that'd be quite cool.
Well, I'm just getting to the opening here at the top end of the beach. I'm not going too far. About where we set the auto level up. I'm at now. I'll just set up here. Pretty clear. Clouds are okay.
They say it's quite clear at least. Not
Yeah,
gonna
it's
have problems.
clearer
clouds.
than I thought it would be.
And you say you can actually see the mountains.
Yes.
Is it chilly there?
It's a bit windier than I thought it would be. That's just here. No, it wasn't windy back at our house, so it must just be because I'm at the, at the beach side.
Open up there, so it's going to be windy, and like I said, it's quite close to the wind farm, so.
Right, let's go this. Oh, bollocks. Fucking cards in the car. Shit.
No man.
I've got to reset everything back up again. Walk back to the car. Bollocks.
Did you walk far?
Well, he's down the end of that trail.
Oh, he drove to the horizon.
I've got enough time.
Don't you know, Flatzoid, you can touch the horizon.
It's an object.
Objectify horizon.
Wow. The things people come up with. Well, I remember that days when I was talking with Mr. Sensible as well. The horizon is not a physical thing, but you can stick a flag in it.
Well, you can stick that flag, somewhere else too. If you claim something like that.
Yeah, here he wants to do another major attempt. As if it's going to make any difference.
Right, to get a better record. Go up higher or something.
I don't know what he's planning to do. I just told him he must
Again?
get up. Yeah, he wants to go up again. He wants to try and go a bit higher this time, he says. So something tells me if he's keep on trying to do it over and over, he's not really, how can I say, validating his thoughts on it. I mean, if you've done it once and you said, okay, yeah, look, it's validating what I said, why would you carry on doing it?
It's a good point, that, Flats.
In other words, he's trying to lie to himself that he's getting what he says he's getting.
Yeah, but the problem is that he's doing it in public. That's, But it's his choice.
Yeah, people might want to give him money to, do that. I mean, it's quite expensive, isn't it?
But his patrons pay for it, so. I did tell him he must maybe look at getting a electronometer this time, so he can pick up the different electromagnetic pulses as it goes up with altitude to see if it changes. Just as interesting.
Yeah, voltmeter, something like that.
Electromagnetic meters. Because the payload he puts on can't be very heavy though.
He had 3 cameras, didn't he?
Yeah. One with a wide lens, one with a narrow angle lens. And even his narrow angle lens had some barrel distortion that he just hand wave dismisses because it's narrow angle. He thinks those pieces of line that he put across the lens, because they, according to him, doesn't show curve, doesn't mean the rest of the image, the background is not curving. He doesn't get. It's the same as those crosshairs.
Crosshairs.
Yeah, the crosshairs stay the same. The further away the image gets in the field of view, the more it's going to distort. But this so slow, he doesn't get this.
Yeah. It's the image in the distance that changes, not the lines right in front of the camera.
Exactly.
Thinking that the background is relative to the lines in the foreground. I mean, it's a bit silly, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why when Ruhef tries to attempt putting 2 auto levels in front of each other and moving them further away from each other, and he thinks the one's dropping below the other. No. It's literally just the 2 lines stay the same as the image that you're looking at is moving. Obviously, they're not going to line up. Common optics.
Anyway, we need some more drama.
Yeah. The problem is that the people are not really coming to the party.
Well, I'll get you some visuals in a minute. When I get my memory card. The amount of times I've done this.
Well, I was dying to go with the one-sided triangle with one line. But
With the
unfortunately, the guy pulled it back. He realized he was mistaken. So I
Well, you
promised
can
him
still talk about it. It's
Yeah.
a 540-degree triangle.
Is he a straight line? How much degrees does a straight line have?
0.
Apparently 180. But if you move the point to the edge, then it's a 360. Very
Right.
interesting. What happens when you put 3 of them together to make a triangle? Let's say equilateral triangle. How much degrees do you get?
Houston, we have a problem.
60, 60, 180. Do they get 540 like they claim?
Negative. You see, they presuppose they're on a sphere to begin with. And you hear them, they even say it. No, a triangle is of course, it's 180 degrees, but when you put it on a sphere, it gets bigger. It has to be. You hear them saying it has to be. Like almost as if they're chanting, like preaching,
Yeah, but I want to understand how you get a vertex reading if those arms are bent.
You can't. Because by definition, you need 2 straight lines to get an angle.
Yeah, it's right line geometry. It's not called right curve geometry.
Yeah. It's quite astonishing the mental gymnastics they have to go through,
So Redman, have you taken any photos and stuff lately again? Guess he's busy. When last has the talking about that bridge by you, AC? Remember that bridge observation you made?
Oh yeah,
The lake?
they talk about it all the time. They make fun of it. A little roboting there.
So Rumpus is still not done his Bedford level test. Don't think it.
Oh, I'd like to. The Rumbus has disappeared lately.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not even talked about it, has he?
Yeah, it's
No?
very quiet. Like you said, he went down there the other day just to look, and there's excuses where there's too much reeds. So he's already making excuses before he's actually done anything.
Yeah, last year it was too cold. This year, and he couldn't get the wood inside the in his car. It was too funny, man. He didn't do a schematic of ray tracing to see how he's going to fit all that equipment in the car.
Yeah, his videographer wasn't there, was he not, to see him the packing of the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great if the guys can live stream something to come and talk here. But I must say this Discord is starting to get nice and popular. Actually, more and more people are joining. It's a good thing.
I prefer Discord myself. Pictures,
Yeah.
video, sound. How can you beat that? YouTube, you
Yeah.
better wake up.
Yeah, and the live interaction.
Yeah, I feel limited now when I go on YouTube. I try to click on the link to post a picture, and I go, wait a minute, I can't do that.
Yeah.
It's still nice to chat to while you're talking. See what's going on there. Talking to the keyboard warriors. Like talk.
Oh, it's in a bit of a cloud there, the sun. It's a bit low. Might be like a Rakia sunset.
Nice.
One with the clouds where it breaks through.
Yeah. It'll
Yeah.
be awesome to get that boat that would go across at that time if it is still there.
Oh, no, nowhere over there. No. That
How's
boat's
it
in a
gone?
different place.
Oh. Is that the same direction where the wind turbines are?
Yeah. The boat's over in that direction, but it's... I might have missed that. Well, here. I don't think we're going to get a Fata Morgana.
Oh, man. Well, at least you got a lot of answer. It wasn't nice. Dave, I had my camera today. It was awesome this morning by the airfield, yeah. The mountains in the background were totally gone. You couldn't see them, and that's what's cool. Sometimes when there's a hectic cloud cover that side, then you don't see any mountains whatsoever. But as soon as the sun starts peeking through, oh, it's an awesome sight.
Right, camera set up.
Set
Yeah,
up.
right.
Awesome.
Camera's set up, and I'll give you a.
That'd be nice to see it live.
Yeah, I'll
Yay!
give you a camera now. Right, there you go. Sun. Nowhere near the horizon yet. Distant over there. So there's Blackpool in that direction. Is that better? Blackpool over there. Sun there. Wales. Liverpool. Windmills over there. There's the moon. Up in the sky. There's the sun. There's the sun. Hmm. See whether we can get some people.
As the microphone's popping.
Wow.
Where's that? Boy on the horizon. People coming towards us. And then there's some more people over here somewhere. There you go.
That's quite cool. The lighting's still not bad that side.
Yeah. Oh, there's something there. Just a minute. Should really have a stand for this, but
So you say, how's the lighting at Blackpool at the moment?
there you go. There's the sun coming down. It's looking like there's a boy just at the side. Whether you can see it there.
Oh, there.
It's in the path of the sun.
Yeah, if you can capture it with the sun, that'd be quite.
Just there you go. There's the Blackpool shot.
Oh, sweet. What
They're asking would you be able to
distance
make it bigger.
approximately?
I don't know. your picture bigger, Bev, on YouTube.
I can't make my picture any bigger now. But I'll get that when we come back. So it is looking a little like it's distorting a bit. I don't think that's cloud, although it might be. But I don't think it's a Fata Morgana. It's not flattening out.
I don't know if this works a bit better, but I just shared your screen,
Oh,
and I don't know if that works.
there's a
Maybe.
bit of light underneath it. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah,
underneath.
Start.
it's already.
Can't be another one, for fuck's sake.
There it is. Yeah. It started.
Oh
Look.
my fucking
Yes.
god.
I recognize that.
Yeah, on that cloud in front is awesome. Check out that line of the cloud. It's also wow. You got it just in time, Bev.
Yeah.
Awesome.
See, that did not look like that had happened again.
Well,
You
you found this.
assume that because the other one was higher up. It started
it's
much
coming-
higher yesterday.
There's a boy gonna be in picture as this is coming across. It's just sort of coming in at the side of the light. I don't know whether you can see that there. But
Yeah, it's on the right.
that's an Isle of Man channel marker boy.
Wow. Do you think it's going to go horny again?
No, I think it's a bit low. Oh, okay.
Wow, that's awesome. The clouds there are giving it such a nice.
That marker's just coming into it now. Just starting to move over it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it's actually going more to the right than the sun, so it's actually going to go in front of it at a stage.
Yeah, there it is, just showing on it on the corner.
Well, I'm happy you went out again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not the same as the other ones, is it? But it is. It's like. Is that a bit like Rakia's one?
Yeah, this one's more like. But we'll see now when it vanishes into the clouds. Because Rakia's went. Yeah, you see, this one's not as dense as the other one.
Yeah.
The boat, awesome. Come boat. Do you think it's going to go in front?
Yeah, that boat is. Yeah, it's coming right over it now. Oh,
Yay!
there you go.
Awesome.
There it is. Yeah. Nice.
Cool.
Very nice to have those reference frames. References to see what's going on. It always helps.
Get him to turn around again. Oh. Well, when it was setting yesterday, all of the we could see the Isle of Man, I think, in the side of it. Whereas this is
yeah,
we're
Yeah,
obviously
no,
a
you
lot
don't see
lower
it.
down than we were yesterday. Again, beautiful with the clouds and everything, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
it's going to start compressing. Yeah, it's going to start
Let's see if
compressing.
it flattens out, and maybe let's look for the green spot
Yeah.
this time.
Yeah.
Different condition.
It's
Yeah,
not
it doesn't-
moving as far in the frame either, is it?
Yeah, it doesn't have the same effect as yesterday's.
It lasted a hell of a lot longer yesterday, didn't it? Maybe I could zoom in a bit.
Let's see if it splits just before it goes away.
Well, here's the funny bit now. All of these, it's coming into that little band where it was a little bit weird. Now,
Yeah, it's starting to wash now.
it's lifting up at the edges, more like a
Yeah.
UFO shape.
Yeah.
Look how big that buoy looks now.
I reckon it's going to end up going upwards.
Yeah.
Last
That's what
bit.
I'm thinking. It should split about here or not.
There we go. And it's getting that green. Check that. There's the
Yeah,
green.
There it is.
And it's up. Brilliant.
Yeah, it was obviously
Oh.
green. Yeah.
That
Do you
was
reckon?
nice, man. We got the
Nice
green
bit.
and that.
Nice, Bev.
Nice composition.
Right, let's just. There's a little bit at the side. I want to just.
Geo, is this the first time you saw something like this live? He won't answer.
Oh, I'm here. Well, I didn't quite
This
hear what
out.
you said.
I don't know what this is, but this is just what I noticed at the side of the. Is that camera the right way around? What the fuck's going on? There you go. Can you see those
Well, it look.
upright lines?
I see it helped a bit that I.
Yeah, I can see them. Zoom in there.
Yeah, there's
Zoom in,
loads
see
of them.
what's going on.
Huh. What the?
What the hell?
I'm not got a fucking clue, but there's loads of them.
Are those clouds getting... I think they're clouds. Yeah, they're clouds in the distance.
Yeah, it's clouds in the distance.
Are they vertical? Because we seem
Yeah,
a
they
little
are.
blurry. They're
Yeah, they
vertical,
are.
right? Yeah.
They
Huh.
were, yeah. You'll be able
What
to see it
the-
better when I bring the video. You know, when I show you the video.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, wow. This is going to come out awesome.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they are. Right. Well, let me. I'll zoom out. You see that?
That those line clouds, that was there. It was with the sun I was talking about. Could see it through
By
the
the way,
sun.
This is a beautiful composition. If you want to, just take a few pictures.
No, I don't take pictures. It's all on video.
No? Okay. Okay.
There's the
There's a
wreck.
Okay, shipwreck.
The wreck's in the water. So we were stood there, but it's now in the water.
Is it?
Let me just refocus, and I'll do a few for the stones.
Yes, definitely. That's a pretty long tide you got there, eh? Beach. Damn.
Right, here we go. Right, so there is the stones. It's a
you can see
really,
the
really clear picture. That like,
That's
Yeah,
nice.
you can see the mountains.
yeah, you can see the mountains and you can see the double split here. The ones that are closer and the ones behind. On this side, I don't know whether you can see it. Yeah, you might be able to see it in there.
We can see them.
Well, oh, somebody's just going up and down the on the fairground ride.
Watch your ISO settings there.
I don't know. It's on the. I'm on autofocus and it's on the video mode, so
Okay, yeah, then you're not going to be able to change anything.
do that. See the stones?
Oh yeah.
Just need somebody with a laser there. And I don't know what this flashing bit is on this side here.
And look
You
how
know,
that flashes. Oh,
It's probably a police car.
see that flash is mirroring on the floor.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see somebody going up and down on the fairground ride.
How far would you say you are approximately?
That fairground ride's on the pier. I don't know how far away the pier is, but those stones that you can see there that look like two people stood next to the light at the left hand side of the screen. They're about 9.5 miles away.
Beautiful.
And they're at 19 feet above sea level. And we're at like about 3 foot above sea level here.
The moon's up there as well.
Moon is there.
Cool.
If there
That's
any,
where the sun went down.
if there's any ballers listening, did you catch those numbers of how far he was?
Yeah, of those stones just there. The water will be coming in. I mean, imagine if I could get a picture of it from here of those stones when the water's there. Imagine it.
Yeah,
Do you reckon I could? I reckon I could.
You can try.
I don't see why not, depending how long it takes to water.
It's really nice. I really like this time of night for the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives the best light. It's usually dawn and sunrise that you get the best. Because it gives a nice soft light.
Yeah, I was hoping to get to the tower. There's no lights on the tower yet. It's always better when you get the pictures of the lights on the tower. I don't know whether I can get any, but I'll see if I can get.
Oh yeah, bro. You got it. Oh shit, yeah. I think that's your best one yet.
Look how clear those lights are.
Shit.
Yeah, that's nice, that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Ballers,
nice.
I don't know if you understand what you're looking at right here, right now.
I just
I
put
do.
it there like that there.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe.
think they do Well, if you guys would like to know, you can always come in and talk about it.
Well, that's sweet, man.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll just zoom. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. There's a big flock of birds just come past them.
Yeah, a whole bunch of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Whole flock.
I can't get it focused any better than that.
But you're on the
No.
optical zoom, correct?
Yeah, that's still on the optical. There's none on the. Well, you can even see there's a little thing going round the top. You can see it on the roller coaster.
There we go. Yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah, this is sweet, man. That's why you came out here tonight, not the sun. This.
Yeah, that's nice. No lights on. Oh yeah, black. Oh, look at that! Fucking hell!
Whoa.
And every time they fly past, yeah, it's gonna look quite cool looking through the.
I mean,
When you
those
rendered
birds
the cap-
must be CGI, right?
Yeah, there's no way they're real. I mean, how are they flying above a curve? Come on.
Oh, look there. There's no way that's not a fucking mountain behind. It's going to be a cloud on it.
Don't
Do
know.
you-
What's that
Difficult to-
extra line at the top?
Could be cloud. More likely cloud though. But I think which one's? I think it's Scarfield. Which one's the 2,000 feet one? That's that side somewhere. I don't.
Where is it? It's a mountain.
Yeah, the bottom's at the top piece. Is it mountain or? I think that's cloud.
It's
I don't know.
mountain as well.
Wow. That's quite far then.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's a nice picture.
I have a question. You think Ranty has ever done this?
I don't think
Being that he
Ranty's
based
ever
his
been here.
whole, I doubt it too. He based his whole philosophy on that one picture, and
Well-
he's close by.
Well, Dave, maybe stare at it for 200 hours and we see what happens.
Yeah, well, can you see the bottom of the picture?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
very bottom of the picture. Well, that's where Ranty thinks the bottom of the mountain is.
Oh, really? Good
Yeah.
for him. Good for him.
Maybe he
Everybody's
should purchase some more tin foil and place on his head.
Well, he could decide to get a new toupee.
What's that?
Little up here.
Oh, beautiful.
Cool.
Look at that.
There's a toothpick.
That looks fucking amazing. That's some good
Dave,
quality pictures. And
did you bring your ruler so you can stick it on your screen?
no, I'll wait till we get home.
He brought a nugget though, so can do it visually for now, and then we'll calculate it based on the
Well,
nugget
you know.
size.
Here you go.
You can use your middle finger and then send it to Randy.
Give me
That
thumb.
one works too.
Thumb, I'll put that. See that? There's me thumb. Look at that. Get your angular measurement on that. There. That's nice, that though.
Hey, just for flat Earth data, you should stick your thumb out and decide how far away that tower is.
Lick the tower.
There you go. Yeah, stick it out. There you go. Oh, you can't
No,
see the
that way.
tower. What the
That way.
fuck? Oh,
Oh, shit.
That's
Oh,
one
I guess,
Rogan and a
I
half.
guess it's smaller than whatever that angle is, eh?
That's
Put
gonna
it
be
somewhere.
Hey,
somewhere.
what happens if you
Ooh.
can't use your thumb? What happens if you can't see the object and use your thumb?
Oh, look.
There you go. There you go. Look. Okay, so it's about a thumb's distance away.
Settled science.
Yeah.
Done. I'm a baller now. Thanks, Bev.
No, but
Don't bring the thanks Bev thing back, please.
first have to stare at it for 200 hours before you can
Let
come up
that
with one.
die.
There's too much criteria for this.
Are you
Come
kidding me? That's gonna go down in history when we reverse it.
It
On them.
already is a history. For fuck's
That's
sake.
gonna be like a nugget. It's gonna go backfire on them.
How far is the nugget?
What happens when you lower your elevation, Bev?
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't.
yeah,
I
we
guess I
want
can't
you.
do it with the camera, can I? I can do it with
We
this, right?
Oh,
So here we go.
We want you on the ground right now.
So it
Drop it.
right now it's at eye level, so about 6 foot, right? If you go down, we're about 5 foot now, and then we can, and then I don't know. I mean, what's meant to happen?
Hey! Can you? Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh no! It's still try and get
Do
the
you-
horizon away from the middle of the picture.
What happened to the light? Did the light
Oh.
disappear?
Oh, hey, look at that! Hey, we're on the side of the ball now.
Oh, is that sideways? Stupid thing.
And this was our flat
Is that what
Earth
that
training.
looks like?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
So that's up and down, and which we want to go left and right, all the way around. See that's where the sun went down,
Mhm.
where that little flashing light is. But it's brighter over here.
Yeah.
That colour. I mean, that's a really strange colour.
Beautiful.
And then it clouds up at this bit here. So that colour that normally is over there normally follows over the top of the mountains behind. The mountains are all the way over there, but
Yeah,
that
you know what it
cloud.
reminds me of? That color reminds me of the Kevin Jackson photo of the black pool.
Actually, you're right. That bluish purple.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I must be wrong, right? It couldn't be
But he
there
def-
because it's on the left. It's not a black pool. How did he take the photo? Ah.
Took it from
Give-
all the way over there. I'll show you when I'm walking back. I'll show you where he took the photo from.
Okay.
Yeah, he did overlays to get it that way. Definitely.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna pack up.
But that was cool.
Success.
Thank you, Bev.
Yeah, the
No
sounds
thank
better,
yous needed.
doesn't it?
I mean, I guess thanks, Dad.
Yeah, I told you that's the theme.
No,
Yes.
we already had that time. Pick a different one. Thanks, Beeve.
Beef. Beef.
Beef.
Oh, is it Beef? Yeah.
Beef.
Thanks, Beef.
I'll take the camera off. You don't need that for the minute, do you?
Someone in the live chat just asked, will there be a Go Fund My Nutsack?
Ask the ballers. They don't even talk
that's
about him.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You say go find my nutsack or fund it?
Yeah. Fund it.
Oh,
Fund.
fund it.
Help
Yeah.
the nutsack.
Oh, I'm not helping nobody's nutsack.
It's a nutsack relief fund.
I'm sorry. I mean, I know $10 is $10, but there's the line. Right? You gotta- That's where I'm drawing it.
It seems more concerned of him than his buddies are, because I never hear them once talk about him.
Mm,
Not once.
I know. I think it's
I
because
hope.
he's upset them.
You think?
Yeah, he had the horizon above the eye level. Even Walter Bislin backed him up. You know who else has horizons above eye level? Flirts.
No,
Yeah, George has
there.
just took a picture of it. He showed a picture that
Flirts.
he's a flirt.
Flat Earther's horizon is at and rises to eye level.
Relative. Remember the word relative.
Right.
Guys, George just sent me a video, and it appears it. let me just have a look at it.
He privately sent you a video. I'm not sure if I want to see that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna DM you. Okay.
Does it involve a pink G-string and dancing? I see.
That it involved nut sex.
I feel upset if he didn't send it to me. I was always the one inquiring, making sure he's okay.
Maybe Bertie's second house down now as well.
I'm gonna ask him if it's okay to post it, and if he says yes, I'll post it.
Oh, you're being serious?
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Ah.
serious.
Oh, so you're good buddies, actually. Wow. Okay.
This is a conspiracy. AC's buddy with nutsack.
He's probably listening, and yeah. Let me ask him.
Okay. Well,
Just get him to confirm it. Yeah, get him to confirm it's not because the horizon above the eye level, or the fact that he completely trashed all of the main surveyor's abilities of actually being a real surveyor.
Yeah. Well, he can always come in and talk about it if he really wants to.
Yeah.
Of course.
Do you
I'm still
welcome
waiting
him
his
here,
reply.
Bev?
Pardon?
Do you welcome him here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Say we welcome everyone here.
Okay.
Even people issuing death threats. Fine.
He says I lost most of my personal belongings.
Oh, my
Khan
God.
and I were off visiting friends. Let's see if he gives us permission to show it.
Well, that's good that they're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, no matter what, no matter what, I don't wish anybody harm.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Glad they're okay.
I 100% agree with that. Any time of the day.
So this happened July 5th.
Fireworks.
He says on the evening of July 5th, 2021, my house caught fire and was totally gutted within 45 minutes. I lost most of my personal belongings.
That's fast. But
You see, George, who was asking about you? Not your friends, the ballers. I asked about you. Us.
How dare you care for someone, I see.
Yeah. Well, he didn't answer, so I guess it's not okay. I guess we'll have to wait for whenever he decides. I didn't see much of it. I just saw a couple of minutes.
What's it about, though?
he walks through showing like I guess he was walking towards his house, but that's all I saw.
Okay. Probably showing how it looks now.
Yeah.
Which house was it?
His main house.
Not the Rainy Lake house.
I think so, yeah.
Oh no. All of that optics info and all of
I believe so, yeah.
that. Oh dear.
If he had decent insurance.
If he says I lost most of my personal belongings, it would have to be the main house, right?
Yeah. Okay, so.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. He has it on his main channel. So I guess if you guys go on his channel, I guess you guys could see it.
Yeah, so it is public then at least.
Nobody said anything like that to us.
Well, I'm going to bed. I have work in the morning. Thanks for the live stream, dude.
Okay.
Chat tomorrow. Cheers.
See you
bye.
later.
Later, Flat.
See you, see you.
Later, Flatside. Have a good night.
Bye bye.
Did George say what started the fire, or does he not know?
July 5th.
July 5th. I don't think he. Oh, yeah. You can clearly see here. There's some. Let's see. No, he didn't. I don't think he said what started it. You definitely see a burned house. I can vouch for that. He says a lithium ion battery blew up, he thinks.
From a drone.
Doesn't say from what. I can tell you the house is gutted, completely burned. Yeah. If that's his house, that house is gone.
Right, here we go. I'll switch the camera on. So you can get an idea. This is the roundabout there. Right, this is the car park. And Blackpool's over in that direction. And that's the trail. So that'd be the line that you're looking at to do the picture that he was on. But at this sort of level, there's too much refraction, right? So the only place you can see it, we've been all the way along this line, took pictures from there, all the way along, all the way up to there. The only place you can get the picture is that hill there, that highest one.
Yeah.
That's where you take the picture from, all the way over that way. And that's at like 19 feet up there. Like, it's
Maybe
the
if you go
highest.
there, you can still smell his perfume.
Moon's getting bigger. Pretty big that. But so yeah, that from there to Blackpool is the line that they took. He took. I think it'd be nice if he'd come and talk to us about it. Like, then we'd know
I
for
would
sure.
love that. I would love that.
But I don't think he is going to come. Kevin Jackson, he's never talked to us on Twitter or anything. Even though I keep telling him, they keep using my name on his picture. He's not bothered.
Yeah, that's
So-
kind of like a copyright problem, isn't it? Seems like it at least. Yeah.
Well, it would be, surely. If he's got a photo up for charity, it seems a bit wrong that people have added my name to it. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
who'd want to help a flirt? Right? A presumed flirt.
I don't know. I got no fucking idea who would want that. You know.
Oh. Are you there still?
Mm-hmm. I mean, who are you asking?
Yeah. Just, I don't know.
We are here.
Yeah. Good. I'm driving. Going home. Right, that was good. Well, when I get back, we'll get the Fatima Morganas out from last night and upload that one because that's slightly different. Seems like the bigger the Morgana, the longer it takes. Sunset as well.
It's quite different, by the way. It's not slightly. It's quite different.
Sorry, 2 days, two complete different views.
Yeah. Yeah, about 500 feet difference as well between the two.
So almost, as the sun goes, almost the same distance.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on that though, because there's definitely something to that. Still air within this sort of region. And the sunset.
Were you higher or lower? I don't know. Obviously, you were lower. What a dumb question. You're on the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
I don't know. I only ever thought that you should be able to see it at low levels because it's the compression, isn't it, of all of them layers? But I think yesterday when we went, it must have been exceptionally still for us to do that. I mean, I'll have to keep swapping it now and checking whether we go to the beach or whether we go up to the, to be able to see it at higher layers.
Yeah, could it be an angle thing? Yeah.
Well, I think, personally, I think it's how still the air is. Because it needs to settle into those bands, doesn't it, of its own accord. Now, if there's wind or whatever, all of those layers will get mixed up. But if there's no wind, you wouldn't get that mixing of those layers.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. Gotta test it out. We don't do guesswork over here.
Yeah. Well, it was guesswork that took me there today. And there was a little bit, wasn't there?
I would say, but not. Yeah, well, It was good. The sun was good, but I think the main reason today was the stones.
Yeah, remind everybody about the stones. Well, not that anybody even knows what they are there or why they're there, because nobody wants to talk about it, particularly people like Ranty and Cats.
Oh, I asked Ranty on a chat, and he didn't respond.
Yeah.
He knows what that means. He wants to look up at windmills, at mountaintops. He wants to draw pretty lines.
And he wants to tell you it's below. Because it should be below eye level, shouldn't it? According to his theory of towns being below the mountain, mid-picture horizons and all of that bullshit.
Yeah.
So the very fact that you can see those stones is a bit of a problem for some people. That's why they won't want to talk about it.
Oh, yeah, they know how devastating that is. Because according to their own fantasy, that shouldn't happen. We know, we see them because they're there, right? We know we're not delusional. But for them, oh, they got to whip out rulers, calculators, R values, the works.
Yeah, they have to end up explaining how they can see it when it's pretty obvious that you can just see it.
Why can't we see it? Because we can see it.
It's there.
What? Why can't we see it? Because, well, it's blocked. Can't see it no longer. We moved far enough away that we can no longer see it. Very simple.
What else was there we needed to talk about? It was definitely something else. Keep forgetting about stuff.
Drama. You
Yeah,
wrote
what?
drama only Sunday. But
Yeah,
exactly what did you mean by that? I don't know, by the way.
No, well, yeah, neither do I.
That's great. Okay.
I was inspired by Jose the other day saying that he doesn't do
Jose.
drama, but then he obviously does do drama.
Well, I think I heard him saying that he trolls, that he fucks everyone over. Like every time anybody comes on the stream, everybody is just a persona on YouTube, so he doesn't really care. I'm not sure. So if that's not drama, according to Jose, then what is, by the way?
That's why we do this. This is drama. This is what we do. Bringing the drama at Southport Beach. That's twice this weekend we've been out though. That's all right. Regular sort of thing.
Yeah.
Discord gives us the chance to be able to do this. It's great. Oh yeah, I am still driving at the minute, so.
Well, you don't see every day, the researchers of the globe or the flat or the level actually going out and doing some experiments or tests or just, simply actually doing something instead of just, sitting in a room and talking all fucking day.
Well, yeah, this is only the start, really. I mean, we have got plenty of little tests to do, and this sort of stuff. But like I say, Discord gives us the chance to be able to do this. Just need to find some way to hook up my camera to the Discord feed, and then we can get that pipe straight through, hopefully. But I don't know. Maybe there's a way for me to use the Bridge app and then screen share.
I mean,
Might have
you
to
can ask
test
Renty to use his drone, right? We could plug that into this Discord. No,
to test it.
we can make it
I don't
happen.
know. I think you have to have a license or something now for flying drones. I'm not so sure
Oh,
whether
that too.
Anthony's thinking about
So
that.
that's why he's not doing it. Okay, now I get it.
If he's got it. I mean, we don't know. I don't know what happened to it.
It flew away by itself.
He might be like my lad and get scared flying drones. Doesn't want to lose it or whatever.
He's afraid he's not able to, drive it backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, might crash it. Then it'd be a waste.
In a field
Better
like
leave it in the
Blackpool,
box.
where there's literally not one tree within, like, I don't know, 500 miles. Yeah. Poor guy.
What? No trees on the beach?
It would be good to go and have a look at Blackpool Tower. You could do a lap of it, couldn't you?
Actually, yeah.
What do you reckon the chances of Blackpool Tower being a stop off for like a Zeppelin type aircraft?
What do you mean by that?
A hookup.
Well, when the like the Zeppelin, Hindenburg, those sort of airships. I mean, where would you put them? Would you reckon Blackpool Tower could have been a stop-off place where the people got on and off them?
Well, yeah, sure.
Is there an elevator in it? Blackpool
Yeah.
Tower. So there you go. Yeah, why not? Back in the day, those things were very common.
Yeah.
Oh, and as a matter of fact, they're making a comeback. Look at this logos. I just downloaded one just yesterday. Greece is using 2 of those ships for the border patrol. It's a new EU thing. I just read about it yesterday.
It makes sense, doesn't it? You don't need any propulsion or anything, really. You just need to get it up there. And that's just a matter of gas.
And you can linger up there.
Yeah. Yeah, luxurious travel. But I mean, I'm guessing it's pretty cheap.
Well, back in the day, it must have been, yeah. But can you touch the horizon from a Zeppelin? That's what I'm wondering about. Because if you can, then I'm going to the UK. Fuck that, I'm going there.
Who was it that told you could?
You broke off right before the question.
Who was it that told you could? Yeah. Who was the person that?
It was a
troll
Billy.
Somewhere.
Hilly Billy from Brandes.
Okay.
What's his
Random
name?
no names. Yeah. I mean, that's why they changed the name, so they can spout stupid shit. And you go, who is it? And you go, I don't know, it's just some random no-name person. Spouting shite for the Globe.
What I'm interested in is what do they get out of this when they do this shit?
Saying stupid shit.
And
Like,
that's
why
it.
do the ballers say stupid shit? The model dictates it. And then
But
other
that's one.
people can always use these really stupid ones, stupid people to hide behind. Because they always come to just obfuscate an argument, don't they? I mean, at the
They
beginning
usually
of
do.
the line of questioning, you will have had a really good question, of which he will have had to have obfuscated into saying that the horizon was physical.
Yeah.
Then you're into an argument about whether the horizon's physical or not, which is just a stupid question, isn't it? It's a stupid argument to even go to.
Obviously.
And then they'll normally end up switching it by saying, oh, well, because you don't think the horizon's physical, does that mean you think that's a proof of flat Earth? Or something like that.
Well, they usually
Which-
do, but I wasn't playing that game.
Yeah. It's like this line of questioning that these people go to that just end up flipping it round to you're a flat earther. Therefore, nothing you say, no, not even any question that you ask, even questions like, did he just say a square with 5 sides?
Yeah.
When, like What's Up said earlier, they don't understand the nuance of a mathematical joke. It's
Yep.
it's an intellectual ha ha.
It's very much that, and nothing else, by the way.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
don't fucking get that. And this is how I know, by the way, that they never have in their fucking life, and we are talking about like 40, 50, some of them are 70-year-old guys. They have never even been close to a university, let alone talk to a professor or have been one.
Well, yeah. I probably have to agree. But there has been some clever people that I've talked to. Well, clever. Educated people,
Define
let's say.
clever. Define
Yeah,
clever, please.
educated, that's how I'm changing it. Educated
That's
within
better,
the
yeah.
university system that I've
Yeah.
talked to, that they fall into these similar sort of traps. Well, not a trap, but you're asking them a question, and if they can't find an answer, they will do what the ballers do. They automatically have a cog dis reaction where it turns into an obfuscation or a changing of the point. Normally, I'm going to call it the Rakir defense, the one where they just say, well, ships go over the horizon. As if like that's the only thing that they can go to. Failsafe always mention ships over the horizon. The LIGO call center response.
LIGO call center. Beautiful.
How is the story, by the way, that someone from here called up actually the LIGO, I don't know, PR or something that is supposedly
Rakia
right
called.
there.
Yeah.
Rakia.
Yeah.
And he told us that there is one guy actually sitting at the fucking phone waiting for phone calls about LIGO. And it's one fucking guy. Like,
Not only
they don't
that,
even
he
do
anticipated
anything
the
there
question.
anymore, right?
Yeah. Too bad Rakia is not here to tell the story.
Yeah. Tough one to go over that. He asked LIGO, it was about horizontal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He mentioned level or he didn't mention level. Horizontally mentioned, and the automatic response was ships go over the horizon.
Yep. That's telling right there.
It's almost like the call center guy has some experience regarding these kind of questions, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're not the only woke people around. There's a lot of people, but a lot of them are afraid to speak out. You know, they're afraid of their
Speak
jobs. They're
out.
afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, to come in here to make videos or podcasts or anything like that. Yeah, they are still kind of suppressed by their own little communities, like their job, family, friends. Yeah.
Yeah, they're afraid of ridicule. They're afraid of losing their jobs. Yeah, this is serious business. People accuse you of being crazy, child abusers, all kinds of things because you don't think like they do.
Well, let me get across a little point here. So if you are out there and you talk about this stuff, and if you ever, and I'm very serious, if you ever experience anything like Bev and I did and some others, that they call you child molesters or pedophiles or anything like that, then the first reaction should be right from the top of your very first key hit, or if you talk to them, the very first note that you hit, that you are going to go to court if he doesn't stop that. I think we should not allow this kind of behavior, ever. So there is a certain line you shouldn't cross, even when you joke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the people that we deal with, this community is set up in that way that those people are protected. It serves the community well for those people to be allowed to do that.
Yeah, by the boundaries of my country, by the way, that's what they are protected. And that's how they are protected. Certainly not going to go to another country to sue them over this kind of shit, but if it would happen in real life, that's that's the end of them right there. Especially if they obfuscate on it and they repeat it again and again.
Yeah. But I mean, it's only to stop the conversation, right? It normally comes after a question that they can't answer. And I mean, I foolishly, when I came into this, foolishly thought it was a genuine place where you actually get answers to questions. Foolishly, that doesn't happen at all. There's no answers in any of this round here. You have to find all of that for yourself.
Well, yeah, you're right about that, by the way. So, from one viewpoint, it's just a little tactic that they use. It's like a little psychology to get you go away from all of this altogether. And you're right about that. And yeah, it probably works, by the way. I think they wouldn't use these sentences and these phrases if it didn't work.
Yeah, I think in general in this community, there's such a mixture, if we call it a community, but there's just a mixture of people. Some people have just different agendas. Some people actually maybe want to have real conversations and real discussion. Some people are actually seeking truth or knowledge, and then other people are just, have a totally different agenda, whether that's to shut it down or to cause chaos or to do all the slander, and the insults just to make the whole discussion, look chaotic and unstable for newcomers.
Yeah, half the thing is there's not that many newcomers I've noticed just recently. I mean, maybe because when we were early on, we were in 24/7, and there seems to be a lot of people coming round there, but I think most of them were trolls. But there's not that many new people, and I was quite lucky to find what's up as a new person. But I mean, there's not many new people in this community or in this arena because of the people that
get other people out of it, right? Who seriously would want to be in a community like this, where you just get abused for asking questions?
Right. It's as if the abusers in some way have, cleared out the room.
Yeah.
It's like if you go to a party and everyone's hanging out, you're having a good time, whatever it may be, and then there's a couple people that are just have baseball bats, that are just hitting everyone. It's like that's going to clear out the party pretty quickly. Yeah, and they do it. They know what they're doing. I mean, they do it for a reason, and there's already enough ridicule. So if there's enough abuse going on, a lot of people, even if they're curious about it, they're going to shy away from it. When they start to see that, like if they know if they step up and ask a question, and that's what happens to them. So yeah, unfortunately, it's sort of this toxic social engineering that's going on, where along with the censorship, on YouTube and just the general internet censorship as well, those things together seem to have, at least for the moment, I know what you mean, kind of slowed things down in a way.
Yeah, I can't see anybody else coming into this. I think they're going to kill it. The flat Earth is gone. I mean, like as it should be, right? Because there's no such thing. And it's only there for ridicule. And there's a group of people that have got no clue about anything other than what their model dictates. And that's all they say. It doesn't matter if you can find something that goes against it. And you go, well, your model can't be, because we've got this observable reality. Well, they'll just completely go against everything to support the model. It's a horrible community to be in when you've got questions, because you see how they work. They all obfuscate terribly, and they work in teams. You'll go into a conversation talking about one thing, and you'll change and go through about 8 different topics and end up on them talking about you being an anti-vaxxer.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they do far too much of that, and that's only to get to give flat earthers a bad name. Again, they'll do anything they can to link you to flat Earth, and then to give you a bad name because of it, and make you add to that list. It's got to end, right? It's got to. That fight the flat Earth type ridicule of people, that's definitely coming to an end. That's being shown as like, that's not the way. You can't have debates like that, because they're not even debates. You pretending they are debates is a bit of a silly idea. We just switch back to the other one. Go home now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the knowledge of this truth is going to die, but maybe some part of it has to die. I mean, I'm fine with the flat Earth term and that whole concept. I've never been tied to that, so that can go ahead and die as far as I'm concerned. In terms of all that whole the image of that, the image that other people have of it. I mean, yeah, the Earth is not a globe. And one of the definitions of the word flat is horizontally level. So I suppose it fits that one definition, but it doesn't fit overall. And it's not a very full description of what the Earth is. And I think that all of the negativity and it's just got a very empty energy to it because of all the ridicule and the way that they've set it up as like a psychological operation, basically, that term. So that term needs to die. I don't think that's really helping anywhere ultimately. I mean, it's the term a lot of us have used just, because there was no other term, but I hope something can be reborn in the place of it.
You're looking at it. You're in it right now. This is the replacement. The truth movement. Logos. This is it, brother. We are it.
I don't know. I don't want to go that far, but I mean, yeah. I mean, it's got to go. That whole ridicule thing. You can't be ridiculed for asking questions unless you go in for the full 1984. And
Well,
I mean,
don't get me wrong. I don't mean like we're special or anything like that. I mean, the next step, right? The next step on this springboard is a truth movement. Like, not just the Earth, everything. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, we do.
It's not
We've
just
just got to
about the Earth.
discuss things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think unfortunately, whoever is pushing this globe deception at the beginning, it's like they tied that term flat Earth along with it. You know, like they inverted the cosmology. They obviously pushed it. They did all of their methods of pushing it, and then they tied this term flat Earth in with it. So everybody that was taught the globe, you know, sort of had that wide-eyed, you know, we're children, just okay, the Earth's a globe, and then that term flat earther was the opposing term to that, which was, you know, is been programmed that you're supposed to ridicule it and beat it down and think it's so ridiculous. And so as people have grown up in their adult form, that's where they're at. But really, that has nothing to do with what the truth is necessarily. That's just a part of the psychological, you know, process that they've run people through. But the truth is different than that entirely. So somehow that needs to be fleshed out and separated, perhaps, and somehow brought through in a healthier way.
There you go. Check
It has
that,
become
sugar cookie. Say flat isn't the same as horizontal. Well, there's a really old dictionary, one of the one of the oldest ones we've found, and shout out John, I think it was, that sent us that. Yeah, flat used to be horizontally level. That's because it's a flat in reality, and the only flat is planes and the water level. Horizontal. I mean, you didn't used to have glass as being flat in an upright position. It was just horizontal. So yeah, flat is level, and that's why they go after. That's why they reappropriate it. They make it a ridicule when it did actually used to be horizontally level. Like so, I mean, like they just changed the word and then they put ridicule to that word. Flat Earth. And it's not even the Earth that you're talking about. If you're talking about the Earth as a whole, well then you're playing into the minds of the model. Who knows what the whole is? There's no such thing.
Exactly. It has become a derogatory term, flat earther. You think it's by accident that Obama mentioned it? The people write his speeches, right? It's not by accident that they use that. It has become like an N-word, right? The N-word, but worse. Much, much worse.
Yeah. It's the only acceptable form of bigotry that's allowed. And once you can label anybody from any other group that is probably protected, like disabled people or, you know, colours, or it doesn't make any difference. If you get labelled with flat earther, all of those other things don't matter. You know. And to hear some of the things that people like Ranty are coming out with, it's sickening to know that people helped him. And he's now turning his back on them, calling them all sorts of names, saying they have mental problems and all of that, just because Ranty might have some problems. There's no need to assume that every flat earther does the same, right? I mean, Ranty was one of the only flat earthers that actually took on the name. He took on that flat name all of his own. Ranty.
Yeah, you can't get you really. It's hard to reach a lower level of integrity to claim to have a name and to be something Ranty Flat Earth, and then even if he did change his viewpoint,
yeah,
it seems like if he was in integrity, he would have maybe understanding and compassion. Like if he really thinks flat Earth is false, then he would have understanding and compassion, maybe, help his fellow friends. But instead, he just went the other way and began, just all the toxic ridicule. I mean, that level of integrity is just, it doesn't hold any strength whatsoever.
He
I mean,
must
just
have
even on a
known what
basic
it was
human
like,
level.
right? Well, you presume, right? If he was an honest, supposedly mistaken flat earther, right, and he went through all of that and like the lofty position that he held himself in, if he did turn, then he just sort of he should have had some sort of ethical bias towards the people that supported him, but it's pretty obvious. Like I said, this ranty thing has exposed a hell of a lot more, because that would be somebody with integrity and honesty and all of that. Ranty's shown himself. He's never been like that. Ranty was never a flat earther. He took that name because he thought it would help him as a YouTube creator. And when it didn't work and he found a better way, he just swapped. It never meant anything to him other than some sort of way for him to get fame or whatever. Ranty was never interested in anything to do with anybody finding anything out. I asked him if he wanted to come and do a laser test. I asked him if he wanted to come and see the auto level, come to the canal. I'd sent him messages if he wanted to come and see the Fata Morganas, to get out with his camera. He never went with any of them. In turn, Ranty just said about the level is horizontal bullshit bollocks and all of that sort of shit and got pissed. And now he's got some sort of a vendetta against the very people that helped him. There's loads of people that have talked to us that like actually thought Ranty was a good bloke and they supported him. Can't understand why he's like he is at the minute. Well, if you understand that he was always been like that and he was just playing a part, then I think it should fit. All of the pieces should just fit together. The very fact that Ranty won't come and do have a discussion. He's doing the thanks Bev bullshit, but what's he thanking me for? He was the one that stared at that picture for 200 hours and handed it off to Cats to make a video about it, and Ranty's turning. It's only because he said about that car park where he went to go and take the picture from. That's where I go. I've been going there for ages. I've been going there a lot more since. But, I mean, what has he got to thank anybody for? Unless, for some reason, Ranty got paid off to do this whole thing just to turn and flip for some reason to cause drama.
It was obviously a theater, by the way, nothing else. A long one, and quite funny, but
well,
from a viewpoint.
I'd like to know,
but
right?
That's it.
I'd like to know that he obviously saw the picture and they'd done everything that they were doing because Ruhif made a model of it and did all of that, right? That's got nothing to do with the picture my lad took. Nothing at all, right? So was it the fact that we went there to take the picture and show, like, well, obviously this picture is a composite. It's not a real picture, the one that Kevin Jackson... If it is a real picture, Kevin, come and have a chat. But I'm saying it's a composite of multiple pictures taken from somewhere that you said it wasn't. You said it was taken freehand. Definitely not taken freehand. Not taken from the Velvet Trail.
Freehand.
Yeah, he said it was... Yeah, he didn't have a tripod because he was just walking down the trail, which he wasn't. I think he was up at the top of the biggest mound, like I showed you earlier. So he went there to take that picture especially. But he said he was just walking in the evening, but taking an early morning shot.
Yeah, that's where you casually walk. nearby Blackpool with a camera on your backpack or something like that. Calm the fuck on.
But like, yeah, I don't know what he's got to thank me for, right? Unless this whole thing is what they do, is they just divert.
They blow
If
it
we
up.
point
Yeah.
at Bev and say, thanks, Bev, for proving the globe, when he had nothing to do with it at all, then perhaps nobody will bother pointing at us and going, so what are you saying, Ranty? You're saying the water level actually drops away from here to Blackpool when you can see Blackpool over there and it's not dropping. Like, Ranty doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about, I'm telling you. And I can prove it because I know Ranty will not come and discuss it because he hasn't got a clue what he's going to talk about. It's all bullshit and he doesn't know. And conspiracy cats as well. He couldn't explain anything.
No, but he can play the guitar, right? And can sing. So that goes for him.
Yeah.
Well, this whole approach of thanking people, you know, they do the thanks Bob, and all that. It's really just like a reverse ridicule technique. Instead of actually talking about the information and standing in truth, instead they use that as, you know, sort of thanking the other side as kind of a little polarity switch. You know, like sometimes when people are arguing, they might say, "Oh, thank you, you just proved my point," even though, you know, the other person didn't confirm that. You know, it's a one-sided, you know, thinking basically that they're using it's just another ridicule technique. And I guess maybe they think it's effective, but it's pretty bizarre to be thanking all these flat earthers if people think that they're wrong, but they're running around thanking all of them.
Yeah, all of their proofs seem to come from the flat earthers that they think are stupid. It's a little bit strange. And the way everybody seems to let them do it and then argues against them doing it is part of the obfuscation thing.
Yeah. I guess my view, like on Ranty, and I mean, there's so many characters that are in this, you know, arena, as it were. And I guess I just personally don't feel like they're all worth giving too much of my energy to. You know, so like I'd rather, just for myself, rather focus on, you know, try to be like laser focused on what I'm focusing on. Like someone like Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, I just never watch his channel, never will, so I can't get too wrapped up, you know, in what he's doing. And someone like Ranty has sort of joined the ranks at that point. I never really followed Ranty that much, even when he was doing Flat Earth stuff. I mean, I would hear him here and there, and you know, he seemed to be fairly logical in what he was saying at the time, but I never was really following him. But now that he's done this move, it's like, well, I guess he can try to influence whoever he's influencing, but to me, he's just become completely irrelevant, and I just can't see it being worth my energy to focus on him because, yeah, he's shown his level of integrity, and he's gone down a road that it just seems deceptive and toxic and of low character, and he's also pushing, you know, something that I know to be false as well. So it's like, what is there to gain from, you know, from him, you know, from myself? I'm not that I'm looking for people to gain to, but I'm just saying, like, what is there to glean? You know, is there any wisdom, knowledge, insight? I don't see any there, at least not for myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Normally I wouldn't have bothered. It's just that he seems to be putting my name about. I mean, it's all over Gem Pandas as well still. Thanks, Bev. They're still on that picture that's got nothing to do with me. So, I mean, it's Ranty that's bringing my name into this. Now, am I just meant to ignore that? Because Ranty's out there telling all of the Globers that I've done something to help him. Right?
Essentially,
everybody thinks now that I'm the one that's proved the globe to Ranty.
Right. Yeah. I mean, essentially, in that, it's as if, like, I'm a little bit different with Ranty because I've always been I haven't been in, you know, relation with him too much. But yeah, you have essentially been targeted. So it's like you've been targeted by him in his whole drama. So I can see what you mean, that you're more involved and have to somewhat. I don't know. I can't say what the answers would be, but yeah, it's challenging when someone's doing that for sure. Just using you as a target and probably trying to take you down in one way or another, whether that's trying to slander your name or trying to somehow not take you out, but you probably, you know what I mean? Sort of trying to.
It's stopping people from coming here and talking, right?
Yeah.
Literally, it's all about stopping the conversation. That's all we're after here, is having that conversation. I mean, I'd still love to have a chat with Ranty and try and get out of him what he thinks, he's going, and what that picture proves, and explain to us how it proves what he thinks it proves. I mean, I'm all up for those sort of conversations. There's a side that isn't.
Yeah, well, that would have been more legitimate. Like, for example, let's just say somebody in one of these communities that, is hosting one of these servers or whatever it may be, if they quote unquote flipped, it would seem, like they would come to the community, maybe discuss it, at length, hear everybody's viewpoints, hear a wide range of people's viewpoints. And if he's really seeking the truth, then he would bring that truth to the community. And if anything, maybe he would want to help everybody to see the truth he saw. But that's not the way it went down. He ended up just trying to slander people, using you, trying to throw people under the bus, and then obviously doing all the trolling and ridiculing. So it just shows that, I mean, there's nothing about that indicates that he, woke up to some truth. It seems like he slid into some darker mode of being, and that just his behavior is indicative of that.
Influenced by cats, right? He started a channel with cats and then started getting friendly with cats. And now he's really, really friendly with cats. I personally think there's a new YouTube arena, right? And you have to do deals to get it in on this arena now. And they're going to control it. They're going to take the monopoly of it, and they're going to say who's allowed to go on YouTube and have this thing and who isn't. You'll get people who come and listen to you, and if you're not in with this crowd, you just won't get anybody. They'll blackball you. And I'm getting the feeling that that's coming pretty soon. From Ranty. It's on the back of what Ranty's doing. Mainly because we've got a level is horizontal. Very simple thing. It's a straight line. It's known as a straight line, and it will be proved as a straight line. And we will show that and how it's done. But Ranty and that crew of people cannot enter this argument. People like Jesse Kozlowski have said that level curves. Even Ranty, as a flat earther, couldn't understand the fact that level could be horizontal. Brandon struggles with it. There's loads of people struggle with the fact of how do you prove a straight line without knowing what geometry is and how to do it. Ranty was definitely one of those. Ruhif as well. Ruhif's showing himself to want to just go after people so they can sue you. Did you know about Ruhif? That this stuff with Steve McRae and Kyle with the non sequitur?
I've heard about some of it, yeah, but I don't know all the details, but I do know about
details
one of the guys
right at the beginning. Steve, when there was something going on, and Ruhif said, "Sue him. I'll give you the money. I'll back you." And Steve went, "Yeah, all right then." So it's all because of Ruhif put up the money for Steve.
Oh wow, I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
Well, so and then Kyle, is that the one who's going to prison?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
So I thought-
Is he meant to
I
be
thought
going
that-
to prison? I don't
Yeah,
really
I-
know. You can't tell what's going on because Steve McRae lies, Cheshire Vicky lies, and most of the stuff that you will hear will come from the lying side of the thing.
Right. Yeah, I've only heard sort of from the outside of it, but yeah, I mean, if Ruhif actually funded that, wow, yeah, that's. Phew.
Yeah, Ruhif funded most of everything. Ruhif's the guy with all of the money. When I asked him, Ruhif's the guy that funded Slice Barkane's bending water level test. Every time you look anywhere, you will find Ruhif in all of this community. I mean, what's Ruhif got in the community for? What does Ruhif do in this community? I mean, there's no such thing as a globe expert because it doesn't exist. There's only people in Discord servers that imagine that they're the globe experts. It's just a model.
Yeah, it's just a spectrum of snake oil salesmen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All a little different. This one a little different than that one.
Well, they all contradict each other as well, so they've got every angle of every argument covered. If you ever corner them, they'll say, well, that's not me. I didn't say that. And you'll go, yes, you just did. And they'll go, well, that was then. You've got to look at it from a different angle. You know, I can change my mind if I want.
I was having this image in my mind, like imagine if you had like a basketball court, and then on one half of the court you have people that are in line with the truth and maybe trying to share the truth, and then on the other side of the basketball court you have, you know, the people that are pushing the lie or want to suppress the truth, and the people trying to suppress it, they can't. Like, what can they really do? You know, if they don't have the truth on their side, what can they do? You know, they can't step into truth and actually, you know, speak the truth. So what they have to do is all of these tactics. And that involves, like we were saying, the ridicule, the insults, the abuse, the chaos, you know, causing some of these chats, you know, just all the over talking. I mean, there's just like levels of that. Then there's just the actual argument tactics that they're using, you know, the manipulation of information and data and all kinds of things like that. And then you've got, you know, even to some of these other tactics like the social shaming and, you know, character slander, you know, targeting people in particular, making memes that are targeting specific people. And then you have, you know, I mean, at the level of what Ruhif's trying to do, you take it to a legal, you know, trying to record people and trying to sue people. I mean, that's just the definition of slimy tactics. I mean, somebody who's in truth does not have to behave that way at all. So, but that's all they can do. I mean, all those things I just mentioned, and there's probably at least 30 more that we could name that we've seen. But it's really all they have. You know, they don't have the truth. So it's like at the end of the day, they have to use their tactics, and I guess their tactics can be somewhat successful on the surface, but I don't think they will be in the long run. That's for sure.
Well, I can't see that. Like, this is why I say this is dying, right? That flat Earth ridicule of fight the flat Earth. He can't do it far too many more times, right? If people start coming round here and have a proper conversation with us, you'll see the difference. That their side of everything will die because, I mean, why do they want to go round and talk to each other about the globe? It sounds ridiculous. It's like people talking about Father Christmas. Ooh, what are you going to get when Father Christmas comes? And it's like, it's all that. I mean, if there's no flat earthers there for them to ridicule, it's terrible listening to them. It's like a load of grown adults talking about childhood stories, fanciful thoughts that they have. That
yeah, and it
that
is bizarre.
can't
It's bizarre too. Exactly, and it's bizarre because they're supposed to be speaking about the thing that is apparently proven to be true. So like, what are they doing? They're just making a channel just to repeat the thing that they think is true.
Yeah.
So you're right. They need the quote unquote flat earthers. They need them. That's why like Gem Panda, a lot of people talk about his server. I mean, it still has people in there, but I mean, a lot of the guys have said it's sort of dying in a sense because, flat earthers don't go there anymore just because there's so much abuse and ridicule. And like, what would Gem Panda's server be if no one went there? It would just be a bunch of guys just insulting people that aren't there.
Yeah, it would be.
Pretty sad.
Literally, they find videos that you make, and they just talk about that and ridicule you about that. They've got nothing, and they never have had anything. It's it's pretty bad, and that's why I say it's dying. Like, as soon as people realise that, then the only other thing they've got to go for is fake flat earthers, and that's the bit that's interesting.
Well, this idea of something kind of dying is interesting in terms of flat Earth. I saw Bro Sanchez. I'll just read this first sentence or two. He made this post on YouTube. This is just yesterday, I guess. He said, "What happened to the flat Earth movement? Hit pieces, government censorship, and division. FE hasn't been the same, but we have the power to turn things around. Flat Earthers know that unity is the key, yet our own community is divided into cliques. I would love to see the FE community resurrect itself." And then he goes on to say that it's sort of an idea that trying to maybe get all of the known channels together and try to bring people together. But just interesting that he wrote that. So he's obviously kind of feeling something with that too. Now, I know people on the globe side might say, oh, it's because, flat Earth itself is dying. Well, I don't think the truth is dying. The Earth is not dying, but there is something that perhaps is shifting in some way.
Yeah, the flat Earth that's been given to you has been given to you by the Flat Earth Society.
Right.
And the Flat Earth Society perpetuates that bullshit of flat Earth. Now, the true, what I call it, flat earthers, but they're just people asking questions, which is what we should be here, right? We should be here for the people who come in with questions and aid them with answers, right? That's how this community should be. Now, with all of the Globers in it, anybody asking one of those questions just gets ridiculed, slandered, and pushed out. And when they find that the flat earthers that are meant to be helping them know little to nothing as well, and it's just as bad obfuscation, then are those flat earthers real flat earthers, or are they just people who are in this community to have a role? Because I think these people, the debunkers, let's say, the top guys probably, they know they're not debunking anything really. They're just debunking the flat earthers and any argument that the flat earther comes up with, like conspiracy theory debunkers like Mick West. They'll just go against anything because that's what they do, and that's their job, to go against them. But once those people die out, there's only fake flat earthers, and the fake flat earthers are deceiving the Globers just as much, because they'll be Flat Earth Society as well. And they're deceiving the Globers just as much as the people who are teaching them the globe bullshit that's not true. Because the fake flat earthers at least give these Globers a chance to think that they're much cleverer than the fake flat earthers. Because some of them are stupid. You've got to admit, right? You aren't helped by certain people within your community. When you're fighting your own guys saying stupid shit. And you think, why did they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think back on the 24/7 Flat Earth server, the first one, the 1.0, there was a time there where things were pretty good. Like there was a period there, maybe 6 months or so, where there was the moderator team was pretty good just in terms of who was mod at that time, and the gold members and so on. And I mean, it still had its issues, but at least most of the mod team was on the same page. And when new people came in, at least there was some kind of a system. But I know what you mean. There would also be all kinds of interference and people that, you know, some of the mods and golds that were, causing all kinds of disruption. But I guess I only bring it up to say that, you know, it was happening then, at least somewhat. I mean, I don't know if you had that experience at that time, you know, whether you felt that, but I mean, there was at least some sense of that. And of course that the 2.0 server and everything else gone in a totally different direction. And it's really just a shell of what it used to be in terms of what it is now, totally locked down. And it's just a totally different thing. But I think if there was something like that was happening again, where you had a good team of people and you had those new people coming in without the corruption happening, you know, there's the potential to be able to have real discussions again with the public, essentially.
Oh, well, the discussions with the public are coming. I mean, that's already planned. We know that, like I say, I came into this with a goal to find out what was going on with people. Ended up finding a load of good people. And we've got to progress. We've got to get away from it right now. When I first started, it takes some time for you to fit in and talk in any arena. And from what I've seen that's been going on just recently, I wouldn't have even come and talked myself. If I'd have seen what was going on and not being in the same mindset for what I was coming in for, if I was just coming in to listen in, I would never have ended up speaking. Because it's just, it's a vile, horrible place where you never really get a true understanding of any argument. If anybody puts any case across, it's obfuscated within about 2 or 3 minutes and you're talking about something completely different. Which,
right.
Nobody's going to open their mouth for that.
Exactly. Like I was saying earlier, the idea of being at a party and someone's coming through with a baseball bat. But you could also use a different analogy. Let's say you're at a party and there's maybe good discussions. You know, this idea of like a build, you know, where you're actually building, where someone says something, the other person says something, you're actually building something, you know, that's actually productive. But it would also be like if someone was coming around and just like splash water in your face or whatever. Like, I know what you mean. It's like at some point, any real discussion gets some interference happens. You know, one of the 10 different interference types seems to occur inevitably.
Yeah, they're there, right? And even if they're not there, somebody will find a way to stop any sort of conversation. That's half of the reason I left 24/7 was because at the moment a decent conversation started to occur, it got shut down, as if they didn't want to make it look like a decent conversation could be had within that particular arena, right? It has to get down to some shouting, ridicule, people arguing or whatever, rather than just like what we're doing now. This is a learning conversation. To me, this is what I was after. And any time anything like this occurred in 24/7, it was shut down.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I remember there were so many times in there where it would be like, you know, me and a couple other, you know, mods that were, you know, in a good, you know, mind state. So we were all having a good conversation. And just like you said, it wouldn't take long until someone came in and just blew up the whole room, you know, usually one of the other mods or someone. So, and it even happens, I mean, even in Brandon's, like in the after show, sometimes there'll be a decent discussion and boom, Brenda comes in, you know, these people come in and it's like they're on a time schedule. They know exactly when to come in to stop it, to shut it down in one way or another. So yeah, I think there's forces shutting this down on multiple sides. You know, even people that claim they're flat earthers or that they have a flat earth server, they're actually playing a role to shut it down. Many of them, obviously there's people on the quote unquote Glober side that are doing it. So yeah, it seems to be coming from multiple angles, and it makes sense. This is a huge truth that will dissolve the power structures that are currently in place if it truly comes out fully. So it makes sense why this is happening, or why there's so much forces blocking it, but still doesn't make it easy to figure to journey through it.
I can sort of understand the passion people have behind it, but it in the end is just the truth. Like you say, you can't hide it. It doesn't need defending or anything, and nobody here is actually trying to defend anything. But what I don't like is the idea that they purposely tell you lies without them knowing. They just have an assertion of the model, and that really annoys me. That when people say, like, they'll go against an objective truth just because their model states it, and I say their model. I'm talking about people like Ranty now. All they have to do is say model, and they think they can get away with it.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones. It's like one of their go-tos, screaming that flat Earth, quote unquote, doesn't have a model, and then that they have some great model that they can predict with, and somehow that means something. It's one of their big ones, it seems like.
Well, they've got when you go down to the geometry of it, they've got a misconception of how their model is made, and a really bad misunderstanding of the geometry base behind the model. There's proofs that prove it's not a globe, and they are everywhere within geometry. Actual literal proofs, not just sort of proofs like a picture proof. Real mathematical proofs. But I mean, who's going to accept it? They can just say, no, not that. That's old school proofs. That we've made up a new definition of proof now, and it's called "tis globe." That's it. That's all they need to do.
Well, what is your thought on the future of this, of cosmology? And I mean, are you hopeful or hopeless, or like, what is your thought on, I mean, do you think that, and also maybe mixed with that, like, what is your overall like goals? Like, what would be ideal, to happen in your mind in terms of in the future?
There's no future, right? There is only Logos. The Logos will decide whatever is to come will be given to us by the Logos. I don't have anything like that in the future. I find it really difficult now, right? Because all of this fear porn that's going on at the minute, and it's not just the COVID stuff. The fear porn is everywhere. Everything to scare you, even down to calling you child abuser, all of that. It's meant to, the doxing threats, calling your name and all of that sort of stuff. It's all to make you scared, because if you're in a state of fear, then you're not actually thinking correctly, and you're never going to be able to work your way out of it if you're in that constant state of fear. So step one is getting out of that fear, and I don't think people are capable of it. It's literally how you brainwash people, and there's not many people who have the ability to not get brainwashed by this. So in order to be sort of in our position, I consider it, you have to have not been watching TV. You have to have not been watching any of the media. You have to, I consider, drink distilled water. Try and eat healthily as well. Try and just get away from all of that bullshit. And you have to have done that for a period of time before you can enter this arena, then the next step is to be asked those questions that you've never been asked. And then your brain can start going into these new areas and start working stuff out for yourself. It's all a personal thing. And I personally think people aren't ready for it. There's so much of a process to go through. I think they're just going to be living in their circular lives. I mean, I can't see much hope. Like Feynman was saying, right? The students and the teachers have been taught by teachers, and they've just been taught the stuff. They've never done it. They've never practiced it. They've got no knowledge of it. They've never experimented with these things. They've just been taught it. Now, if you've been told stuff by somebody and it's not true, but 1 or 2 generations down the line, it becomes truth without you having to do it. If you're standing on the shoulders of giants and those giants have taught you a load of bullshit, and you don't have the ability to check it, you just carry on going with that giant bullshit, then you're fucked. And most people are in that. The people we're talking to, particularly the hardcore globers, they're just reinforcing all of that other little bit of shit in anybody that's listening.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they're like when they do the trauma-based mind control in MK Ultra, where they create like a trigger word, for some of these people, like in the trauma, they create some trigger word and then they try to use that trigger later. It's almost as I know what you mean. Yeah, people that are reinforcing that, it's almost like they're looking to get people triggered into that fear and then to push that onto them, to push them away from either thinking for themselves or opening their mind in any way. So yeah, and that's happening everywhere. I mean, in this community for sure it's happening, but it's also happening, of course, like you said, on the news and all the fear, the amount of fear that's being pushed. It all reinforces those patterns. And you're right, it is hard for people to break out of that. And you're right, I think as well, that there's really a fairly small portion of people that are even able to. But there is a question of whether more will be able to in the future. Could something shift, some kind of like butterfly effect or, some kind of a tipping point to where that could tip to, the scales could tip perhaps.
Well, I mean, there are certain things that are going on now, choose not to mention, but should wake people up. This is a completely different matter, right? I mean, there's a reason certain people say, oh, so you don't trust anybody. Everybody's lying to you. Right? It's because once you get this far down the rabbit hole, there's the possibility that everybody is lying to you. Or not necessarily lying to you, but they're just not aware of the lies that they're telling you because they've never checked it. They've just been told it.
Right. Well, yeah, and we were talking about history. Yeah, I mean, how much of history is fake as well, and how many people believe that and, just repeat it as if it's absolute fact. So, yeah, you are right. I think on a collective scale over time periods, and I think that they found this out, that if you can kind of push a certain narrative, and then you have things like World War I, World War II, you have these huge genocide. And who knows what happened in the 1800s, the real truth of what happened, whether there was some big reset that happened and things like that. So it seems like there's been some kind of a massive brainwashing, in my opinion, that's happened. And the people that are pushing all of these lies. So yeah, it is a pretty heavy thing to take on. But one thing I like about the Earth is that the Earth is not a conspiracy. The Earth is not a lie. The Earth is just what it is. So people always say, oh, flat Earth is a conspiracy. Well, it's not really conspiracy. The Earth is just nature. Now, if there's other people pushing some kind of a deception, okay, maybe they're conspiring to push some kind of narrative, but that doesn't mean the Earth itself is anything other than just what it is. And like you were saying, the basics of geometry, the way the geometry works, the XYZ axis, it's the way our brain works, our eyes, our gyroscopes. I mean, the whole system of the human is built upon the XYZ coordinate system, the heavens above, the Middle Earth, or the plane of existence that we're on. So I mean, those fundamentals, are what they are, no matter who's out there telling whatever narratives they're pushing.
Yeah, this it's got to be tough for people, right? Because I always said that there's a lot of the drink and drugs problems that people have is because they've been taught falsehoods, and the rest of their life is trying to come to terms with something not being right, and that normally to drink and drugs or something. And there's some sort of reordering process that happens in most of the people that are around here, right? Most people have had to go through some sort of a process in order to get them to question themselves, to start asking these questions. And that's why there's such a small group. We said that Ranty and all of these people that have big viewer numbers and all of that, well, they will have that because it's drama. The people want the fight and the argument and all of that. We're an even more niche group than that, because most of the people that listen to us like here, they don't want drama. Drama's the last thing you want. You want trying to, you're after looking for somebody who's going to actually help. And, I don't know, it's hard work because you're always wondering who to trust. Because this whole arena is just about trust people. I mean, who do you trust? Once you realise that people lie to you, like everywhere, they're all over the place. They don't even know if they're lying to you or not. Once you realise that, how do you end up trusting anyone? How do you know where to go to look to people?
Yep, and people can change too. I mean, I've seen people in this community where they used to be one way and now they're a different way. It's like, whoa.
Well, aren't people like that, right? Everybody can have the ability to change for good or bad. And most of the time, this particular place, we have a term called the don't Penrose yourself. But you can go into thought processes where you go down a route that it's like a rabbit hole. You can go a wrong way or whatever. You can go into all sorts of things. Sometimes you might come out, you might not. But, I mean, most people are just looking for a little group of people that they can feel part of. A little community. That's about it. I'm trying to read the chats as well here. Cheers, guys. This is a good community of people, right? The people we've got round here are absolutely fucking brilliant. And, it doesn't matter that it's a small group. It was known to be a small group. Very niche group. And it's better that way, because big groups of people always end up fighting. And then as soon as you start up fighting, if you don't have a solid core of people, then it breaks down and goes fucking... I don't know. How long have you been in this, Gio? Year-wise?
I first started researching Flat Earth in general back in about 15, 16 years ago, back in 2005. And I came across, the Flat Earth Society and pretty much everything that was available at the time, which wasn't very much. I mean, there was, Robotham and Carpenter and some of those early writings, but it was difficult to find too much. And then I had researched it quite a bit and actually resonated with it. I knew there was some truth to it, but I didn't really fully understand it, and there wasn't really enough information at the time. Perhaps there wasn't. Yeah, it just wasn't the time for me to fully become aware of it. So I did quite a bit of research, but also, kind of set it on the back burner. And then in 2015 is when I, fully became aware of it, and then pretty much have been involved more or less every day since then. I took a break for a while there, but for the first 2 years, I was really only, just being on YouTube chats, Globebusters and other shows like that, and then, got into the Discord, where there was more community to actually discuss with. So I would say for the most part since 2015, but had researched it, before that.
Right. Well, that group that was beforehand, I consider probably the group with Sleeping Warrior, Nathan Oakley, Patricia. Who was that other guy? The one, the old disc, the one that did the maps. I think he was quite funny. The guy from Manchester. He was in. They were in with Jaron and everyone, weren't they? It was like it's like a super group that nobody ever speaks of anymore. And,
well, you're not talking about FE Core.
No, FE Core's still going, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what's happening with that. Yeah, there was Patricia Steer.
Mark Sargent?
No, I don't know. No, he wasn't in there. Who did Patricia Steer come over to the UK for?
Oh, right.
Antonio Subarats.
Yeah,
Antonio Subarats.
Like that. Yeah. Remember that time, right? Were you here around when that little group was going on?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Well, see, what happened to that? And how did that break down? Because to me, when I wasn't around when that was on, but that's what I look back on and think, that's the sort of a group, right, of people that were just sort of having fun, living life, and that's what I imagine that we could be, right? But then you think, they broke up, and it broke up badly, and there's all sorts of backstabbing and all of that sort of stuff going on. Well, that's the same with the Ballers. Anytime you get a group of people in this sort of thing, then something occurs that ends up ruining it. And, I don't know what it is. Whether it's money or fame or whatever it is. Somebody always wants to take the lead and wants, somebody doesn't feel like they're playing their part, or somebody else isn't playing. It's just, I don't know. But I get a feeling that that's one of the tactics that these people use. They feed somebody's ego, or they feed somebody's craving, and that ends up spoiling it. Which we're trying not to do here. We try and keep it as a group, and we try and keep everybody involved in it as much as possible. I hope.
Yeah, and to have mutual respect. To have a real community, a real community of people that there's mutual respect. People don't have to agree with each other. It's not that I feel like I have to agree with everybody, not at all, but I can respect everyone, hear their viewpoint. If I don't agree with it, I can leave it aside, maybe listen to someone else's viewpoint that I might be able to, glean something from. And if I do maybe agree, or if there's something I can learn from them, then that's great. But yeah, there doesn't, in my viewpoint, there doesn't need to be any of the insulting, the character tearing down. I realize people do that, but it's just not anything I'm into and anything I've ever done. So, and it's hard, like you said, like those of us that don't want that, it's an even smaller niche. I agree with you. It's an even smaller group of people that want to actually have real discussions and want to actually perhaps build a community that's stable, that doesn't have all of that chaos going on.
Yeah, no infighting, nobody. Like say, we don't like the trolls here, but the trolls keep away because they're scared to come in. Obviously, the hardcore trolls get banned. We don't like death threats. We don't like all of that doxing and just threatening sort of type of behaviour. We do have mostly quite a few trolls, but they don't like lasting. They'll get given as good as they give us, and they don't like staying here. So we don't like staying
Well, yeah,
here.
and I mean what you were mentioning with, I know, like with Patricia Steer, after that thing with Antonio, everything really got challenging for her. I know that she was being attacked, pretty severely, and there was a shift in the community at that point, just because she was a woman and was outspoken, and then I mean I could even tell from the YouTube chats it was severe. I mean, talk about harassment, and it's one thing to throw an insult here and there, but I mean she was just getting clobbered by so many people, and but so yeah, it is challenging, and this may sound perhaps quite metaphysical, but I mean the way I see it is that the controlling factions that are pushing the globe Earth, like those energies, I mean, are very dark. I would say demonic, and then people in this community, I'm not saying that the people are connected to them directly, but it's sort of just like the forces of the human psyche, like light and dark, angel and demon, that kind of thing. And so I think, kind of like what you said, some people get, the ego gets involved, or they want to, take over power or whatever it may be. But I kind of just feel like perhaps in this community, there's like it's like a mirror of, like, if there is some big Freemasonic network and whatever else, like whatever they have going on, and there may be some in this community that are connected to them, probably few, but at the same time, even people, just ordinary people that are in this, somehow like can maybe be taken by those forces in some way. I don't know if you see it that way, whether that can occur like on the psychic level, and like I said, it may be too metaphysical, or maybe you do see it that way. I don't know, but that's kind of how I see it, where it's like people that are in this community can get kind of activated, in some way, and whether, and then that can drive them to play out these tactics, even though, beforehand they may have not been as likely to do that.
But I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you want to go into the psychic part of all of this, because that's even a bigger topic than flat earth or whatsoever. That's really a way bigger topic. Way deeper and way scarier, by the way, for anybody who never heard about it or never experienced it.
It's a big part of it, though, right? You can't just bypass it, right? It's there, and it's within the flat Earth psyche, right? It's one of the tactics that people will use. Oh yeah, I don't know.
Well, it depends what you mean by psychic, then, Bev, because what I heard from Geo, he's actually talking about something that we should refer to more like a spiritual. And when you just mentioned 2 seconds ago psychic, I was hearing that you are trying to talk about the psychology behind it.
Yeah,
that's kind of deep too. But when I said that it's way deeper, I was referring to the spiritual side of it. And I think Gio was talking about that, by the way. But correct me if I was wrong.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there is so many angles and like you said, ways to approach that, getting to that level. But I was sort of describing maybe the concept that, like, the human is a vehicle, like a car going down the road. So we all, we have our body and so on, and perhaps, our soul and all the different layers and levels. But our soul or our psyche is in some way connected to, I would say, the spirit world or spirit worlds. And in those other worlds, which are, sort of part of this one, perhaps invisible to the human eye. And so that's why I'm a little tentative to bring these types of things up, because I don't know, who, if people are on the same page or not. I don't want to overstep any boundaries, but in terms of that idea, a human could be channeling a dark energy or demonic energy that they may not even know they are. So just that idea that the human is sort of a vehicle for different things to to come through. And in terms of this community, I've seen a lot of people that, I mean, Human Sheeple is one of them. You know, when he took over the whole server, I mean, he went from being a guy to like this just power hungry. I mean, he just totally got overtaken. He's just one extreme example. But yeah, go ahead.
Yes, so I do certainly know what you are trying to say and what you are trying to talk about, and I do feel you when you feel like, this is something that maybe you shouldn't stretch because you don't know how others will react. You are still not certain if we are on the right side about it because that's a way deeper topic, and you cannot just check it by talking 5 minutes to someone. I mean, there are certain people who can, by the way. Within 2 seconds they can tell you if you are on that side or not. But Bev, by the way, was talking about the psychological side of all of this, which is also, by the way, kind of big topic. And it's like we're talking about the subconscious when we are talking about that. But when we are talking about the spiritual, now that's a very different topic.
Well, see, maybe the way I am, I consider them both the same. The psychological side is the logos, right? They all come together. You have to be able to work and understand and work with whatever you're working with. Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe not the time to be for us to be talking about that, is it?
It's very fucking deep. We can go into that very deeply, and I'm not sure if we have the time right now for it.
Yeah, it's maybe a smaller group sort of chat thing, that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm loving this chat because I mean, this is what we need to be doing. We need to be sorting out where do we go from here because they're burning the flat Earth. They're telling us they're burning it down. Like Brandon's server, I mean, it was great when it lasted, but there's too many trolls over there. You can't talk over there at Brandon's. It's just a shit show, and it's like it's a paid shit show for the ballers. I mean, I noticed last time was it Friday night there was more Gem Panda's server than there was over at Gem Panda's server.
The Gem Panda itself, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They're moving in, and that's because it's dying over there at Gem Pandas. Nobody wants to go there. So all they're going to do is just shift it over to where there are new people for them to ridicule.
It's going to be the same. Right. They're just expecting more people, more new people.
No, people will go. They'll just deaden that server. They did it to pseudoscience... Science versus Pseudoscience server. They just made it so you can't even go round there. I mean, when I went round there and started talking ages ago, they give Zanuck the mod. They handed Zanuck the mod powers to silence me and the people that were over there. That's how bad it is. Where they give the power to these trolls. The ones that get triggered at people asking questions that they can't answer. They give them the power of the mute button. So nobody goes round there. I mean, you just don't go round there anymore. But then they'll sort of say, oh, well, we win. That nobody comes round here. We've done away with all of the flat earthers. And it's like, it's not. Nobody wants to go there because it's a waste of time. You just get mute. It's like at Gem Pandas, where Gem mutes you and then berates you and tells you what you should have said. Nobody wants to sit through that. They'll be paying flat earthers to go on the shows to pretend to be flat earthers, and they'll be stupid. They will be literally moronic flat earthers. And you'll be at the side going, this is stupid. I mean, some of the laughs we have round here when Brandon's show's on. We have the watch parties.
Yeah, it can be pretty cringy at times, that's for sure.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Like, if you were a flat earther and you were listening to some of that sort of stuff, you'd be thinking, I don't think that. It's ridiculous. But I'm guessing they're the ones that are paid to bring in. But those people are fooling the ballers, because the ballers, that's what the ballers imagine flat earthers as being. That ridiculous fucking stupid, thick flat earther that doesn't know anything. And then they can just call everyone like that. Doesn't matter how much you've researched or how much work you've done and how, what your profession is and any of that doesn't mean anything. If they call you a flat earther, then that's it, done. They can just ridicule you, dismiss you. And that's what's got to end. And that's why I think flat Earth's dying. It's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the truth can be killed, as it were. It can obviously be covered over in a pretty extreme way, the way they have with the globe Earth and everything else. I mean, they can push, but now, I mean, I feel like that on a collective scale, the cat's out of the bag, at least enough within humanity at large that, it's at least out of the bag enough. I mean, a lot of people still believe in the globe. Obviously, it's not like everybody is aware of what's going on yet. But I think that what is going on in this community, because I do hear what you're saying. There is this suppression. It's sort of like I was sort of seeing a image of a bunch of candles. Let's say the candles with a flame, people that are aware of this truth, let's say. And then, it's like globers are going around trying to put out that candle, put out that one, put out that one. And they have all their techniques to do it. And that, along with the general internet censorship, it's a different kind of landscape right now than it was even a couple years ago. So in a way, I suppose they're being successful at suppressing it, but I don't think they will be in the long run. And what needs to happen, I suppose we'll see, kind of like you saying, the logos of the universe and kind of how things will come together. Because I just don't think they can suppress it entirely. And I think mostly what they're running on now are these, social tactics, basically, these kind of social, sociological, mind games.
Cancel culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just want to end the conversation. And then they can go around saying, yeah, we won. We won. When there's no win or lose in any of this stuff. We all live in reality. So
it's challenging.
The flat globe thing's got to end. It just needs to be the reality.
Yeah, there needs to be some kind of a unity, some kind of a coming together, because, for example, if you were going to tell someone, like a colleague of yours or a family member or someone who was interested in this topic, where would you send them? I mean, that's what I've thought a lot. It's like, I can go through the list of places that I could recommend. I mean, there's some good YouTube videos and whatnot, but a lot of those have been taken down as it is. But if you wanted to recommend them, a community, a place where the discussion is really happening, where it's popping, it's happening, you can ask questions, it's civil enough that it's actually, intelligible. You can hear what people are saying. Where is that happening? A real discussion. And that's what we've been talking about this whole time. It's like, it's so challenging that a lot of these platforms we're discussing, it's just, they're nowhere close. If I sent a family member or a friend or, somebody, a peer of mine, that is brand new to this and just sent them to some of these channels, oh my gosh. The minute they hear, all the insults and just the immature, chaos and all that talking over, it's unintelligible. So it's just challenging that there really isn't a place right now where it's happening.
Well, there always has been.
Here, perhaps here.
Yeah.
I've only found it in one place, and it's here. Just like one day, Spot On came in with a reading about Bertrand Russell. You would never, ever, anywhere else get through an entire reading like that I found anywhere else.
Yeah. I mean, like we say, we have been here and we've been doing this for quite a while. Most of us, we're only a small group, but we've all been together doing this for a long time. We've only just started doing these live streams like this because I think it's needed. We need to show people that we can have a civil discussion. It can happen. There are places where you can come and discuss things without being ridiculed for asking, like, did he say 5-sided square? I mean, that's just a normal question that people would say, and we do have fun with doing this sort of stuff. Nobody's making money out of this. Nobody's doing this under any pressure. We do this sort of stuff because this is what we enjoy doing. People enjoy listening to us chat. I mean, I don't know why people like listening to me chat all the time. But it's not always me, right? There's loads of people here that inspire me down paths that I would never have gone to if I hadn't have had these people around me. These people, you people, everyone here. And there's loads of people.
You people.
Yeah. People come and people go, right? And people even come from this place and go from this place and come back again. It doesn't make any difference. It's just like a nice little community. Nobody asks anything of anybody other than civil, honest conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think like in colleges, graduate school level, PhD, masters, or even undergrad, and even in some case in high school, you might have your class where you go and you're, being taught whatever you're being taught. And then there might be like a, after hours study group. And if you get together with an after hours study group, the idea is that you can ask questions, you can maybe be a little vulnerable, like, hey, I don't quite understand this, I want to learn more. And then people can share knowledge. But I mean, in those environments, they don't have people slinging shit at each other and calling insults and screaming and yelling over each other. I mean, that would never be allowed. That's not, I mean, if you did that, you would be reprimanded or whatever it might be. So, and the reason, I'm not saying that colleges are, all speaking truth or anything like that. I'm just saying that the structure of it is at least, fairly solid in that way, where you can have a study group. It's a place that, essentially like a safe space that's nourishing to actually take in information and share information. And I think in this community in particular, it's been challenging to find that because of the forces at work, I would say, that we've been discussing for the last, bit of time here. It's that much more difficult to do. And we don't have, millions of dollars where we can set up, institutions and things like that. We kind of have to deal with what we have, and we're being censored the way that we are. But that kind of, after our study group at a PhD or a master's level, that's the kind of thing that is the most productive. And when that can happen, people can learn, people can share knowledge. That's where my interest is, that type of exchange where all of the personal slandering is just off the table and you can actually have a good conversation.
Wait till you get here. Wait till you get into it here. I'm telling you. This is where it's at. But most of the time, right, when we are not on YouTube, so I keep insisting to people, if you're not in the Discord, you're missing out. What you see here is only a fraction of what we do live, and we will be trying to do more
very much.
like live and getting more people involved. But if you want to get involved, or not even get involved but just listen to some of what Gio's just said, the after hours study group, it's definitely in the Discord. It's after hours comedy night, after hours live singing performances. We've got everything, and it's a really nice community. But because it's a lot freer, right? The YouTube puts too many restrictions on us, so we are restricted on the YouTube. Not that it's much different. It's just that we can't be live streaming all the time because the people, obviously, There's people that don't want to have their voices on the live YouTube or whatever. Well, that's why we have the little nice group in Discord, and it's not live. And get into the other group, you can, you can really, I mean, if you're shy, you don't want to talk or anything, I mean, that's fine, come and listen, but you will definitely get more out of the Discord group than the YouTube. And I think personally it'd be much easier if we didn't have to do the YouTube. If we could just do the Discord with a big group of people. It doesn't even not a big group of people. 10, 12 people. I mean, it's easily controllable. There's no one ever overshouts and talks at each other. Everybody gets a good chance to say anything. And yeah, we are going to be doing
even
a
the
lot
weird
more
ones.
work. Yeah, even the weirdos. There's plenty of them. Yeah, we invite anybody. We're not bothered. We're not anti-flat earthers. We're not anti-globers. We're not anti-anything. Just try and keep it a civil conversation and be honest with whatever you're
Be honest,
with.
please. Yeah, that's all we ask. In my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're not honest, normally you get found out, and that's why there's not many people around here, because the dishonest ones have been pointed out that they're being dishonest, and they don't like being called that, so...
Let's put it this way, we are quite experienced in honesty.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a... Buster, did you get that? That sounds like a good line, that. Experienced in honesty.
That is a good line.
Yeah. Keep hold of it.
It's kind of like one of those just fundamental energies in the universe. Like, there's just entropy and the different elements and things. It's like you're either building up or you're tearing down. You're either building each other up or you're tearing each other down. You're either tearing down a community or you're building a community. You're either building knowledge and conversation in a positive, productive way that people can gain insight or knowledge from, or, it's being torn down. And so a lot of what we were talking about before, all of the chaos and the insults and all that, that's all just tearing down. That's it. It's just sort of that fundamental, What made me think? I forgot the name of it. There's anabolic and catabolic. That's right. Yeah, in the human body.
Yep.
That reminds me of that. Yeah.
Well, that's what we're after. Just the simple stuff here. Start at the very, very simple stuff and build up. Build people up, actually. Once you can start from the beginning, and there are people that we've got within the group that haven't seen the whole test from the beginning. So we will be going over it right from the beginning many times, and we'll always have to keep looping back. So we are going to start off with the basics again. From the very basics, the fundamentals, we're starting with nothing. We'll go over the Euclid again from the beginning, and this time I think we'll pick out all of the relevant points. An elevation denier, very nice.
Elevation denier. Yeah.
Weekly challenged.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do from what I found looking into this, I have ended up finding myself through this search, and it's freeing, right? And there's no fear of anything. Everything's just fun, and we laugh, and it's really easy once you realize that it's just you. That nobody else will ever be able to tell you anything. Well, people can tell you things, but you learn to be able to sort of take that on. Because
in academia.
Go on. Sorry.
Sorry.
Go on.
Just one sentence. In academia, this is what should be considered as internalization. So when you have anything, you hear any kind of word from someone, then actually in academia anymore it's not about internalization, because it was in the back in the times, like a few hundred years ago we are talking about, when they actually went out and carried out some experiments or tests or whatever. They actually tried to show you how the world works. Nowadays it's not like that anymore. But here you can find a piece of that ideology, at least the least to say.
Yeah, see, in the live chat now, I'll blow it up. I woke up to that this morning. Professor Feynman, Richard Feynman, with a tweet that he made this morning, says, "You cannot get educated by this self-propagating system in which people study to pass exams and teach others to pass exams, but nobody knows anything. You learn something by doing it yourself, by asking questions, by thinking, and by experimenting." Well, that's exactly the opposite of what these ballers say. These ballers have never done anything. Professor Feynman's talking about the professors in the universities teaching things that they've been taught without actually doing it. Well, that if that happens in the high end of this sort of thing, then who are we being listening to by talking to Gem Pandas and all of those? They're not the creams of the crop. Professor Feynman isn't talking about them. They're just the result of this propagation of you cannot get educated by self-propagating system. Right, well, that's what all of the people in Discord are. That's all they've ever been. They never do anything. They've never got a clue. They decimalize inches. People that decimalize inches have never worked with inches. They've never measured anything with a ruler.
What? Okay, like the guy Yossi he was wanting to curve straight line. And you talk about we were talking about the rise over run, and he was wanting to do the straight line curving up and down. And I brought up the stringer idea. It's like things don't work practically in the real world the way you're talking. They just don't.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's obvious that they've never done it, isn't it? If they'd have done it, they wouldn't be able to say those sort of things, because they just wouldn't. They'd know it wouldn't work. So it is Professor Feynman saying that these people, it's imagined knowledge that they've been given at these universities, but they've only been given it by the people who imagine they already have the knowledge to pass on. Nobody knows anything. It's right. But nobody knows anything.
It's a belief system handed to them from childhood, which they have accepted. And now they went to higher education, they learn more of it, and they just regurgitate it and believe it.
Yeah, the no part of it is knowledge. Knowledge comes from thinking, experimenting, and asking questions, and being asked questions also. That's what you find especially in this place here. That fact that you get asked a question, and when you get asked a question that you can't answer, then that's good. That's not a bad thing. That's fucking brilliant.
That's brilliant. That's essential.
Yeah.
The back and forth that we do here.
I've said it for a long time. Experience is inherent in knowledge. Understanding's great. You need to have an understanding before you walk into something. But the knowledge gained from hands-on experience, priceless. I mean, that's where it's at. And that's what a lot of these guys think they have a knowledge of something, and they don't.
Yeah, but
And even their
there
understanding
is
is not that good.
sorry, there is
No, go
one
ahead.
thing you have to consider is that, and this is where it circles back to the honesty part, because when you are talking to someone and you realize at a moment that you do not know the answer to the question, that's the exact moment when you need to be honest and a bit courageous, of course, because this society doesn't teach you to be honest, right? Because it takes a little courage because of the society, and because what it teaches you, that you should always put up a face that is, knows everything, because that's what you were told. That's what you were taught in the university, from your parents, most of your friends, in your workplace. But here, you have to be a little bit courageous to actually put yourself out a bit and then tell the other part that you are talking to that, no, I do not know that. Could you explain it further? And that's where honesty comes in. That's what we were talking about. And that's what I meant, for example, by honesty. Because these guys, some of these guys all over, on Jam Pandas or any other place, they just deviate the topic the moment they do not know the answer to the question. But we do not do that here. We will go through all of the topics that, you have any kind of question about.
Yeah, like when the discussion when it's framed as like a debate, a fight or a battle, I'm going to be right, I'm going to prove you're wrong, you're going to be right, you're going to prove me wrong. When you get into that, like ego is involved, usually the insults, usually condescending, usually I'm better than you. And when that happens, there is very little actual knowledge and learning that can happen. And I agree with what you're saying, like the idea of being vulnerable, like in a good way, like healthy vulnerability, being able to humble yourself and say, well, I might know part of that, but I don't know fully. Could you share more of that with me? That kind of honesty and vulnerability. But I think for that to happen, you have to have a space where there isn't all of that ego fighting, because most of us, our egos will get triggered and try to, get activated into that. So it kind of takes that, the space to be set for that, for that to happen. And I mean, I've worked a lot in my life with different forms of healing and things like that. And you always have to have a protected environment for that to happen. You don't want to be doing it, on a bus in New York City. You want to be in a safe environment, kind of a thing. And I think the same when it comes to sharing knowledge in a sense too. You want to be able to be in a place where you can be honest and calm and peaceful and actually be able to exchange true knowledge on that level. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing when it can happen.
Right, did you see this Sunset Buster from last night? Did I get to show you it? Because it's got your music on it.
Oh no, I've been
Have you
out
not?
for most of the day.
Yeah, right, okay then. Well, this is the sunset from last night. It's wait a minute, I need to move it on to.
Yeah, I watched most of it live, but I haven't seen the actual footage except for the GIF.
Yeah, well, you put your music on, so I've put that, and it works fucking brilliant. I don't know how you managed to do it.
It's a space, man. It's the Logos, for sure. Because there's been times where stuff will just come, and I'm like, I don't know where it came from, but
there you go. Right, that's got that screen on. You've got that screen. Right now, this is there's no lyrics, but this is Busted's new song, instrumental, with the sunset. So you want to come in and see this. It takes a bit to get going. This is the latest Fata Morgana, filmed last night at a height of 488 feet. Never thought I'd see this at this height. Yeah, you notice I've put on the level in the background because pretty exclusive, this one. This is the best one yet, I think. Although the first one was pretty good. The one last night was good. Today. Have you ever seen any of these, Geo? I'll let people watch him first. See the way it's flattening out at the bottom?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to find out where the focus is. I should really have focused it a bit better, but I mean, like I say, it's hard work to get that.
Probably about the best you can get with that kind of focus or zoom.
Well, it's sharp at the top, but you can't tell what's going on at the bottom. You know, there's no distance to it, so it's hard to get your focus on what you're dealing with. But like at this sort of height, I wasn't expecting it. And can you see the dark patch on the left-hand side? That's not a cloud. I think that's the Isle of Man.
Huh.
Because it's got the same split on the Fata Morgana. Like this.
Oh, wow.
And also notice the color difference in between the two, right?
Color difference, yeah.
Like the one is very bright, the other one is like orangish, reddish. Yeah.
What if the focus deal is just because of the mirage?
I can focus it now. I do. I refocus it because I can see the bottom now. I can see there's a problem. So here you go.
Oh wow! Yeah. That layering just blew me away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's plane parallel, right? And it can't be anything but plane parallel, like layers, density. Call it density if you want, but it's just the individual bands of the air sitting there and not moving. There's no wind, so they've just settled, and as the sun's going away, it's gradually going into all of those bands, and the light refraction or whatever is just hitting those bands, and you can see each one of the bands. It becomes it goes to one end and then it comes back again.
Right now it's like a burger.
Yeah. Well, this technically, the other Fata Morgana shows it better. But technically, the sun goes down into this band, and the sun rises to this band also. So it both goes down into it and it rises up. And I'll show you a paper of a supposed expert.
Look at the top and the sides, Buster. You see? Like little things coming out of it.
Yeah.
What the heck?
I know.
Well, you know, this is way better than NASA CGI, isn't it?
See that bit, that dark bit on the left-hand side? Not moved. It's got to be the Isle of Man, Fata Morgana.
Is it always? Do you think it's mirrored upside down? It does
Yeah.
look like a anvil.
Exactly like this is going now. It's got that same shape on it as the.
Yep.
Crazy. Doesn't look much like a sun, that does it?
Not anymore.
Wow.
And I just managed to keep it in the one frame as well without moving it. It's a Fata Morgana. Look at it
Wow.
going up. The sun goes down
right there.
and up at the same time.
And right there you were able to see 3 layers, by the way.
Yeah. That is so freaking cool.
Right? And this is reality again. This
Yeah.
is not NASA.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
reality.
Oh. Right, now this is the bit where it gets good, because that was slow or normal speed. This backwards and forwards now for these two little bits does tend to show you the bands a lot
Yeah, the
better.
reverse.
Yeah.
The reverse is brilliant.
And also watch the scenery around, all around. Like on the sky, how the sky color changes altogether.
Would have been good to have seen it touching the landmass, right? Because I think it just misses where the that bit of land is.
Mm-hmm.
You could definitely see the bands in this. It's just ripples all the way along
Mhm.
it.
Yep. Very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Logos, right? How is it that we own a P1000 and happen to live at the place, and we've recorded 3 of these once in a lifetime things, supposedly?
Supposedly, yeah.
Supposedly.
Wow.
So yeah, we're just
Well,
waiting for your other music bit, Buster, and we'll put the lyricy bit in there somewhere, you know, and I'll just leave it like that. It's just there, ready and waiting for the lyrics for that, and then that will literally be the because I think your lyrics for that song fit perfectly with that when you're looking at
Sweet.
it, doesn't it?
Yeah, sweet. Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm glad you did that with that mix, because I was almost today. I was thinking, man, maybe I should just scrap the music and just do like a acoustic guitar version or something. But hearing it and watching that, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Sweet.
Yeah, I wanted to ask who was the one who made the music again, because I didn't quite catch that.
Buster.
Buster. Oh, I'm gonna write it up. Okay,
Yeah.
Buster. Okay.
Buster is our music man, if everyone didn't know.
He
Yeah,
makes
I'm
very good music, by the way. It's coming from the heart. It's very chill and it's very, you know, it's something honest. Let's just
yeah.
put it that way.
Well, this will be I'm excited about this one because it's the first one I've done completely by myself.
Oh, that was painting.
Yeah, I don't got a clue. I'm trying to get the one from tonight on now. I think that's just downloaded.
Oh, did you get another
Shit.
Fata Morgana?
I don't know. It's going to be better to have a look, but yeah, it did. It rose from the bottom.
Okay.
I imagine that, by the way. 2 nights in a row,
Yeah.
just like that.
Yeah, what's up? I don't. You've been around for a little bit, but I was writing most everything with Cleary and some of the other guys. And then Cleary kind of bounced out.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's been kind of weird, but this one just kind of happened. So it's cool.
you're half-legged right now.
What's
A
that?
little bit. Half-legged right now. Standing only, one leg.
Yeah.
Okay, so since this is on YouTube, then maybe we are looking for someone who can, help out a little here and there.
Right, where's screen video pad? I'll just be able to give you this one like this. Right. This was recorded. That last one was recorded at 488 feet. This one stood on the beach at 0 feet. So the camera height, let's say 4 foot maximum. No Buster music.
That's cool.
But we catch a boat. See, there's a little. There's a buoy there. And there's always like a weird shape involved with the Fata Morgana, but I'm guessing that's because there are bands of air, the air. And look, see there? Here it comes.
Yeah, you can see it coming up from the
Yeah.
bottom.
But you have to have these P1000s. And that didn't take long, right? But it is. It was a bit windy. I like the clouds. There's no filter or anything on these photos. That is just what you see.
Hmm.
I think there's even a boat goes through it. Can't wait to get the other camera, and then we've got 2, and I'll be able to take proper pictures with the other one while one of them's doing the sunset like this. I was thinking the other day, right? I've not really done that many sunsets, but I bet the average is about 50-50 for Fata Morganas. Having got 3. If you class this one, I'm not too sure whether to class this as a Fata Morgana. I like the way the birds fly through it, right? There's no way that this is a fake or CGI. I definitely don't have the capability of getting birds to fly through the pictures like this. I don't know, where's that? There's a boat coming into it soon. Oh, here it is. Would have been better to have a better picture of that. Zoom in a bit more. I'm happy. We definitely need more Buster soundtrack at the back at the end of it, don't we?
Buy him 2 Fenders and he's done.
Just drop a bit in there. There you go. See, it's curling up at the edges now. So that at this point, that's what Rakia's did. So you know that you're going to get that fading out into nothing. Right? It's not going to be a normal sunset where the sun disappears like to the bottom. This one's going to disappear into nothing. Just like Rakia's boat sunset.
Yes, so this one is like Rakia's, like almost 100%.
Yeah.
Not 100%, but almost. The other one is quite different.
This one has nice. Sorry, I was saying local lighting on the clouds.
Yeah.
I like it's got the local lighting effect around the sun there.
Yeah, it's a bit better scenery. Yeah.
Well, you see those just to the right of the sun is where those lines appear. And I don't think they're in the picture just yet. But as the sun disappears, that's when those lines come up and you'll be able to see them. Come on, let's see a green flash.
Now it's floating a bit. And
Wow.
Green.
Oh, that
Look
was
at that.
green. That
Green.
was green. And
That
then look
was
at those
awesome.
lines there that he's left.
It went green.
Yeah, look at these lines
That
here. Right, watch when it is. Watch these lines
I
here.
was trying to get to my mute button, but it went green.
Yeah.
It really fades at the end there. It's amazing because you can see between the sun and the horizon and the water, there's space. It's red, and then it fades away. Wow.
exactly.
That's
Yeah.
green flash.
Wow, that is awesome.
Wow.
That was great.
That's what you were meant for there today, Bev.
Yes, can you see these lines here? They weren't there
Yeah,
before. I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
what they are, and then I'll zoom in on them in a minute.
Is it lighting through the cloud?
Well,
Vertical lines. In the middle
Yeah.
of the frame, you will see them.
takes me
It's
a bit to
fucking-
get it. It's fucking really hard to get that.
Do you see them now?
Yeah.
Gio? Like,
Yeah.
in the middle.
And then
Okay.
Pillars.
there's more of them over here on this side as well once you start seeing them. Like, I don't know what they are. It's really hard for me to focus on them.
Are there any towers there, or
No.
windmills, or anything like that?
Well,
No,
yeah,
right?
there might be some windmills over there. But I mean, I don't know. We don't know what that could be. I'm trying to focus on it, and it's just really hard to.
Now you can see 3, yeah. 2 in the middle, and 1 to the
Yeah.
right.
And look at how many
Oh,
there
what is
are
that?
over here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's even more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like what the...
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not got a clue.
Wow.
But you
Look
can
at-
see here this band where they stop. That is where the Fata Morgana would have been, just above the.
Yeah.
You know, like, because it was only a short one, wasn't it? And these
Yeah.
weren't here before.
Although they do look like perpendicular shafts, it could be just the way the clouds are arranged, like the sun beyond it peeking through the clouds if those clouds are more local to you, then where the sun is, the light would be coming from beyond that in terms of your perspective.
Yeah, but I say like from here, they're not there, but it just starts appearing here. That's the first one. And then as the cloud disappears at the sun, they just appear here.
What is the globe Earth? What would any globe Earth explanation be for the fact that you can see the red clouds in between the sun and the horizon? If it's going over the leading edge of a sphere, that should never happen.
Exactly.
Well, let's call up Renty. I do not know.
That green is brilliant, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was only the other week we were looking. We're gonna have to look out for a green flash, and it's like, boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Job done.
We're just talking about it.
Yeah, it was the other day, wasn't it? We said that. I see.
Yeah, like yesterday or the day before. Yeah.
Right, here we go. Look at this. Some of these.
This is the pay shot. Oh,
That's
I
where
thought you were
we,
going to-
that's where we were. That's kilometre away. That bit.
it's where you and DP walked out to,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah, look how clear that is.
Is this the one spot on Earth, this and Pontchartrain, where there's curvature?
Here, look. No, there's no curvature. Look at that.
We
Yeah.
found it.
This
Right
is
here at Lake Pontchartrain.
beautiful, man.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Those
Looks real-
stones there, right, are built on a platform on the seafront on a walkway at 19 feet, it says, above sea level. Well, you go along there and then you walk down this edge here and then you're at 0 feet. So here is 0 feet, and here, where we're with the tripod, is at 0 feet. There's no
We
curvature.
cannot see your
Look, it's that
cursor, by the way.
Can you not? Oh.
No, it disappeared altogether.
You could see somebody on the bungee
Yeah.
thing. It's crazy.
This is it right here. That's all you need. Your 3959 is bye-bye. See you later.
Yeah, Ranty wanted to put the horizon here. You see these mountains in the background? Ranty didn't. Right. Right, he didn't even see this bit of Blackpool here. He wanted to put the horizon here somewhere. I think that's got to be a police car. But yeah, if that's at 19 feet, this here is at 0 feet. And if this is at 0 feet, and you can see all the way across.
Sorry, Beb, we cannot see your cursor, so could
no
you
hump.
tell us by the frame, like in the middle?
Oh, there's just that big line across the middle.
Okay.
The big
Did you
straight
turn
line.
the switch off? Did you
Yeah.
turn the curve switch off?
And my camera. Yeah, I did. Curvature off.
That's why it looks
Yeah,
straight.
Yeah, Bev has a special Nikon. It was made only for him, with a curvature button on the right.
I'm wondering what the infrared side by side's going to look like as well.
What is
Yeah, I
that
was gonna say,
distance? Do you know that distance? Well, I know you, like maybe to the blue flashing light, like
To the stones, which are, you know, the two figures on the left hand side by the light, the ones that look like the two dark figures, they're stones.
okay, I see those.
That's
Yeah.
9.5 miles, and they're the ones that are on the 19 feet. And if
The
they're
top of
built-
those is 19 foot.
no, the bottom.
The bottom, yeah, yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, so
What's that?
that little band, if you walk down that little band where they're on, and you stand on the beach, you'll be standing at 0 feet.
And then what is your observer height?
0 feet.
Oh, you're right down on the ground.
Uh-huh. I'm on the beach too. You can see all the way across there. That's what we've been saying all this time. Ranty's been saying, thanks, Bev. Well, we've been saying, you can see that. You can see the stones. Nobody's talked about them. They've been in the picture. Ranty won't talk about them. Ranty won't talk about this picture. They want to talk about windmills and stuff in the background that you can't even see, rather than talking about the shit that you can see.
What are the heights of the stones at the top?
I don't know. Why do you want to know about the top? You can see the bottom of them.
Yeah,
It's already there. Yeah.
Well, so at roughly 0 feet, the curvature, I guess off the top of my head, what is that, about 66 foot of missing?
Yeah.
So already you could see to the bottom of them, but if
Yeah.
you were able to, you can probably go there or someone could figure out what the height of those are, perhaps. But
We go
that
over
would even.
there. I said to Ranty could go over there with a laser and wave it about. That's what we do, the laser waving challenge, right?
Oh, I just saw where you zoomed in. Oh yeah, you can see all the way to the bottom of those. Absolutely, there should be. So is that what you? I mean, do you also think there should be about 66 foot of curve? Like, do you think the 8 inches per mile squared is?
No, it's level. Level is horizontal. It's a dead straight fucking line. 0 feet is 0 feet in the UK. It's one
And that's it.
plane. There's only one reference mark in the entire UK.
This demolishes their fantasy. This one video alone demolishes their whole fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. If you've got the camera down on the ground and those stones, I mean, there should be, if the globe Earth, the size that they claim, roughly 8 inches per mile squared, I think is fairly accurate. And there's just no curvature here at all. So, I mean, there should be at least 60 foot of missing. Even if it's 50, even if it's 70, doesn't matter. Even if it's 40, even if it's 80, no matter which, in terms of what their globe Earth, it's definitely in that range. And here there's none. I mean, you can see all the way down to the floor level, to the sea level.
Yeah, what's this? There's a cart going up here. This is that thing you can see in the background, that you can see the purple light and the red light. There you go. There's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster on the pier, not on that corner bit there. That's way beyond those stones. That particular pier what you're looking at there, that'll be, I don't know, 12 miles away, I think.
Oh,
11,
that much.
12
Wow.
miles away, yeah. Whereas the stones are 9.5 miles away.
What would you estimate the height of those stones to be? 100 foot?
No, there'd be a good, I don't know, maybe 10 foot, 12 foot. I don't know. I can't say
they're
I've
up at
ever
a
been
higher
there.
level. You're saying the stones themselves are already up off the.
They are
water.
they're built. The base of those stones, which you can see, is at 19 feet. You can see there's a drop.
Okay, so maybe
the
the top of them might be what, 19 plus the 12.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep, this is another fantastic level, stationary, planar Earth.
Well, that's what
observation.
we've been doing.
You nailed it.
We've been saying this for ages, Gio.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I'm with you.
All Ranty went, oh, thanks, Bev. You proved the globe, Bev.
It's another gold mine.
It's always
most
been
definitely. DP has already made memes. I've already presented it to Ranty, and he ignored. He didn't answer in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, this is game over. That whole Blackpool story, it's just over right here.
Yeah.
It's just
all this time they're looking at mountains. They're looking at they're drawing lines. They're doing this. But here, there it is. Game over.
They claim that
That's why I've been laughing.
Exactly, because they claim that this. I mean, that's essentially where the Earth should be humping. I mean, that's what they're trying to claim, is that the tower is taller than the mountains in their description of it. But right here, is clear observational that there is no curvature there whatsoever. So
Absolutely.
there would have to be the curve of the Earth that they're claiming it is to make their other claim. And right here is direct observational evidence that the curve isn't there. I mean,
Right.
100%.
Do you know what as well? That we've been given this spot. You know how long that beach is?
By the way, I do. It does look like that actual tower. You guys were saying this earlier. That does look like the ancient, Tartarian, whatever the old world was. That all this architecture, possibly an airship landing site. It does look like that original architecture.
Yeah.
So how long is the beach, by the way?
Well, the beach goes in two directions. I bet you could get 10 miles of straight. If you were to go along the beach, you could find a similar elevation and probably get 10 miles and be able to drive it in a car. So, like, we've got an area there to do tests. See, there you go. Just checking the angular thing with my thumb.
You didn't have a nugget, so he used this.
Yeah, I use my thumb.
You know, it'd be cool too, like to go to the base of those stones and put a laser and a target, and then what I've always thought would be interesting to do if you did a laser, couldn't the laser be measured, all the way along its path?
No.
And if that could be measured as straight, if that can be measured as straight that the laser isn't curving, then it takes out their refraction argument. Like if you were to go like every 10 foot along the laser, do you think there'd be a way to measure that, Bev?
No, we're doing an auto level. We've got that test. We've got an auto level for doing that test, and we're going to reference it with a water level. So
nice.
With the physical, we got the physical level, and then we've got the auto level over distance for testing.
That would be great, and then and then be able to use a laser to do it as well. And then the last step would be the idea of like building an actual structure, like a wall of some sort that had a straight line.
No. No.
You don't want the wall ruler.
There's no need to do the building walls.
We've got a bricky. Trump's channel.
We've got spot on here.
The Great Wall of China.
Yeah. We've got builders that build walls. I mean, you don't need to tell a builder to build a wall level. They get really upset.
Oh my god, they kick you in the fucking nuts and wherever they can kick you. All the way to home, yeah.
Can you build us a wall? Yeah, of course I can, that's my job. Will you build it level? Well, I don't mean level, I mean perpendicular to plumb. Like, what? You mean level? Well, no, I mean perpendicular to plumb. Yeah, no,
that's how you lose teeth, by the way.
Yeah.
So, Bev, would you be able to go on the other side of that amusement park and get another shot going towards the mountains that at a similar distance, or like what's over there? Like, because if you could get another shot there, long distance, then the whole like idea of the Globers using this as some proof, the Blackpool Tower, if we had observations from both sides of it, showing complete level land going all the way to the mountains, it's just beyond game over.
These pictures don't prove a thing.
I agree. I don't think pictures prove anything, but they do. I do think they indicate reality, but I agree with you that they're not proof.
What will help us is if we can establish a level and then see whether the sighted optics work with the actual physical level.
Yeah, whether they confirm.
Yeah, but first job, we've got to establish that people understand what level is. Is level a straight line or is it curved? I mean, who knows? Who knows at the minute? And that's a serious question, man. Like, who does know what level is at the minute? I mean, I thought I knew what level was. I mean, I do. Before I came into this, I've not changed. But the amount of opposition that has come up against me saying that Who knows in this environment now what level is?
Yeah. Well, I would say experientially for myself, level is when my head is level, like my eyes, my head, left, right, up, down. Like level is the line that my eyes create when I'm standing upright as a human. Not to say that that's the best way to get a precise measurement of it, but and of course on the globe Earth they have annihilated that and turned that into some curved, warped space ball moving at 2 million miles an hour through nowhere.
Well, yeah, I think I mean, don't take this as offensive or anything, but I don't think you understand what level is either. You've been led by the an unknowing of what it is into something with your eyes.
I guess you could share that. I hear you that you feel that way, but for me, my ultimate spatial awareness of level is the gyroscopic midpoint of my head at the deepest experiential level, and it is like you're saying, just absolute horizontal at that point.
Yeah. Well, I say the only understanding you could really have of horizontal is it's a natural balance. You're right, but it only comes from the water level, right? It's not that the water level is it's the graphic representation, right, of horizontal.
I love that. And well, also like the vestibular system in the ear has liquid in it, and that liquid has to remain level for you not to feel like you're moving or that you're upside down or nauseous. So ultimately, to me, it goes back to the level water in the vestibular system in your inner ear. And that is what gives you the part of the experiential sensation of level is the level water in the ear.
Can I try one? Say you're on the beach now, right? And you're sitting down and you're having you're sitting right next to the ocean and you're having supper, right? And you're looking out at the horizon, right?
Yeah.
And you have on your table, you have your meal, you have your wine, you have your water, you have your pop. Can you envision any one of those three liquids not being exactly as the horizon is?
No.
It didn't come for me until I purchased my water level and used it practically. Made some marks, laid the crossboard, and was like, penny drop.
Oh, that is green.
Like water is the answer to everything. Really?
But we are made of, what, 70% water?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and when we're upside down, we feel that as the nerves and everything in the ear system, shift. So that's why, the way we're able to sense our spatial awareness, I think there's fundamental design in the human body to do that directly, but people are convinced of something different and just believe something different, but they aren't even in touch with their experiential reality in that case in terms of spatial awareness of this physical world.
It's so simple, but yet so hard for some people to grasp it. It's astonishing.
What do you think, Bev, about toroidal fields and electric fields and how there's a dielectric inertial plane at the center of those? What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like that's connected to the true nature of horizontal? Like, do you think it's electromagnetic in that sense, that there's fields and there's like a 0 point plane at the center of that field that is somehow fundamental to just the core of how energy moves, basically, like around a plane?
No, not too sure. The electric shit, I don't know. The water is the thing that does the pressure and that sets the equilibrium. It's the water that does that itself without anything else. So I would say that it is the water that leads everything. Now, it's the interaction of the water with the call it the sun, but it's more to do with the evaporation of the water. Now, there's definitely something that occurs within the water at a high level, and I don't know. I think it's probably the cavitation or the inverse of the cavitation that causes the electric. But I don't know how. I mean, it's one of those things you're never going to know. People will tell you that they do know and they have all sorts of fanciful ideas about it. But if you've ever looked into Maxwell's equations and you understand how the ballers work with obfuscation and like really confusing shit, they usually do that when it's so simple. But with electric, I can't work out that yet because I've never ever been looking into it. But I'm guessing that Tesla worked it out as well. The simplicity of it and the system that's involved in how it all works. What they do is just teach us all sorts of really weird stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. They bring in all kinds of bizarre theories. Yeah, I think, in my viewpoint, we live in a dipole system vertically and a quadrupole system horizontally. So vertically, positive sky, negative ground is a dipole, and then the horizontal surface of the Earth is a quadrupole, which is why, like, the basic AE map, in my opinion, like the Americas are going out on one of the poles. You've got the Hawaii and whatever's in the South Pacific, which I think they're hiding a big continent there. And then Australia is another one. And then South Africa, those four quadrupole systems, which is where people observe the southern star poles as well. So I think that part's quadrupole. And they talk about like the four corners of the Earth and the different, ancient spiritual texts and things. The four pillars, that kind of concept. So I do think there's a quadrupole electric system, and then the dipole is the vertical one.
Let's see.
And if it is a vertical dipole like that, then level is literally the ground of that system, like the actual ground of that duality.
It always sounds confusing to me whenever anybody talks about the electrics, because I've never been, I've done tradesmen, right? And I've done brickying, I've done the plumbing and all of that. The electric, never bothered with it. It's always been one of those things. I've never had a good relationship with electric. I've been thrown across a couple of rooms from soaring through electric cables and drilling through electric cables. It's never been pleasant. So, yeah, I don't know.
I hear you. I've done some electrical work myself at times. Yeah, it can be pretty heavy work for sure. We set up some solar panels at one point and ran all that.
I don't know. Could you call that a green flash? I'm not so sure it's a flash, but we'll have to look into that. Definitely goes green though, doesn't it?
There it looks, and then it doesn't.
Yeah.
Just
To
for
me,
a
it looked
few
right at the
milliseconds.
right at the end.
Yeah, it's there. It
Oh yeah, right
There.
there.
goes green
Yep.
for sure.
That's definitely green.
And whenever you look into Andrew Thomas Young's and all of that sort of stuff, you know, the stuff that they don't really want you to read about, because that's where the stuff that makes you question stuff. The green flash is what they keep going on about. And it's got something to do with light and the propagation of light. It should be red, I think. And for some reason, this green at the end has got something
Well,
to
as
do.
far as I know, but I might be wrong, red is one end of the spectrum that we can see, blue is the other one,
Yeah.
and green is right in the middle.
Right, well, I'll just get you a thing for you to look at.
You know, RGB. Red, green, blue.
Yeah, I like the electrical concepts because to me it helps me in being more aware of like these universal patterns and structures, and I think electric fields make them in a way that is reflective of perhaps other scales as well. So that's what I find interesting about it, and how
It certainly is.
that structure.
I would say in one word, it's magical. And then you get what I'm saying, I'm sure.
It's more than electric, if I get you correct.
Right. Here we
And
go.
and perhaps that exchange, in terms of like free energy and what Tesla was doing, to be able to pull from the ether, from the atmosphere itself, that makes sense in my mind in terms of some kind of a two-pole system where there's some kind of a cycle going between them, like a free energy exchange, which I think like when lightning strikes, we get it's almost like a short circuit of the two sides. But if that could be gathered in some way or utilized, then that would be happening because it's some kind of in my viewpoint, some kind of a flow happening that maybe is like almost like a free energy flow that's always moving, and just all you have to do is know how to be able to harness it.
Well, people are doing that already. You can get energy from the ground, and they say there's potential energy in height. You have one thing in the ground and one. I've seen some. You don't get much power out of it.
Oh yeah, you
But
do. Yeah, height, the vertical change. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stored potential there.
Yeah. Yeah, especially within water. Right, so
Crazy. Yeah.
can you see my screen or the thing I've put in there for you? This is this is a paper that I came across quite a bit ago. A guy called Andrew Thomas Young. You might have heard of him. I don't know whether you've heard about this one though. This is his flat Earth model. And it says about the flat Earth, or to be more pedantic, the plane parallel model. So you like that, right?
Plane parallel, yeah.
A plane parallel model, right? So has anyone got a model?
Yeah, hold on. I got one here
He has
in
one.
my back pocket. Hold
It's
on.
here. Well, he has. Andrew Thomas Young has. It's called the plane parallel model. So this is it. This is what we're talking about now, right? This is the plane parallel model, or as he likes to call it, the flat Earth model. that nobody ever has, right? It's because it's not real.
Yeah.
And then it says, it's often said as of the Atmo is satisfactory near the zenith. I mean, what's he talking about? Anyone else know where you use zenith? Astronomers use the word zenith.
Yep.
I don't know why. I don't know why Andrew
vertical.
Thomas Young's talking about zenith.
I don't know what is an atmosphere on a
Well,
plane parallel model, but
yeah. Or to be more pedantic, the plane power model of the Atmo is satisfactory near the zenith. Well, the zenith is above your head. So what's the plane parallel model doing in the zenith? It just doesn't use proper words. It just doesn't make sure.
okay, is any of these words within this sentence make any fucking sense?
Yeah, he says just to
Not
show
really.
just how nearly flat the Earth is compared with the depth of the atmosphere. Here's a picture drawn to scale. To scale. What scale?
What? What?
What scale?
Which scale?
Right, but
What
but
are you
look,
talking
take a
about?
note and look at these lines, right? Now imagine a sun coming from left to right and dropping down through these lines as you've just seen. And each one of these lines would be where those bands were, right? You've just
Okay.
you've just seen it exactly. The sun passing through that, right? Heavy line at the bottom represents the surface of the Earth. The light lines are levels at which the pressure is from the top down, 10, 20, all the way up to 90, the pressure of the surface. All of these lines are arcs of circles. Weird. Let's just put that in there.
Now that's
Concentric with the Earth's centre, which is far below the bottom of your screen. So you can think about these lines as being circles. Even so. Right, it looks pretty flat, doesn't it? The picture should convince you that the flat Earth approximation is good enough to deserve a closer look. Okay, let's have a closer look. Refraction in the plane parallel atmosphere. Now let's consider refraction in a strictly plane parallel geometry, right? So what he's done here is a little trick to say that these are actually circles. And then now he's going, let's consider refraction in a strictly plane. So forget about any curve that he might have mentioned here that you didn't even think there was, because most people wouldn't have read it, reading that there's a curve there. But this bit here now, there's no curve in this, and this is the light from a straw, right? Most people have seen this with the different angular refraction in the different layer, with the angular refraction taking note at this point. That is where the angular changes always. Like if you put a straw in a glass of water, then this would be the point where it changes, and that's the difference in light. Now, that's what happens at every one of these bits, because the air has had chance to separate, and this is the angular deviance that you see through all of these different lines, right?
Yeah, which completely makes sense. Like when you look at those like long distance time lapse that show, the horizon bouncing up and down because of all those different layers. I agree with you. I think there's different levels of moisture and particulates and things in the different layers that can create almost like, in some cases, like a bifocal effect, sort of like bifocal glasses, where there's actually like different layers that are able to be visually seen.
Yeah. Right, so it says initially we assume a single homogeneous layer of refractive index N. The observer is at O. The observed zenith distance of an object is ZO. Right, so rather than using this horizontal angle upwards, for some reason he's using a astronomical zenith angle downwards. I guess 89.5 is as good as 0.5. It doesn't really make any difference, does it, where you measure the angle from? Apart from the fact that zenith, always astronomical, not surveying. Applying the sine law of refraction, refracting over. So if you know what the sine is, it's just a function of a triangle within trigonometry. It's just literally just an angle measurement, and it's. But because all the verticals are parallel in this model, strange. So it's weird why they would do that, isn't it? Then the angles are equal. As we know, Euclidean geometry, the vertical angles are equal. Parallel lines. I mean, it's how they work geometry out. It's weird that he goes to Euclidean geometry to do this, right? And then this is a good bit here now. As Newton showed in his famous optics, this can be extended to a second layer above the first, and then to a third. The product at every horizontal interface remains equal to the sine of the zenith distance at the top of the whole stack, where M1 exactly in particular, right? So it's just saying that these layers here, you could put another layer up there, and then this angle would hit that one, and it would have the same similar sort of thing. So at each change of each one of these layers, there is an angular change, just like this. They're dead straight angles. No curved lines, all straight, all parallel, and all of these verticals are also parallel in this model. Makes sense. So then he goes through a bit of maths to try and confuse people to make it look like he's doing something. But all he's doing is he's extending this through the sine function to just different layers and adding extra layers on. It's just maths.
like an assumptive refraction model.
Yeah, it's just an angular refraction of every layer. It has a refraction layer in it, and that's it. Every angle point of this is, right? So this is where we go now, right? Flat Earth sunsets. This is the flat Earth approximation for the refraction, or is just proportional to the refractivity of the observer of the tangent of the apparent refracted zenith distance. Means nothing. It's just words to make you go like, wow, that sounds really clever. Right, the exact formula of the refraction of the flat Earth allows one to draw the shape of the setting sun that would be observed in this situation. Here it is on the right. The sun would appear to set on the surface about 1.4 degrees above the astronomical horizon. The drawing shows the sun's exact shape at the moment when its lower limb touches the false apparent horizon. The whole disk of the sun is shown. Everything between the false horizon and the astronomical horizon would be filled with a gigantic refracted image of the flat Earth's surface, which would appear concave. Qualitatively, the higher flattened sunset image resembles what's seen by an observer inside a duct. Right, well, I'll go, boom. Right, so this is the duct. Little history about ducts. Although the optical phenomena of ducts, notably superior mirages and fatamorganas, have been known for thousands of years. Right, so where's the pictures of his ducks?
Looks like he's getting curvy on that one.
Oh yeah,
all kinds of curved.
So these are the different ducted images, right, of what happens within a duct. Look familiar?
Sure.
Look, sun flattening, them coming up and meeting each other, touching again, all the different bits. Now, I don't really know what a duct is, but this is something that they must do in order to set this.
Deduct.
Yeah.
That's So etymology. That's what
Oh,
we have to
look.
look into.
There's the green.
There's a green flash there. Boop, boop, boop.
Nice.
This is the same subject
Okay.
in the image.
So this is documented in papers in academia. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well,
there's
looking
something-
on that article, and it looks like basically he's using the term ducks to describe superior mirages and fata morganas.
Yeah, but I mean, what he's not got these. These aren't pictures of the sun. These are something that they've done as an experiment, and these are looked through a duct. Now, how they get that image, what they use to make this, I don't know what the actual process is, right? Because this looks like lab stuff, doesn't it? You know, these are they're manufacturing these, but how they do that, I don't know. It does say here an animation of a similar sunset, so I don't know whether these are all like computer things, or you know how they've done them at all.
Let me remind, some people that simulation in academia, when they are doing experiments, both can mean a virtual, like 3D on a PC or something simulation, and in real life, like a physical simulation with a model, with a little thing that they actually put together in real life. Both could mean simulation when they write it down that way. And by the way, the duct is a tube or passageway in a building or machine for air, liquid, etc.
Yeah, I think he's using it here in a concept of atmospheric refraction, calling superior mirages and fata morganas ducts, and then in the sunset displays, he calls a subduct green flash.
Yeah. Yeah,
long lasting. The one you had was longer lasting, you know, like he's talking about long lasting subduct green flash. That's what he calls it. But the one you had was pretty long lasting. I mean, that's longer than average, the one you had, that's for sure. Often it's just a flash, but yours was like one you got today or last night was like a fade out. It got more green as it faded out. It was really cool.
See, it does go into this, like the phenomena of ducting. He goes into it. There's a massive list of all of these sort of signs and all of that of how it all works. That, you know, they're all right. Anyway, but so
what percentage of this is true and what isn't? You know,
yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this is Andrew Thomas Young. If he wants to come and have a chat with us, he can, but he won't, because I presume this is fake. All of this is flat Earth society shit that we're looking at here. This isn't a proper study. It's just bits of stuff that's been taken from all of the other bits.
Yeah, that's absolutely what I mean. I'd seen one of his other one, the one on atmospheric magnification. I've seen some other links to his site here, but now that I'm looking over like the one that you're showing here, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in here. It does look like a lot of like, you know, duct tape together theories basically and ideas, and it looks like almost a lot of kind of leading people astray because
yeah, well,
you know, trying to make it almost too confusing, and then people just don't look into it more. You know, trying to have all these like calculations around it.
Right.
I tell you what, they wanted to make a genuine experiment about something, and this something right now was the sun and how it, you know, fades away, or how the Fata Morgana works or anything like that. But they cannot do that in academia just like that.
Okay, well let us finish and let us get there, because
yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay.
It gets better. you very close to it, right? Qualitatively, the higher flattened sunset, right? The simulation. The second image in the simulation shows a wide blank strip, but qualitatively, the negative dip here is an order of magnitude larger, which is already very unusual, right? Done. Although the details of the mirage, this bit here, or more likely looming in this huge blank strip, would depend on the density structure of the flat atmosphere with the temperature and all of that sort of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Newton's proof mentioned above. Oh, that's good. So what was Newton's proof mentioned above? Should we go back and have a look?
Optics, something with optics.
Newton showed in his famous optics this can be extended to a second layer above the first and then to a third. So Newton showed that all of these verticals are parallel in the model. In Newton's proof. I don't know what proof means to you guys or what Newton's proof might mean to you. But it might mean that Newton had a proof that he showed in his optics that this plane parallel model is true. Because that's what a proof is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Newton has a proof that the plane parallel flat Earth model.
Okay, that's quite fucking good, by the way.
Yeah, that's good, right? But it's wrote down here. It's not me that said it. Andrew Thomas Young said it. But we've not finished yet. In this, Newton's proof mentioned above guarantees that all sunsets, the flat Earth model must have exactly this bizarre appearance. In particular, the enormous elevation of the false horizon depends on the refractive index of the observer, a quality known to many decimal places from laboratory experiment ducting. The fact that no real sunset on Earth ever has these characteristics can be taken as observational evidence that the Earth is round, not flat.
Okay. This is fucking good. Great.
This is really, really good because what you caught on your footage last night, remember how I was saying that, like, how the sun and then there was like red, the red sky between the sun and the horizon? That's what he's calling the mirage zone. He's saying it doesn't happen, and it does. I mean, that's what I'm making sense of this right now, because that last part of it, he's trying to say that it doesn't have that mirage zone, or at least that's part of what he's saying.
Yeah, the sun flattens here, and then this mirage zone here from here goes upwards. That's right. What you've just watched.
Yep.
We cannot see your cursor, but we still cannot see your cursor.
Can you see
I'm
that?
sure you're pointing at something. Okay. That one we see. Yeah, if you highlight something that we see.
Yeah. The fact that no real sunset on Earth ever has these characteristics can be taken as observational evidence that the Earth is round, not flat. Now, I'll give you the chance that I've got 3 Fata Morgana sunsets recorded with these very characteristics.
Is it enough?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know any other Fata Morgana sunsets, to be honest. Because you have...
I'm asking the audience.
Yeah.
I'm asking theoretically the audience. Is it enough, guys?
Yeah, just an open question to the world. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Wow. It's like what he's describing is a whole bunch of nothing, and it's not even describing what we actually observe. Like, it's just a magic trick. Like, he's saying it and just assuming that no one's going to go out and actually look at it themselves, essentially, and that they're just going to believe this.
How can he say Newton's proof mentioned above?
Because he's cocky. He got cocky by the end of writing this paper.
So you're right. He just dropped Newton.
Yeah.
Newton's proof mentioned above guarantees that all sunsets in the flat Earth model must have exactly this bizarre appearance. Okay. What does that even mean?
Yeah, it must have this. And then he goes to the fact that no real sunset ever has these characteristics. Well, they do. Every sunset that we ever take has some sort of a weird ducting thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I'm trying to put that information next to the fact that on the rest of his website there's all kinds of the effects. So how is he saying here Newton said that none of these effects happen, and the rest of his site is showing the shapes and the effects?
You go into it and look into it. This is Flat Earth Society.
They look like CGI, like you said. I mean, a lot of these are just CGI drawings.
Yeah, they're laboratory measurements, I think.
Yeah. They're projections and things. Yeah. I don't see a lot of like real footage in here. I mean, They're computer
They
models.
can-
They're computer models of sunset. Here's another one: simulation of a blank strip sunset. Again, a computer model.
Again, Geo, I told you 5 minutes ago, when they are doing these kind of experiments, the word and the definition for simulation both can be a physical one that they carry out with some sort of liquid or refractive material or anything like that in real life. Or it could mean, yeah, CGI.
I just found a page here.
Not definitive.
Yeah, totally. I just found a page here. It's called Simulation of a Blank Strip Sunset. It's on his same site. It says the ray curvature in the inversion is nearly twice the curvature of the Earth's surface. So we have a duct. And then he has this like fake model of a sun setting, under a geometric horizon. I mean, this is just bizarre.
Okay, Bev, I have a question. How did you find this? Please tell
Got
us.
given it. Got
How?
given it. But I mean, it's only because I got given it, and I'm reading this and I'm going, no sunset, and it's like we'd just taken the first Fata Morgana, and I'm thinking, that's the sunset that we've taken. Now, I've shown this to certain people. This is what gets me suspicious. I've shown this to certain people, and they've not done anything with it.
Well, fuck them. by the way.
Ranty got seen it. Ranty saw the first one.
Yeah, I had seen. I think Gleam had linked Andrew Thomas Young, like the one on the page on magnification, and I had that one saved. So I had seen that one, but yeah, this is there's a lot more in here. I just found on that original page on ducks. He also says right here. So while the curvature of visible light is typically about 1/6 that of the Earth's surface, the curvature of radar beams is about 1/3 that of the Earth. This means that radio waves need less deviation from average conditions to produce a duct compared to a visible light. So now he's trying to claim, measuring things against this, assumed curvature of the Earth. Man, this is some serious, this is. Go through this with a fine tooth comb and just comb out all the assumptions. My gosh.
This is intellectual battle, by the way, within the walls of academia.
Yeah.
This is how it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we aren't able to study it, but I do have a sunset that I think matches this. It would be nice to have a chat with somebody.
You think?
Yeah.
You think? Aren't you cocky?
But if you look at all of these whenever they go through a duct, they're so smooth, right? It's obvious they're not what we're talking about. What we are talking about is these different layers, exactly like Newton said.
Yeah.
With all of those different, they aren't shown within these ducts, are they? Whatever they use within the ducting to show that, it does not show those individual layers. It's I don't know. Oh well. The subduct green flash. See, it shows what they look like and how they're formed. But they know this because there is the green flash. It is noted and recorded. Well, not recorded, but because the cameras aren't available, and they haven't been for people to be able to do this. There's not many recorded things from him.
Yep.
Sunset times. There are some weird. I can remember looking on it. There's a bit somewhere hidden away in all of these pages where you can find all of the listings of all of the old stuff that they've gone through. You know, like of all of the history where people have seen weird effects, and it would have been wrote down what happened, and they keep saying, well, this is what Swan Guy said, but we don't believe him. You know, but we have to write it down anyway. I mean, it's not really possible. I'll see if I can find it, but I'm not too sure where it all is. Mirror.
Yeah, this, I mean, I can just tell from, I'm just looking over a lot of these pages. It would have to be gone through like one page at a time because there's a lot of claims in here.
Yeah, it's something that you would imagine Rumpus has in his PDF list that he could just sort
Right.
of pull up somewhere and reference
What,
this
for 5
like,
years?
as if.
Or what?
Exactly. And he would try to, and then he wants to share his screen, and he just starts redrawing these things that he's finding.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he does. Literally, he has the PDF on one screen and then acts like he is actually making it out on the go.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's fucking low.
I mean, there could be some stuff in here that could be somewhat accurate. Like some of these refractive effects are happening. It's almost like, from what I can tell just from scanning over it all, it's almost like they're using some real information and then twisting it like a magic trick. And because it just seems like a lot of what they're claiming ends at some assumption. Like I don't see, I do see a lot of explanation of effects, and some of these may be, I mean, the idea of a duct, I mean, that concept, it does seem like during refractive, mirages and Fata Morganas and different effects where it does kind of seem like there's like a channel where that's happening. And that could be called a duct as well. Is that how you see it as well, Bev? Like it's almost like there's these individual channels that are propagating to us the way we see it?
I just see it like Newton says. There's different layers, and because we've been there's no wind, all of those different layers have been allowed to sit there, and it's those individual layers that cause all of that weird effect.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
everything kind of lingering.
Yeah, and like so the specific requirements for this, that's why you don't see them all the time. And I think because of that little area that we're in, the bay area, it's like in a big cove. To the top end you've got those mountains behind Blackpool Tower and Morecambe Bay and all of that. Then you've got the land, which is a very, very flat area. Like it's a plain. If we can have a canal running 27 miles without any locks, then that's obviously flat, with the mountains over in the distance. And then to the other end, you've got the Welsh Mountains. So all of that area is all shielded with, you've got the Isle of Man and Island as well out there in the water. So all of that, if there's no air circulation and no wind, that just gets to sit in a nice big bowl. And that's why I think we get to see so many Fata Morganas, because that's where we go to watch the sunset. That's where the sun comes down in this particular area, right? The logos of this, to have us with the P1000 going to that area and having that particular conditions, is just unbelievable. And yeah, it's just those different layers, like exactly like Newton said. Mila Zavenka, I've heard of that. Showing mirages. He says it here. Look, interestingly enough, mirages seem to be common enough against Monterey Bay. A number of mirages and in theory have been photographed on the plains of St. Augustine, New Mexico, right? So they do have these pictures of these stuff, but they definitely don't have the Fata Morganas that we've seen. But they know about it, is the point. They won't come and talk to us about it. Because
but then they have their assumptive models that they're using calculations to then just claim that the Earth has the curvature it has. Like that part doesn't seem to link. Like you're right. They do seem to be observing a lot of these effects that are real, but the assumptive models that they're applying to it in terms of trying to claim, what it is, I suppose that's where they're taking it in that direction. Whereas I guess that's where they go with it, or they're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, they don't half make some silly ideas. They've got light bending and all sorts of strange. It's crazy. He's got like tons of different horizon names and all of that, so you know that they're messing about with it.
What's that on the bottom? The Mach Mirage.
Yeah, well, what about this one here? This is a good one. This is our first example of what may be called a pseudo-mirage. A purely refractive image inversion. There is no way the ray crossing here can be regarded as due to a reflection, like the ordinary inferior-superior mode. Note that the French word mirage that England has adopted derived from its phase de semire, meaning to be reflected, to see one's own reflection. This term was originally used by French sailors and introduced into scientific usage around 1800.
Sailors.
Yeah, French sailors.
Well, it's interesting. They're saying mirror, or that it comes from to be reflected or a mirror.
Yeah.
That to me, if you have a reflection, that's because there's a straight line between you and that reflection. That's what a reflection is fundamentally, is a straight line between you and that. That's why it reflects back. So how could it be curving around a corner, around a ball?
How can it be going over a ball if it's managing to reflect off itself? I mean, that's the first time we ever went and we got the camera and we went to go and got sat in the dinghy on the Bedford Levels on the canal, and we looked. That's what we saw. We saw the dude going away, but the reflection of the mirage crept up his body until it was just a reflection of his head in the air. Right, that's the first thing we saw. Right, that happened. I've got the video of it all. And we said, at that point, it's like, how can that be going over a fucking lip if that's what you're seeing is the reflection of it? It just doesn't make any sense. It never has. It's crazy. Oh.
Yeah, I think reflection is a good way. To me, it's an accurate way to see it, and also I think there can be sort of like warping effects. The way that heat can cause that, like the way like if you have a candle or a little fire, the way that wavers. So clearly, temperature can make things. But again, you're not seeing around a corner. It doesn't allow you to see around something. It's reflecting whatever it is, horizontally level right out in front of you. It's reflecting that, and it's being somewhat altered by the environment in terms of what you see between that and that object. But that object is not below a curvature. It's just that object and how it's reflecting through the medium. That's how I've seen it. But I know they want to claim it's bending around, but that just isn't reality in my viewpoint. Nothing can bend like that. You're only able to see what you can through the medium you can see it.
See, this is green flashes. See, whatever this green flash is, it must be something, because they've tried to explain it a lot. I think I really do think some of these stuff that we've got, stuff that they could do with having a look at. But I mean, what would they say? Because if it's one of those things that they don't want to see, then they're probably not going to want to see it. No, that doesn't happen.
As I think about it, what's coming to my mind is the way that What's Up was saying how, green is the middle of the color spectrum.
Mhm.
That's very interesting. And when the sun's setting and it's at that most horizontal position in your perspective, it's almost, and the fact that it happens at the end of the sunset, it's almost like plucking a string that's right in the middle, like that horizontal string, and somehow, like, if it's in that light spectrum, maybe that's why it's green. Perhaps maybe, and in my viewpoint too, maybe there being some kind of electromagnetic or electrostatic quality to that as well. Like,
It must be. It must be, by the way.
yeah.
Well, we know that light is a wave, right? It has a frequency. That's what it also means. So it has something to do with electricity. That's for sure.
What if that could only happen with a straight line? Meaning that if it was curving around a globe, that would be impossible to happen, because that is an interesting concept that I'm just thinking about.
This paper, the very first thing that actually Bev was presenting, it proves that right now through the sunsets that it's not curving whatsoever. I mean the surface of the Earth. So we are over that.
To find that, there is a page in here somewhere with this, but there's tons of stuff.
You're looking for something very much. What are you looking for?
It's just like a page about the different Fata Morganas that people have seen over, like it. When I'm going through these papers and all of that, and I'm looking at them, and I see stuff where it seems like they're very deep into it. Like the green flashes. There's a lot of stuff about the green flash. Now, to me, that for them to put so much time and effort into the green flash means there's something in it. Right?
You're right about that. Yeah,
it's not going to prove the globe for sure. But it may mean something that's not very good for them, because they have to over-express it. And there's a massive page, and I don't just mean a small, like loads of things about the Fata Morganas and the green flashes, and, historical documents about these things, which wouldn't seem much, I don't know, wouldn't really seem that much, and they've hidden them out of the way for a reason. And I can't quite find them yet. But I mean, if anybody knows anybody that's into all of this optic stuff and thinks that, it does actually mean something.
Ranty, or no?
Captain Fuller perspective.
Fact and fiction about.
On the bottom,
Hey, Beth.
more green flash links. Hi there.
Hey, I was looking at that reference that you shared, and I can't help but, man, that last sentence in there though, where it says the fact that no real sunset on Earth ever has these characteristics can be taken as observational evidence that the Earth is round, not flat.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
and then the rest of the site goes on to
That's crazy.
describe all of the effects that we
But
observe.
that's the last sentence, though. That's the last sentence.
Yeah.
All it's
Yeah.
gonna do is get thrown back in your face. That's the problem with that.
Yeah, it's like it says
tell you
the
what.
whole article. The whole thing is just to say that last sentence, to
Yeah.
have it look all
This-
complex and look like they're proving something, and just say, "Yeah, this is all proof that it just the Earth is round."
This is the same as the 5-sided square, guys. Try
No,
to
it's
learn
not.
this
It's not the same
method.
thing.
It's the fucking
Five-sided-
same. Is the
We all know
fucking
Ranty's a five-sided booger eater, okay?
same. No, okay.
But this is we all know that. It's obvious because that's how he gets his vitamins for his hair growth.
Oh my god.
It's clear. So, but I'm just saying that if you're gonna put this out there as some sort of a thing, you really got to watch that last sentence because that's
I'm not putting
that's
it out
almost
there
like
as a
the five
thing.
times cool.
It's not a thing, right? It's Andrew Thomas Young has wrote that. I'm not saying anything other than I've got 3 sunsets that seem to fit what he said there. It's definitely not flat, the Earth, but if Newton had proof that, that the plane parallel model is true, well, I seem to have the video evidence to support that. Like it's not.
We are only
I'm not writing a
supporters.
paper or anything out of it.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah, I
that,
know.
you know,
But this also
supporters.
supports multiple horizons.
we are only supporters, nothing else. We are just cheering around, nothing else.
Yeah,
This is also saying there's multiple horizons.
Yeah, they do. But if you look
Yeah,
into
yeah,
them, like you should do, and please do, they're all the same. The wording of what they do, they're all exactly the same horizon. It's the one that you see.
well, I think they deceive
Well,
people.
and
I
the
think they
it's
deceive
not a
people.
geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because what I would like on a globe Earth, let's say the Earth was a globe, and let's say there's still these refractive effects. Okay, I could see that as an idea. But the thing is, the geometric horizon is not there. That's the thing that would have to be there because that's physical Earth. That's the actual.
Correct, but you can't say, well, say there's refractive effects. No, there are refractive effects.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, if the Earth was a globe, I could understand that there still would be the refractive effects. So I could see why they might say, "Oh, it's refractive."
Why do you have to qualify it like that? No, there are refractive effects, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and on a globe
Don't
Earth,
qualify it.
those refractive effects could still be there, but then there would be. But the problem is the missing geometric horizon.
No, not that they could still be there. They are there.
Yeah, there's no need to qualify on a globe Earth. They just
Right.
there is refraction. It is a thing. It does exist. That's it.
Right. No matter what.
There's all sorts of different refraction, like there's all sorts of different horizons, but like the only one I have a problem with is the geometric horizon, because they assume the geometric horizon is curved.
Well, at this point though, how many are there?
Don't think they're all the same thing. I mean,
Yeah.
in
Right,
this
it's
in
all
this
an
bit I'm
apparent.
looking at here now, he's got the apparent horizon. It's where the sky appears
Yes.
to meet the Earth. See also sea horizon. But that's called the true.
Astronomical.
That's called the true horizon, right? Because of perspective effects, different observers generally have different apparent horizon. Because of refraction, even the sea horizon usually lies above the geometric horizon. Well, how can the apparent sea horizon lie above the geometric horizon? I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Correct, because the astronomical horizon in the paper that you sent is their geometric, same as is synonymous in my opinion too.
The next one is the astronomical horizon, an intersection of a horizontal plane through the eye with the celestial sphere. Now, because the celestial sphere is an infinite radius to observers at different heights above sea level.
Did you say radius?
Yeah. It says infinite radius to observers at different heights above sea level, but placed on the same vertical line, have the same astronomical horizon. Because of dip, the astronomical horizon always lies above the sea horizon because your eyes are above the fucking sea horizon. Yeah? But it usually is hidden by trees, hills, and buildings on land. These objects then determine the observer's apparent horizon, see above.
Well, I think we're saying the same thing, where the astronomical horizon is the same thing as the tangent point in a geometrical horizon.
No, I think it's just your eye level.
In the globe model, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the intersection of a horizontal plane through the eye with the celestial sphere. It's just the astronomical horizon, right, is your eye level. It's just.
Well, then what's the apparent horizon in that thing?
The apparent horizon is where the sky appears to meet the earth. Now, if you've ever watched anything that we do on the beach when we set an auto level up, right? That crosshair is always above the horizon, the apparent horizon. So you could call one of them the astronomical, which is the one that you're looking through, the one that is the level of your eye, which is always above the horizon, the apparent horizon, because it is above. It's always above. Yeah. They never cross. They never. It's the same thing. They're both parallel to each other.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying they're not. Yeah. All I'm saying is the astronomical horizon in this diagram, I think that is what they would consider the geometrical horizon. And then the apparent horizon is what we actually see. Where it's all bullshit.
Well, no, there's a couple layers. It's not geometric. Yeah. It's not.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to understand this diagram.
The geometric one is the one that isn't there, right? Whenever you hear geometric, all you hear is globe, right? Just disregard it.
I am, but I'm just trying to understand this diagram. The problem with your citation, though, is that very last sentence. And I told you, I'm with you. I'm with you on this, but this is what's going to get thrown back at you, is that last sentence.
Here we go. I found it.
Well, they can try to throw whatever they want at this point.
Yeah, it's like he's just making a model. He's trying to claim that there's 3 horizon layers and then calling them geometric, astronomical, and then he's talking about that sea horizon. Basically, it's saying, in a nutshell, to me, he's basically just describing the actual level horizontal Earth and then just adding a concept of a third horizon that just raises it above the quote-unquote curvature of what the ball should be. So he's just using it happens to be above it. He's just adding in a new thing.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the problem is that the conclusion of those 3 paragraphs is, it says the fact that no real sunset on Earth ever has these characteristics, which we know, can be taken as observational evidence that the Earth is round, not flat. Not that conclusion is the antithesis of what we think, in my opinion. So they are that last sentence is an inversion of. what it's saying, in my opinion.
Right, and somebody who believes that little one-liner that he put at the end there, I would ask them to then show me where in any of the rest of his data, or he could do it. Where does that specifically prove that the Earth can't be flat?
It doesn't. It
and
doesn't prove.
has to be quote unquote round. Like what? Where is that
It doesn't
proof?
prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. That's my point. Is
Right.
if you put this out there as something that's interesting, that's great. But the last sentence goes against what you're saying in general.
When you say
Yes, we
you're
know-
saying, you refer to him, what they're saying, if I get you right.
You know what I mean? Yes, we know there's refraction and we know there's a mirage. We know that. We know that there's optics involved here. But if you're going to put this out there as like, oh, hey, look at what these guys say about flat Earth sunsets, and then the last sentence says it doesn't happen that way and it's round, that kind of goes against what you're trying to say. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
we're
this
not
guy's
trying to
right.
say anything. No, he's definitely not right.
Yeah, it seems like a sleight of hand because by creating those multiple different horizons, some of these horizons that he's just claiming are above the actual geometric. So somehow it's just lifting everything up to appear as if the Earth is horizontally level, but it actually is below it and you just can't see the geometric horizon. Once he's done that, now he can go through all these refractive effects. He can describe them. He can have animations and pictures. And of course, we do see those types of effects. And even though he hasn't proven anything about whether the Earth is flat or round, he is just whether the Earth has those shapes. He's just assuming that sea horizon that he lifted up just accounts for that and just claims that as a statement. But there's nothing else in the rest of his data that indicates that it is a globe. You know what I mean? That it is what he says it is.
No, I don't know what you're saying. All it's showing is that there's two horizons. One of them is geometric and one of them is apparent. And he's talking about mirages and looming and all of that, which there are optics involved. I don't think anybody is disagreeing with the premise of this diagram.
Well, he said
The
he claims that there's three.
The conclusion that he makes, whether we agree with it or not, it's that last sentence is kind of like a kicker.
It is in a way because he's saying what I just showed you here does not happen on Earth, correct? Isn't that what he's saying?
I think so.
Yeah.
The fact
And then
that
we can
it's
tell him,
never
hey,
been
bozos,
seen.
look,
Yeah.
there's this guy named Bev. He has 3 instances of this.
Yeah, but
End
I
of
mean, like
story.
they'll say no, that's not what it says. Like there's got to be a bigger. We meant like a fucking huge one, like like the sun would disappear up there, fucking way up there. Not that like you've seen. I mean, like you've seen just a normal one.
It's contradictory to what he's observing.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's not observing anything.
No, what they show.
Yeah.
I guess it's a presupposition. Like, no. We don't see that because it's round. Like they're presupposing that's the last sentence is a presupposition. No. We see all of this stuff as flat, but it's not. That's what he said. Without, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I actually know, but it's not a it's a post something. I'm not sure about the wording. Post supposition.
Well, it's a presupposition, like yeah, a presupposition means you suppose something beforehand. Like, which coat are you going to wear? Like, that presupposes you're going to wear a coat. So this is the same thing.
Yeah, he didn't presuppose it in this paper.
No, at the very last sentence, he presupposes.
Yeah, the last
that
sentence.
It's
Yeah,
round.
that's why it's post. Yeah.
He presupposes that it's round. Like what we see is flat.
No, it
but
didn't.
It's not.
He started out
what
with
he's
saying parallel model. Parallel play.
plain
What was the
parallel
word?
model.
It's exactly-
Plain parallel model. That was the presupposition.
That's exactly what he's
Right.
saying. Is our observations don't match our expectations? Is basically what he's saying.
No,
As
he's
a
no.
as a
He's just
heliocentric
saying,
model.
here's the plane parallel model,
Yeah.
and then here's what Newton said the sunset should be. The fact that we've never seen one of these sunsets means that it's round.
Exactly
exactly.
that. Exactly
That's my point.
that.
That's a
yeah.
that's,
You're both
that's
right.
the
Yeah, yeah.
definition of a presupposition.
Yeah, and that last
Yeah.
sentence, like you said, that kills the whole freaking thing. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, but if he went on for the rest of this work, if he was actually proving that the surface of the Earth had any curvature to it, that would be one thing. But when I'm looking through it all he does is assumes it and then creates these different horizons to write off that it's bending, even though it isn't. Like he's just using the calculations of assumptive curvature to just claim, well, yeah, see how this horizon, is just dipped below, but it's somehow refracting around. So, but he doesn't have any actual experimental, evidence of that. That part's
Well, he even said, yeah, he even says in that last paragraph before the last sentence, it says this bizarre appearance.
Yeah.
Because it's bizarre. It's bizarre to look at it flat when you think it's not. That's what he's saying.
Oh wow! It says here that there's
This
not
bizarre
that many
appearance.
seen. No, I'm going through all of the other bits now. He says there are dozens of photographs of green flashes on the web. Only a moderate number of decent mirage images exist.
I don't know what the color of it has to do with anything.
The green flash is something completely different. I mean, that's it's the Fata
the thing
Morgana
is
that we're bothered about.
We're diving into the presupposition, though, that it's round and that there's green shit on this mirage. I mean, yes,
No,
there's a mirage.
It's not. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with it being round. The green shit. Nothing. None of this has got anything to do with it being round, because I don't think it'd happen if there was a round in it. You can't get these layers to have this. I don't know. Call it lensing.
Well, it's bizarre.
Lensing effect or whatever. I don't think you could get stuff to sit in that way. Gas or different fluids will not level out around a sphere. That's not how it works. You can't get different layers of water. Like you say, you were going to put more salt in water and put it on a curved surface. That salt and salinity, different thing, would level out into horizontal layers. It'd never go into a curved layer.
I never said that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is it looks like from what I've read here in this few paragraphs is that from the perspective of somebody who thinks it should already be round, it's absolutely bizarre that it looks flat, and there's no way it could be because it isn't. That's what they're saying. If I can interpret this, that's what they're saying. It's like, how do we observe all of this stuff when we know it's not what we should be seeing, but we do see it that way? Like this person wrote this is confused.
No, he's not. He's playing the game
Yes,
right.
he is.
No, he's a wizard.
He's confused.
Nah.
It's wizardry for
No.
sure.
Wizard.
No, he's confused.
He's not
He's
confused.
confused. He says, I'm observing all of this flat stuff, but it can't be. It's so bizarre.
He didn't say
he
it can
thinks
be.
it's round.
He's not saying he
You have to
observes it
reread.
either. He's just showing you.
You have to reread the last sentence, man. You have to reread it.
Reread the part where he says, this is bizarre.
That doesn't mean he's confused. He just puts an adjective before
No, he says
something.
bizarre. It's a bizarre effect that it looks flat.
It doesn't even
there's
mean
no way it
anything within academia. The word bizarre doesn't mean anything regarding these papers, by the way.
Hey Bev, check your
I'm just
DM.
trying to interpret what he's trying to say here. He says it's bizarre because it looks so flat when he thinks it's not. That's all.
Well, I think what he's saying, like I just reposted from the original page that when Bev first was presenting this, I just recopied that picture and went back. Basically, they're using some assumptive flat Earth quote unquote model, is what it looks to me, that where the sun is some distance, I guess, to where they're saying that there would be a 1.4 degree space between the sun and what they call the astronomical horizon, and then their apparent horizon. So there's some bizarre manipulation where he's just assuming, hey, on a flat Earth, you should have this 1 degree, the sun should be floating above or whatever, which is not what would be the case at all. I mean, on a flat level horizontal plane surface, the sun would set at the convergence point
mirage and optical effects
of your actual vision is where it would be actual converging.
Right.
So the whole reason he's saying that they would look like quote unquote bizarre is because essentially there would be a 1 degree, the sun would be floating up above the horizon is what he's claiming. And then he's saying the reason that we don't see that is quote unquote why the Earth is round. Essentially the fact that there isn't a 1.4 degree, what he calls a mirage zone. So he's just using some assumptive model of how the sun should set rather than the idea that it would all just converge due to perspective. And the fact that the sun's not floating above the quote unquote astronomical horizon. So he's just making that assumption and then pushing a bunch of information and just saying that the Earth can't be flat. So yeah, it's a complete contradiction in and of itself.
Bev,
That's my point.
We lose Bev.
That's all I was saying.
No,
that's my point.
Check your DM. And
yeah, thank you, Buster.
Yeah. I can adjust if I need to, or just see what you think.
So this is what he says. He says everything between the false horizon and the astronomical horizon would be filled with a gigantic refracted image of the flat Earth's surface, which would appear concave. So he's literally just making that up. He's making up a false horizon and an astronomical horizon and just claiming you should have some. No, he's saying false horizon and astronomical.
Okay, well, whatever the fuck he's talking about, it doesn't matter. There's one horizon. We see it. It's not geometrical. I mean, we're arguing bullshit at this point.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just elucidating what he is actually saying and how empty it is in its concept.
It's very intellectual, by the way.
Not really.
That's
not really.
my opinion.
I'm not very smart, but I can look at the horizon and I see, okay, I can understand that it's an apparent horizon. It's apparently there. You can never get to it. Okay, so I understand also that it's not geometric just by definition. You can never get to it. It's not there. It's not the thing. It's not geometric. So.
Around here, you might get corrected a little bit on that because it is geometric because it's horizontal.
It's not geometric as far as a circle goes, or a orthogonal view of a sphere. The math doesn't work out, bro.
So, Buster, would you say it is a geometric optical phenomenon or a geometric physical phenomenon?
It's what the definition's based off of. Horizontal is a plane parallel to the horizon.
It's not a geometric sphere edge. That's the thing.
No, I'm
doesn't work out.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying it's within the definition. No, I'm not advocating for any kind of curve.
Somebody just kept on saying geometric.
Yeah,
it's not geometric.
He said it was geometric.
It's all apparent.
Well, let's ask Buster what he meant by that, because I agreed. I think I saw what he was saying, but
well, I mean, if you're just basing off like what this guy's saying I haven't read it all. I was busy doing something else. But as far as like
what this guy's saying and say, no, it's all just apparent. There's no astronomical. There's no. Fuck all that. No, that's bullshit. I see it and it's there. If that's
Yeah, but
apparent, it's apparent. It's not geometrical. It changes.
It is apparent, but
How you are,
it's-
how you are, weather conditions, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's apparent. You can't go there. Show me like. There's a band I think called "Bring Me the Horizon." You know, you can't.
right.
You can't go there.
Yeah, I mean, in a colloquial sense, it's that defined as that too. Is point
Right,
you
so
can't
it's
get
apparent.
past.
It's apparent.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is that it's horizontal, so it is geometric.
Yeah, it does have a geometric property.
Right.
It's not spherical. It is straight.
Yeah.
Straight horizontal.
Yeah.
But horizontal isn't a shape.
That's a geometric term, though, right?
Right.
Sure.
Same as straight. Straight is a geometric term.
Right, but that's not a shape.
No, nobody says you have to give it a shape. It's just geometric.
Well, like when the sun sets, right that point at which the sun is, vanishing. If we were to call that the horizon, if somebody went there, I know this is not really possible, but just the idea of it. If somebody went to right where the sun is and waved their hand, just in a theoretical example, they would be your horizon. They're in the region of the Earth, I would say. They're in that band at which is the final point that you can see. So in that sense, it is like a geometric physical region of some sort, but it's not like
it's not.
It's not a thing that
it's not
a thing that you could go touch, or you can't go touch it. But it is
that band is 100% apparent. Apparent. It's apparently there. That's where the sky meets the ground. Apparently.
Yeah, but they're like a topographic horizon, a mountain.
Yeah.
Would that be geometric to you?
No. It's still apparent.
Why? The top of
Because
a
it's still
mountain is
apparent.
definitely geometric. You know where it is. It's been measured.
The mountain doesn't go anywhere. It's still there. Nobody's saying it's not there. But the horizon.
But that's the top. That would become the topographic horizon. The mountain.
But it's still apparent.
Well, you know where it is.
It's a region of Earth. It's some
mountain.
part of Earth.
It's definitely positionable, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, a mountain is the horizon where the sky meets the land in your view.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying it's not apparent because it's a physical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a mountain.
And it's geometric because you can position it, you can mark it, you can shape it.
A mountain is geometric. Sure. A mountain is geometric. I mean, it's a thing.
Yeah. So that in that way, the horizon is geometric when it's the topographical horizon, right? And in the other way, when you look at it over water, it's an apparent horizon, but its geometric property is horizontal. So that is also classed as, you could call that geometric as well. But in neither cases, it's not curved.
Right.
So the misconception comes, I think, from people like Nathan Oakley, that where they've said geometric, that it's people like Nathan Oakley have said, you haven't got your geometric horizon. It's like you have. It's always been there. It's just not curved like they imagine. They only imagine it being curved.
I see what you're saying, but I also see what he's saying is that it doesn't fit into it. You can calculate it all day long and give an orthogonal view of it.
Yeah, but it's all jacked up in the way the way he's describing it. Like when they say
what's jacked up is the math.
Let me get there.
Yeah.
They've jacked up and misdescribed all of that. So when he says you can't have your geometric horizon, there's a whole load of backstory behind it, though. It's geometric. So when he says you don't have your geometric horizon, what's the geometry he's talking about for them that they use? There's all these misconceptions around it.
Well, I think that description of it, if they're referring to like a globe Earth geometric horizon, would be the actual.
totally excluding perspective. I get what he's saying.
Yeah, but when he's saying you can't have your geometric horizon, it's just it's a loaded statement that's not a good description of how he should be saying it, because geometry.
If you want to say horizontal is a geometric description, then sure.
Hold on, Sugar Cookie. I wanted to hear like what Buster like. Could you probably let people finish if that's all right? Because I wanted to hear.
My bad.
Yeah,
You're
so,
My bad.
so, you know, it's okay. It's cool. I mean, we all do it. They're conflating geometries, and Nathan's giving them the measurements in a sense, but then debunking it on the backhand. But the problem is that how do you measure a curve?
Rise over run. That's a slope, right?
That's a slope. But the problem is that they're using these terms, tangent, which is a geometrical term, but they want to conflate different geometries together. But then Nathan lets them do all that and then says you don't have your geometric horizon. When we do, it's horizontal. It's in the descriptions. Our horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
So what's getting conflated then?
Okay, I hate to even bring the terms up, but they'll bring in terms like spherical geometry. And they try to conflate Euclidean with spherical, and they try to intermingle them when they have different rules, different postulates. And he lets them kind of do it because he says tangent. He uses those terms, and they have the Earth curve calculator, which is just a parabola. It's a loaded statement. It's not a good way to so-called air quotes debunk the geometric horizon. It's just not good.
Oh, okay, now Louis, what the fuck?
Well, in general, my thought of it is that, like in my mind, there's like a globe Earth geometric horizon, which would be that actual physical curve that would need to be there if the Earth was a globe, and then there's like a geometric horizon. Let's say I'm more of a planar horizontal level Earth, which is not any physical, curve of anything. It's actually just the geometry of essentially what level is and how your eyes work and what the Earth itself is, which is what, we're talking about, whether that's like a topographical, like an artificial topographical horizon, like a mountain, or whether that's looking out over the ocean where the sky meets the ground at that point. That I know what you mean, because there is geometry to that. And even though it's not a place that you could go touch necessarily, well, you could touch the mountain, but out in the ocean, it's not a place to touch. But it is wherever your point of optical extinction, like where you no longer can see, it's that right at that point.
Right, can I have a go? Because you've got geometry, right? You've got no geometry, supposedly. Well, what if I were to say the very definition of horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. Right. Now, is parallel a geometric term? Is a plane a geometric term?
Yep.
Right. So parallel to the plane of the horizon is geometric. Yep. It's a very geometric term. Now, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that means geometrically that all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yep.
Well, that means that it cannot curve. They've got no tangents to have horizontals intersecting with each other. It's a proof within geometry that it is a plane parallel model. Because that's the only way the planes can be, is parallel. So if you say you have no geometry, then you're giving that up as an argument for you to use. The very horizon that you're talking about.
Isn't the concept versus a geometrical ball versus an optical illusion? I mean, really, essentially, that's the argument. Fundamentally, it's about the optical illusion, It's about the optical illusion conflated as a physical feet and inches ball. So
No.
in the sense of the sense of the context of the statement of being no geometrics, it's based on the idea that it's a physical ball, and the
No.
argument is that the feet and inches value is what's blocking the bottom of boats, and there's nothing, no attribute other than that associated with the geometrical calculation radius of 3,959. So there's no conflation. It's the understanding of the argument is one is physical geometric and one is optical. Nobody's saying that the optical one doesn't have a horizontal plane. That's not the argument. That's the obvious. That is the statement of why it appears to be a plane is because the horizon is horizontal, right? The argument is what is causing
Data,
the
please.
junction.
Please. Is horizontal, parallel, and plane, are they geometric terms?
Well, when you say that the horizontal is parallel to the plane,
Yeah.
that is a mathematical representation of a 2D surface, which is a horizontal plane.
No. You can't
Yeah,
have a
well,
2D plane, Data. Don't.
Well, the plane itself, mathematical plane, right? It's not reality, right?
Plane parallel is reality, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
and Bev, I was going to say before,
that's 3D.
It makes me think of the way that 3 points make a plane, X, Y, Z, is geometrically connected to this, I think, as well. Like what you're talking about, the proof in the geometry.
Mhm.
Right? Yeah. The 3 points
Geometry
make a
is
plane,
the
yeah.
only place you get proofs from.
But I agree with you. It's the horizontal parallels moving through the XYZ 3-point coordinate system.
Just on the Z-axis.
Right. In terms of the horizon looking out over the Earth. And then the question is, okay, what is the Earth? Well, the land seems to abide by that horizontal. So...
Well, it abides by those
what
plane
else could it be?
parallel model because that's how you measure elevation with that very plane parallel method.
And until anyone finds anything different, that's how it stands.
Hey, just want to pop back in. Sorry, phone died. I'm still listening. Thanks, guys.
What's up, Data? How you doing?
Good, Joe. How are you, bud?
Pretty good. We've been having a very in-depth, interesting conversation for quite some time. It's been awesome. We got deep into this Andrew Thomas Young, like all of his information, and yeah, we've been
Wizardry.
we've been
I'll still say that last sentence is a real kicker.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, some music came in and I wasn't able to hear what you just said. What did you say?
Who?
I think Gio was talking about speaking to somebody and something. I didn't hear it all.
Yeah, there was a reference that Beth put in the chat about different horizons and the mirage zone and a few paragraphs on it. Whoever wrote it, that's what I was referring to.
You know what? You know what, Data? Fuck that all. Fuck that all. Bev made a great video about the Fata Morgana yesterday and today too. Look at those, okay?
No worries, no worries. Well, everybody here would agree that as two objects move away from you, they'll appear to converge, right? No matter what it is, if you put your focal point on it. Take that as a.
Go on, say that again. Two things.
If I have two objects in front of you and it's at your focal point, wherever you place your eye, and those objects move away from you, wherever they are, if they're at a far enough distance, they'll appear to converge, right? Appear to come together and disappear?
Well, yeah, they do come together, yeah.
Yeah. It's just optical, right? There's no actual nothing measurable there,
Perspective
no magnitude,
compression,
right?
we call it, or I call it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's basically there's no magnitude there, nothing measurable.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
there is a magnitude. There is a size. We went through this the other day, Data.
So
Just because
there's
things
no
move
size
away
there.
from you doesn't make them disappear. They don't
So no, it's
change
not,
size.
they don't disappear. They don't change size. You're correct. What I mean is that they don't converge, creating any magnitude. There's nothing measurable there when they appear to converge. It's optical, right? They're not coming together, right? So what's happening is that wavelength of light, or whatever field array of light coming to the eye, has all that information into it. And so what it's done is it's compressed it together, right? But there's actually nothing measurable there. That's why you call it a vanishing point. What people can't wrap their heads around is that still that object of wavelength of light is blocked by the object that's been compressed into that point, because there's actual matter there, right? But optically, there's nothing measurable, right? You can calculate the apparent junction between them based on their size and the wavelength of light using the Rayleigh criterion. But what you're doing is you're calculating the apparent disappearance into a perspective point.
Wait, what
All
for?
objects will appear to converge.
What for, Data? What's the
What do you mean,
purpose?
what for? Well, it's
I mean, train tracks look like they touch, you know. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
That's like no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you,
so
Data,
just-
you're on about measuring it, or you can't measure it, but you can calculate it. What for? What purpose?
I suppose it's just getting everybody to understand the apparent junction, right? It's very important.
It's not. Shit
That's
disappears.
Yeah,
Shit,
no.
shit disappears in the distance. It gets too far
Yeah.
away, you can't see it. Nobody needs
Yeah.
that calculating for any reason.
So again, it's the joining. It's not one object. It's the apparent joining of two objects, right? That's
For
the
what
important fact.
reason?
It's like the ground and the sky, right? There's two objects. They're appearing to converge, right? The principle doesn't change, right? The observation of your eyesight doesn't change on scale. Two objects small will appear to converge as they move away, as two objects that are large will appear to converge as they move away, right?
Yeah, we agree, Data.
Okay,
Shit gets
fine.
smaller in the distance.
Right. And through the process of understanding the Rayleigh criterion, I can take that smallest subtended angle from the 500 nanometers of wavelength of light and 5 millimeter sized eye aperture and calculate that angle to get the apparent circumference of the Earth.
What?
Right?
What?
That was a mouthful.
Fucking hell,
That
that
was
was
a
a big
mouthful.
fucking leap.
As
that was.
WhatsApp would say, oh my god.
Did anybody miss that?
Not today.
Not today.
Funny. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I could do
Yeah.
it again if you like. Is there any questions?
Well, I think Ruhif would agree with you. I think you got that from the Ruhif playbook.
What Ruhif playbook?
Yeah, it does. Like Ruhif's and Rumpus, last time I heard them both talk, they were super heavy into the angles.
Yeah, and using them to try to claim calculations on assumptive models. Yeah.
Let's take that
No,
distance
what I'm-
out of there.
what I'm
I don't
trying
need the
to-
distance. All I need is the
What
angle.
I'm just trying to tell you that you don't need. Okay, so the process of using the Rayleigh criterion, which is based on the angle to something and the resolvable detail of something, which is essentially the convergence of light into a point of diffraction, that you can use that principle, and that's based on physics actually, because it's actually testing light through an aperture and getting a constant diffraction based on the size.
Sorry, the physics of light.
Yeah, it's something you can actually do, right? This is like testable stuff, right? So,
Light's physical.
well, in other words, you can actually shine it through a circular slit, right? And derive a first minimum and then a maximum in the center. And then have variations of diffraction points based on aperture size, which is basically resolvable detail from the outer rim to the first point.
Go on. For what
or the middle,
purpose,
sorry.
Data? Give us a practical. Hey, very practical people here, right? Let's
Wonderful.
go with trying to give us an example of for what reason,
Fantastic.
for what purpose are we going to
So
be
you're gonna draw-
achieving these results?
You're going to draw a circle. You're going to take a normal piece of paper. You're going to draw a large circle, and you're going to measure the size to be, I don't know, maybe 8 inches in diameter, maybe 10 inches in diameter. Then you're going to put it on a stick and a pole and have it at a certain height.
I can draw a circle and not do that.
Yeah,
So,
we
anyway,
can
what
we
you're
can
gonna
just
do
do
is-
that with Stadia hairs through an auto level. We went through this last time. It's measurable.
anyway,
Yes, we know this data.
Let me finish. Well, do you know what I'm talking about? What am I going to say?
Well, you're going to say that you move it away and eventually it converges into a nothing of a magnitude of 0, right? But I'm going to say exactly the same what we said last time. We know this, and we are going to test it.
Yeah. So it's called a perspective point, right? And so use the Rayleigh criterion, I find this subtended angle of light based on a wavelength of light in the size of aperture. I end up with this angle. To that angle and the apparent circumference, or the apparent junction of the sky and ground, I use that as a marker for that angle, and I can determine. So basically what I'm saying is that they literally took your vision, because the sky and ground is not a physical ball. It's an apparent optical illusion based on the angle to the human eye, based on your height. And that's calculable. Through that process, you can turn it into a ball and then have basic parameters that are derived into 1.22, which 1 foot observer, 1.22 miles away. There's a correlation there between the diffraction point, because the diffraction point is the apparent junction of the sky and ground. So there has to be some sort of correlation. So what I did is I used a rise over run calculation, 6 feet divided by 15,000, 6 feet divided by 15,840 feet, and times it by 57.30, just to do it a quick version. I end up with that 0.2.
Got most of the numbers.
0.0217, right?
Is Leaky available?
Yeah.
57.3 is the quick calculation without a calculator, right? Which is basically, I think, pi over 180, right? Times pi divided by 180.
Fucking hell.
You're
You're just working out the angular fucking ration of a fucking radian.
So hold on.
Yeah, data, we know all of this shit. You're just talking and saying words, and you're rambling them all together with no fucking point to it.
So what I'm trying to tell you guys, which seems to
just
be not
say
translating for it, I'm trying to show you how they used your eyesight to create a constant, a ball, mathematically.
No, they didn't use my eyesight to do fucking anything.
So geometry is derived from our eyesight. The reason why we can build things is based on our
Geometry is derived from fucking logic. Stop talking shite, data.
I'm not talking shit. I'm telling
yes,
you.
You are.
He's trying to be
this needs to be stopped. Not
yeah,
here.
it's painful.
Yeah, I'm not certain what you guys
The
are
monotone voice
misunderstanding.
gives you away.
It's painful.
That's rare, bro. That's rare.
What are you misunderstanding? Because I'm trying to tell
Nothing.
you
You're just in the wrong saloon.
Nothing.
We understand completely. You're in the wrong saloon, buddy.
And how so?
Exactly.
Wrong saloon.
We don't do
How
that here.
so?
We just don't do that here.
Do what?
Just spout words meaning nothing.
I'm not spouting words that mean nothing. I'm trying to tell you that. Trying to tell you through the Rayleigh criterion, you can derive the 6 foot over 50.
We heard it.
Run.
Yeah.
Heard it.
Derive all you want.
Yeah. So, if you want to know, they derive the calculation radius of the
We
Earth
don't want
perspective.
to know how they derive it at all.
Give you
It's useless.
You're talking to your
Well, that's the
will
trick, right?
call
It's
you.
about exposing the trick, right? So you want to talk about a proof. I'm showing you a proof through optics and how they can derive the calculation through your vision.
Thank you very
And the
much
way-
for
the
that.
way
We will
that-
call you if we want any more information.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't understand what how's that wrong information?
also it's the radius
No one said that.
value that's been
What's-
made up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying the math trick is there, and this is how they did
Well,
it.
it took you fucking 10 minutes to say nothing. Why don't you
Right.
just say it?
Do you want to hear me? My idea, right? It's got fuck all to do with your eyes. They've got the number from the numbers that they use. Right? Probably come from Aylesbury, if you want to
That's not
really
true,
have a
because-
look at it, right? Not from optics.
Yeah, so that's not true, right? You can look at the
Rayleigh
you can look at the-
criterion came after, right?
Yeah, I'm not
From
worried-
the
I'm not
Rayleigh,
worried about
you
that.
got the numbers, right? But the numbers are already there.
Yeah,
They just
guess
got
why?
the Rayleigh criterion to fit in with it.
Guess why?
So
No,
what
no, no.
is the Rayleigh criterion? Just give us a quick rundown of that.
It's the resolvable detail between two objects, if you will, based on their size and distance.
Which two
wanna-
objects? Is one of them your eye?
You can, well, the distance to the object from your eyesight.
Yeah. So
the
your
angle
eye
to
is
it
one
is
of
the-
the objects, and another object is the other object,
So
right?
you have a letter, let's say, and it has a certain width to it, and that letter is going to bounce, let's say, through the field array light to your eye. Eventually, that angle will be too acute to resolve, and it will diffract, right? And that's either based on the distance or the size of the object.
Yeah, shit shrinks
that's
in the
that.
distance, right? Relying on
size
its
change, sure.
size.
Yeah, sure.
So is that all Rayleigh criteria is?
Well, as far as the diffraction limit goes, yes. In this consideration, determining the resolvable detail between two
Okay,
objects,
so
sure.
what they do is they measure things and then they move them away and then they say, oh, I can't see it anymore. And then they measure and mark that distance, right? So Rayleigh,
you're
that's
looking
all
for-
Rayleigh did. He just got a load of
Yeah.
people together and went, can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Right? It's not very scientific, that.
Well, that's exactly what they did. That's why they.
Well,
come up
that's
with
it.
an
Well,
easier
stop trying to
calculation.
make it anything more than it is. It's just
I'm
shit
trying to
gets
show the
far
trick.
away and then you can't see it. Like we said right at the fucking beginning.
Right.
Right? So
you're not
what has
interested
that
in
got to do
taking-
with anything?
You're not interested in taking the 60 degree, dividing it by the 0.02 degree angular limit, coming up with 3,000, and then taking that
No, we are
diameter.
not
of it?
No,
Interesting.
not at all. Don't give a
Well,
shit.
Data, it seems like, if I could jump in real quick, it seems like your delivery is that you're telling us this is the case. You know, I think that's kind of what my,
Well,
like, as you're describing this, it's as if you're, like, your delivery is as if you're, like, trying to teach it or say that it's the case. So,
What's the issue with discussing drawing a circle at which you know the diameter to, timesing it by 3,000 to find its perspective point? What's wrong with an
Well-
observation or discussion like that,
Um,
right? And this is based on.
Because we've had
optics,
it 3
right?
fucking times already, Data, and it goes nowhere.
Yeah, but it seems like it's a. Why is it not discussed? It's an
Because
observation
you
everybody
keep
could do
fucking
here.
saying it. Just draw a circle, move it away from you. And then once you've done that, you want to start doing some calculations for it. Well, we already know it's a fucking object and it moves away, and when we know the point where it disappears. What is the use of you doing a calculation after that point?
So the convergence is the optical effect, right?
You're
The
just
optical illusion,
regurgitating.
right? Yeah, well, that's what it is. So I'm just it either doesn't come up, it doesn't register. That's why I feel like I have to repeat it again. I don't understand. I'm speaking clearly, I think, and concisely. It's just the wrong subject, because I'm trying to explain to you the math trick and how they devised, or how it can be devised this way, whether it's
you don't
before or
have
after.
to repeat it. No one has you.
You're just mouth vomiting with words.
I'm sorry you feel that way, dude.
well, Data, what would you say is like the main, like, if you had to kind of like, I hear where you were going with it, but like, what would you say is the final part of it? Like, are you trying to make a claim as to how they're assuming a radius value out of calculations from angles and vision? Is that your main point?
We've already established that. I suppose it's just maybe the trick how to do it, right? You can
Right, and
express
what Bev said is, that, and if I heard him right, is that they add certain data to go into their calculation for the assumptive radius value. So I think
There's no. There's just a number, right? They've given you a number. It relates to absolutely nothing. But
Right.
what it does do, it means that Ruhif has given us curvature calculation numbers. for the drop
Right.
of the water level. That's the only thing it matters, right? Now that drop isn't there. So that means no matter what number they've given you for the curvature of the water level, it doesn't fucking exist. So
Right.
where they've got it from and all of that bullshit doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, this one right here was gone over. I'm posting it in the live chat. This one was gone over in detail. Just it's like one of the infrared long distance shots across Canigou, and Ruhif did what he claimed was his little calculation for mean sea level, and he just drew a line, drew an angle. Essentially, data. It's kind of what I'm thinking what you were trying to get at in general. It's a similar concept. He's just using this angle, this little red line that he drew there, to claim that essentially there should be Earth curve there, but like
No.
Bev said, it isn't there.
What that is, that's to cover Ranty from the Blackpool picture, if you didn't notice it. That's exactly the same as what Ranty does. The bottom of the mountain should be there. That's what they're saying. If the Earth was flat, the bottom of the mountain should be there. It's not there, therefore, is globe. And you spent
they're saying
2
the
hours
base
with
that-
Ruhif saying that because he'd drawn some fucking lines on a map, on a drawing.
He's saying the base of that mountain should be around a curve and should be at the bottom of that red line. Yeah, it's absurd.
What's the top red line for?
That was the distance between those two mountains that he used for the angular size calculation. But it's kind of what Data was describing. I mean, it's in the same
exactly
vein.
what Ranty did.
Yeah.
They take a sideways measurement and relate that to a top to bottom measurement.
Right. And there's more problems with it because he's trying to say the bottom of that red line is mean sea level. But he doesn't understand is that due to perspective, of course it's going to stack in your vision. Just like when you look down train tracks, it looks like it's rising up. It's stacking. I call it stacking in your vision. It doesn't mean the actual train tracks are shooting up to the sky. It just means that visually that's how it's ramping up. So he's just taking that ramping up, the same effect like train tracks across a flat surface. He's just taking that and making an assumptive calculation to try to claim that the base of that mountain should be around a curve. Yeah, it's just completely geometrically impossible. I mean, what he actually calculated is that should be where the Earth should be curving off, ironically, because that's supposed to be mean sea level. That the bottom of that line should be the edge of the ball, is what he actually calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When he first described this, I had this huge epiphany, and I was like, dude, what you just showed us is actually the part that should be cut off if the Earth was a globe. I mean, not like to precision, but the angular size calculation does incorporate that because he's using mean sea level, which is based on the radius of the Earth, because it's the mean sea level to the radius, to the center of their proposed wall.
No.
Based on Google Earth. He got it from Google Earth. Yeah, the mean sea level. Which is then based on it's then based on the WGS 84 and the mean sea level to the radius of the Earth. Yeah, that's what he basically did reverse of what he was trying to show.
Hang on a second. So if you're sitting across the room from me and I put your head in between my fingers and I squish it, does that mean that somebody's lost some size of their head?
No.
Who's asking that?
No, it's the same size. Angular size. You can't put feet and inches on it from an orthogonal view. It's ridiculous.
That's not yeah, it's Ruhif doing calculations, but like Gio says, I think that's where it should curve for them. And then what he's doing is saying the height of the mountain is what you would see because it's curved at that point and the mountain's poking up above. It doesn't make any sense at all. And Ruhif's completely lost his fucking head. He's like he's gone halfway with an argument and not realised what he said, then entered the argument and gone, shit, yeah, Gio's just fucking pointed that out, and then it's just gone ultimate waffle from then on in, right?
Right.
obfuscation and just trying to confuse the shit out of everyone with something that should be really easy to explain. People like Ruhif and Data confuse the shit out of people with stuff that just irrelevant, doesn't make any difference. The point is that mountain has got a measured height already known, measured, actually calculated, and every point along that land on the way to it also is calculated, measured, knows, you know, the positions of everything on that map. They're all marked, the heights and everything measured. So for Ruhif to say it's not like that, it should be different because it's on a curve, obviously, when it's just not on a curve. But in his mind, it has to be in a curve. Yeah, all of that has to be on a globe when it obviously isn't. And I don't know. The model fucking affliction is really, really strong to a point that they're blinded. They just cannot see reality anymore. It's not worth talking to him. Especially when all they're doing is trying to sue you. And, like, you know, they're trying to ridicule you. They're trying to get you to make a mistake and say something silly, even though they're saying the weirdest shit. It's irrelevant because they can just hide behind a globe model. There's only a few people that defend a model so much, and you've been around him for too long, because you're trying to defend your model now and fight it against their model, and everyone seems to have forgot about reality. It's sad.
You know, when you study a certain group, like what Data is doing now, and Data, don't take anything wrong what I'm about to say now. You see, like, reporters and that, and they try to get into the minds of murderers and people that kill multiple people, and they get so much into it that before you know it, they're starting to think like them, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, be careful you don't become what you're studying, bro. And I say that with respect.
I understand what you mean by the matter of the reasoning, you know, that you don't want to exercise somebody else's beliefs, right? You want to understand the direction, the motives, where they, you know, what if you look at the big, like what Bev said, reality. The reality is that a great reset's coming, right? That's what Flat Earth is, you know, sort of signifies to some degree, is there has to be a reset of the mind, because people like Ruhif, that if are genuinely believers in their ideologies, will go to every length to interpret everything they see, you know, and they'll use every tool that they have at their disposal to reify it. And it's no different than what we do daily anyway. For anything that we believe in, we have to reify it to some degree.
You got to lose your beliefs, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You have to lose your beliefs.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying by losing beliefs. It's more of losing trust, right? Because the foundations of where you
you've got to gain trust.
Yeah, because you have to remove all institutional indoctrination, right?
No.
That's and then you have to start. You have to flush the system, and then you have to start over.
No, don't flush anything.
Well, you'll never get somebody like Fight the Flat Earth to flush to come out clean. You'd have to flush everything down the drain.
I don't want to get him to flush anything. Thanks.
You'd have to.
Yeah, I mean, I see him more as he's a propaganda enthusiast. So he'll do whatever he does. But he's just a YouTube channel, and meaning that he really doesn't have relevance, in the bigger picture.
He's Jerry Springer. Sorry to interrupt you there. He's Jerry Springer.
No, Jerry Springer was pretty an intelligent guy. Fight the Flat Earth. He's indoctrinated into.
Oh, it was bad. Like, did you see the one with Santos Bonacci? Because I never watched Fight the Flat Earth, but I do, like, once in a while. Like, I if it's someone like, he had Santos Bonacci on his show. Did you see that one? And you guys see that one?
It was rather embarrassing for Santos as well, but it was just as cringe for both of them, right? It was terrible. But I mean, there's no such thing as a debate in this arena. That was just a shit show, and it was a shit show on both sides. But the Globers don't support Fight the Flat Earth. Like, nobody supports him. Apart from the trolls. And whenever anybody is only supported by trolls, ranty, you've got to watch out. Because there's every chance that they're paid. I mean, see the numbers Fight the Flat Earth gets. Do you reckon they're real numbers? Do you reckon people really think he's a physics guy? You reckon he's got nuclear physics degree?
No.
No chance in hell.
No, but he still gets the numbers. It's like Ranty. Like Ranty put
Because
a video out.
It's a
He had
Jerry Springer experience. They know they're
300
gonna
fucking
go on.
thumbs up. I mean, who
Yeah,
the
but
fuck does that?
They go for the Coliseum. They go to see the Lions fight. They go to see the gladiators. It's not about knowledge there. It's a shit show, like you said. Nobody in their right mind is going to go to FTFE to gain scientific knowledge or not knowledge of any kind, unless you're into diesel-powered nuclear submarines.
I mean, how many people have we had come in here that love Fight the Flat Earth and just like to watch it to laugh?
Yeah,
that's what they say.
Yeah.
We've had numerous people say that.
Yeah, it's like a Coliseum, like the Jerry Springer show. I didn't mean Jerry Springer himself, because he was a smart dude, but I mean that shit show. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it on a certain level is that in the world today, there's obviously an enormous amount of energy that's pushing this globe model. Obviously the school system, all of it, NASA, space agencies, the whole thing. So they're already playing that role. So people already believe it. They're watching the latest, NASA launch, whatever it is. So they're already in that. And people that are on quote unquote the globe side, like within the flat earth community, it's kind of a strange, like flat earth, quote unquote flat earth community. And then these globe people, I mean, what role are they really having? Because there's already those forces, the NASA, all of them, they're already doing that. So what effect is Fight the Flat Earth having? You know what I mean? Like if their operation, their PSYOP has already been successful to convince people, then where does he play into it? Other than just being, just the ridicule, these arguments that
stupid flat earthers, ha 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 ha. Like, yeah,
right.
I guess, yeah.
It's like just riling up gang energy, just trying to pit people off against each other. But I mean, he's not like a source of deep research or knowledge or anything like that. In fact, if it ever gets into that, like Santos was actually presenting some information to him, and he was literally giggling. He was just giggling the whole time, and then he kept. Did you see that, Bev? Where he had a pillow. It's a big FTFE pillow. I cringed to even repeat it, but he put the pillow over his face and he's punching himself in the face with the pillow. Like, I know he was trying to be funny, but I mean, here's this guy supposedly talking about a serious topic that he's claiming he has truth about, and he's literally punching himself in the face. It's just it's total theater. And Santos was trying to show him something that, and he just couldn't even look at it. He was just giggling the whole time. So yeah, I mean, that's not a serious intellectual, source of anything. It's It's just entertainment, like Rakia just said, entertainer. And I don't find it entertaining at all. So it's the least entertaining I could think to tune into.
Berating people with coming from a perceived intelligence level above somebody else, right? Then you should not ridicule that other person, right? Because that isn't what people of a higher intelligence do to a people of a lower intelligence, right? It literally isn't. Which can only mean one thing. He's not as intelligent as he makes out to be. And that's pretty sad, right? For somebody to look at him and go, well, at least he's berating the flat earthers. I mean, I want to berate the flat earthers, but I'll watch Fight the Flat Earth do it because it's what I like to see. I like to see people get berated for, I don't know. Because they always have to answer their questions as well, don't they? Rather than, to what can you teach me? What can you show me?
Yeah, let me say this before I lose it, Bev. Something you just said made me think of something. Excuse me. It's not just that they want to laugh, right? The Colosseum part that I was saying before. It's they get like an intelligence superiority kick at the same time. You understand what I'm saying? Like they're smarter. Like they're laughing. They're not laughing at you like friends or something, right? They're laughing at you because they think they're smarter than you. You're stupid. That kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think it reaffirms their model for them, doesn't it? Like if they hear Fight the Flat Earth berating someone, then it's like, well, I can't think like that person because I'm a glober, right? If I thought like that, then I'd have to get berated, and then I don't want to be berated, so therefore it's funny for me because
that's the example aspect.
The model, doesn't it?
Yeah. You don't want to be made a fool of like that guy. That's the example aspect. Yeah. There's a lot of shit into this, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of that really kind of low-level energy. Like, I'm not even saying this history is proven true, but just that concept of like, in schools in earlier times where you had to wear the dunce hat. If you did whatever was against, or if you weren't learning quick enough, or you were going against the curriculum, then they would put a dunce hat on you, and turn you facing the wall, and everybody would laugh at you.
I did that. I was just gonna say that I've done that in I remember in kindergarten. I remember it still till today. It's so embarrassing, man.
What's funny? Yeah, and actually, what's interesting about that is it's the reverse of, like, there's tribes in Africa where when somebody does, like somebody in the tribe, if they do something that's, either out of alignment or dishonest or out of integrity, instead of punishing them, what they do is they take that person and they put them in the center of a circle, and they all stand around that person, and they go around one at a time saying something positive about that person, saying something loving, something that's supportive, things that they've done that are good. So it's actually the opposite. Like instead of, pointing the finger and laughing and ostracizing, they actually bring the person in and essentially like give them a hug and support them so that they can improve. So it's interesting how somehow these kind of social engineers have found a way to twist that and turn it into more of a traumatic thing, to just control people. And that plays into the getting, grades on your tests. If you don't get good grades, you get ridiculed, or your parents get mad at you. It's, it goes to the whole testing control of the education part of it too.
Interesting. Yesterday I was reading something on something came up in the news about the ancient Olympic Games and doping. And I go, what? So I read the article, and they had not dope like we think, but potions and whatever. But what struck me was, like, if they would catch you doping, they wouldn't. Of course, they would kick you out, right? But they would do something more than that. They would put your name as you walk into the Olympic Stadium, right? There's like statues there. they would carve your name along with your family's name, apparently. So everybody could see all the future athletes would walk in like a wall of shame, sort of. I found that like, wow.
What time is it? Oh, wow. It's 2:45. My lad's off school, so it's not really that much of a big problem. But I think I'm going to have to cut it short. Well, end it. 6 hours? Bloody hell, we've been going well. And we didn't even get to show or do all of the Fata Morgana stuff. No doubt it's going to come up because they're going to have a go at Andrew Thomas Young. No doubt somebody will have heard something about it. They'll be coming round and talking about it. So we'll go over the Fata Morganas. Andrew Thomas Young doesn't seem to have any pictures of Fata Morganas. I've been looking through it. He says they're a bit rare.
Well, the fact that he is often touted as, the go-to quote-unquote expert is suspect, just that alone. And then, yeah, I mean, it could probably take another 6 hours at least going through. I mean, we went through some of it, but there's a lot of claims and a lot of what looks to me like, empty data.
Well, what I would say might be worth looking into is see how many Fata Morgana sunsets you can see. Because if you can't find any, then we might just have the access to the best Fata Morgana collection. And that would make us, wouldn't it, the experts. Especially if we all have a look at them a few times. Come up to some conclusions, right? We would definitely be the people that know more about it than anyone else. But, I mean, they could have a look at it and read up and know lots more about it than us. But they still wouldn't have the pictures, would they?
Could we start a 200-hour stream countdown?
Keep looking at it, yeah.
Well, it's like I'm kind of 50-50 on how much it's worth, just doing actual research directly, observations, rather than even swimming in the waters of what some of these guys are putting out. Like I think it can be useful to perhaps debunk or point out some things, but I feel like I'd have a headache if I really spend too much time in that. I can just tell from everything we've already looked at, like there's a lot of deception in there, a lot of assumptions, a lot of computer models. So
yeah, I wouldn't say that I want to delve into it or anything, but the ballers can say whatever they want, can't they? And all of the experts and all of that. But if we're the people that actually go out and get the stuff, then how can we be the bad guys? Because
the
all
guys
they'll
that
do
go
is
against the grain are always the bad guys in society.
Yeah,
it's just the badge you have to wear. That's the way it is.
And the way I see it, what you accomplished, with this last outing that you went, Bev, is the sunset, which first of all had that space between the horizon and the sun, which I think is very interesting, and the green flash. To me, it had that direct fade out as well. Like it didn't sink below the horizon; it faded.
Yeah,
faded out, which I think is a big giveaway. And then in that same outing, you turned around, did a long distance shot, which it's just an observation. So yeah, I'm not saying it's 100% proof, but just right there, you literally just turned around. There it was. And we're able to see all the way down, like those stones that you were saying, to the base of it, no indication of curvature. So in 2 steps, you've just gathered more direct observational data of the Earth directly, not some random computer model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we've got an auto level to do the same thing. just more of it to back it all up.
Notice of all the people we brought that up to, Geo is the only one that caught it. The stones.
Yeah. Yeah, I say there's not many genuine people round here. Not many at all. And not many that can see it either. That's the thing. So
That's all you need in that mountain observation. You don't need no ray tracing. You don't need to look at no windmills. You don't need to look at no freaking mountains. No relationship between Blackpool Tower and the mountains. None of that. Just look straight. Go to the beach and look straight.
yeah, right. Okie dokie. I'm going to shut the stream off. It's been good chatting, guys. I mean, we'll definitely do some more live streams. I think we're not so sure we'll go for this long every night though. We could definitely do something. See